Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in
We started with 8 teams yesterday. We're down to 4. Welcome to day 2 of the Valorant Masters for Southeast Asia. My name is Zenox. I'm going to be your host once again today as we push through the semifinals. As I mentioned, 4 teams remaining. Tomorrow awaits the grand final, and joining me on the virtual desk here on the show, of course, I've got 2 lovely experts who are going to help break down everything as we kick off the pre-show. It's Vyminal and it's Daks, and they're looking quite dapper today as well. How are you guys feeling about today's matches?
Well, earlier today I had a pretty bad run on the ladder, so I'm feeling pretty confident about casting today's games. But judging from the quality of games that we had yesterday, obviously today's going to be even more intense, even better action. So I'm pretty excited about today.
Yeah, well, I, for one, got more sleep today, so I'm feeling even extra special for the semifinals. And after seeing all the matches we got yesterday, I can't wait to see more from today's matches.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned sleep. I had a good sleep as well. Yesterday was, of course, a very long day as we have a little bit of a discussion and a look back at day number 1. Of course, we had the 4 matches in the quarterfinals. It was pretty rapid fire to begin with, Vim. 2 zeros, and then, of course, we went the distance to close out the day.
I mean, this was probably an expected outcome. Talking about the first couple of matches here, X10 versus NXL, we predicted this to be a 2-0 pretty much unanimously. The first game was pretty much a stomp, but NXL really fought hard in the second game at Bind, went to overtime, but X10 pulled through in the end. KPC, a team we know very little of until yesterday, definitely stepped up to the plate against a formidable team, Archangel from the Philippines, knocking them out in a very convincing manner.
Yeah, and then you go to the other half where the matches were just as close as possible. Bren versus Boom. It started off close, and then it was domination versus domination to give Boom the win. In the meantime, if you want a bit of I'd say an SEA record for probably one of the longest series we've ever had so far in the region, look no further than that last one between NXL as well, and NG rather, versus SMG. What a match that was, and patience turning into a brawl at the very end. Great dynamism in those matches.
Yeah, it certainly was a great way to close out day number 1. Although, of course, day number 1 in the books, we're going to now turn our attention to day number 2, which, of course, is the semifinals. 4 teams remain, and it's all going to be kicking off with X10 versus KPC for game number 1. Following that will then be Boom Esports versus SMG. Vim, what's your initial thoughts to Kickstarters?
You know, Zenox, it's always an explosive start to the day when the first game is going to be X10 versus anybody. But in this first matchup, it's going to be up against KPC. We know them to be a very a team that's oriented to a fast play style, very straightforward strategy, very core, basic team composition. So I'm thinking X10 will be able to have an answer to that. As for the second game, Dax, what do you think about that?
Yeah, Boom versus SMG gonna be a tale of different strategies. I do expect them to try and go for a brawl in a certain map or two, but each of these teams have their own uniqueness in them. If you look at Boom, how they love to play a bit of that intel with Sova as well as the Sky when they can bring ants out. In the meantime, SMG, the other side of the coin of their core composition would be all about that post plants, and it'll be interesting to see how the utilities will be used in that matchup that can be as close as possible.
Brief discussion there on both of our matchups to come today, but let's now sort of dive deep into our first game. It's X10 Esports versus KPC. I'm excited for this one because you should be excited, Vim, whenever you've got the best team in the region going at it.
I mean, they are the favorites for a reason. X10 is just so interesting to watch them because there's always something new to learn as a spectator, as a fan of the game. Even if you're just at home playing the ladder, I mean, sometimes teams like this dictate the meta in the region, sometimes affecting the ladder directly as well. And taking a look at their roster here, there is no weak link in the roster, but definitely a standout player for me right now is Poo One Tap. And I'm pretty sure both of you will agree with me from his performance yesterday.
Yeah, you can see it. The single duelist on that roster as Team X10 love to play a utility-based composition time and time again. And when you look at the playbook of X10, it's pretty clear-cut. They want to support Poo One Tap whatever he can. You got Cruz looking to play those flashes, Scary looking to play those smokes, you got Foxes on the Incel, Sushi Boys on the Sentinel, and all of them work hard together to enable Poo One Tap that entry. Besides that, every single player having that frag potential, even if they lose their duelist, they're still ready to pounce and get those takedowns.
It's very much a team effort, though, of course, with X10, not just a one-man show. We'll look at their opponents for today, though. KPC, they came into this tournament looking for a sponsor. They found one. They got KPC at the last minute, and now they're into the semifinals.
KPC, this team has been a bit of a wild card, but they definitely showed that they are worthy of being here on the Masters stage. Again, very incredible performances by Winner, by Berlin. And really, the whole team just had a lot of solid fundamentals. A very mechanically adept team, and they know that. They rely on their mechanics. But today, are we going to see something more than just mechanical skill? Berlin here, very convincing performance.
Yeah, he has to step it up alongside the rest of the crew because when you look at KPC, they keep it simple and clean. They have a very clear-cut composition in mind for pretty much every single map. Double Duelist, the Omen, and the Killjoy usually going to be the setup there. And then you get the Sova or maybe the Breach just for split. Besides that, they know exactly what they want to do. They really have doubled down in their strategy and they've been really working on that finesse time and time again and they made it to the semifinals because of it.
KPC, of course, they took down Archangel yesterday, which I know hurt you guys probably a little bit there. But it was 2-0. In a way, was that unexpected, Vim? Like, are we surprised that they were able to just brush aside Archangel the way they did? And I guess in a way that bodes confidence going into X10.
Yeah, I don't think we were able to touch upon our predictions for this second one, KPC versus Archangel, but really, in my mind, I thought it was going to be 2-1 in favor of Archangel. Given the fact that Archangel is a team that has had a lot of tournament experience, both locally and internationally, relative to KPC. But it just goes to show that their tried and tested formula for this side of KPC really worked well against Archangel.
Yeah, and KPC, they just kept at what they knew best. Archangel tried to experiment on the biggest stage and they fell flat on the first map because of it. Even though we know that Archangel is a team that can bring it out against the best, they really... I'd say they just weren't prepared for KPC in that specific matchup because they realized that KPC was looking to dominate and outpower them, and outpower KPC did. When you look at that second map, AA really fought back, but KPC, they found the finesse, they found the crossfires, and they just got so many different angles that found Archangel on its face instead.
Let's go and have a look at the maps for this best of 3 that's going to be coming up very, very shortly. We won't be too much longer away. Very much important that you get what you want. X10, they do get to select first. They're going to send us over to Split. KPC have selected Bind, and if it is required, Ascent will await.
It's pretty interesting that X10 didn't select Icebox. Perhaps it's because it's very well known from yesterday's match what their strategy was going into that map. They also have a tried and tested formula for Icebox, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're saving that for perhaps if they reach grand finals. But Again, Split, also a very polarizing map. A team like X10 knows its way around its map geometry, knows its way how to maximize, the defensive nature of Split. So, pretty good map pick for them. I feel pretty good about them coming into this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if KPC actually banned Icebox and then you got X10 banning out Haven instead. Because if you look at some of their win rates, and you made a good point there, Vim. Icebox really X10 looking nigh unbeatable. And if KPC isn't ready for that kind of map, might as well get rid of it. Interesting enough, though, is they are picking up Bind for their map. And in the VCT, I haven't really seen them play much Bind in the first place. So they are going to be a wild card coming into that one. They've had like one instance where they lost, but it just is the same composition anyway. It isn't really about varying their strategies here for KPC. It's knowing the map and playing the best with the comp that you know how to run in every single instance.
Well, we've seen the lineups, we've seen the stats, and now we've seen the maps. I want the predictions here, the thoughts going into this first semi-final. I'll start with you, Vim.
You know what? I'm going to make another bold statement. It's X10 versus KPC 2-0 in favor of X10. I think, KPC is a very capable team. I just feel that in terms of utility, synergy, in terms of synchronicity, they will be outclassed by X10.
Yeah, and in this matchup, it's really the favorite versus the underdog, and it does feel like X10 will have this one in the bag. It's not that KPC can't really play against X10, but more so that it becomes a matchup where you are really doubling down on what you know, and X10 has proven time and time again that they are really at the best states they are right now. So X10 should be moving on to the grand finals, but KPC, they've been an underdog before. They might be doing so with an upset yet again.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to also go with X10. I just can't look past them. I think too strong, too good, 2-0. Let's throw it over to our two casters, though, who are going to bring us through this matchup, Asurai and Ilustrado.
And it appears that we have, I think, unanimously decided it's going to be X10. Asurai, I don't feel like we'll have very much difference in this opinion. X10's looking like they're the dominating force. X10 are definitely, I'd say, way ahead. We look at a team like KPC, and they're probably going to get a couple of surprise rounds up against a team like X10, but with the expertise and with just the level of, the veterans that they have on X10, I don't feel like they'll be surprised for very long.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday we did see kind of a different KPC. Again, it maybe because it was a matchup against Archangel. Archangel looked incredibly shaky, going to different agent compositions than what we would have seen from them, more typically or more regularly in the regular matches from VCT Philippines. And I think that's where KPC really, kind of shined or kind of showed us that they got the grit to go against Archangel. But now, like the analyst said, it is going to be against a more organized X10 team. And even though KPC was able to beat out Archangel in, I believe, the split map, I think up against X10 that has so much control and ability to utilize the Sentinels, the double duelist for KPC, most notably, is Winner as well as Berlin, might have a tough time, cracking the egg that is the defense of X10.
Yeah, I think so. It's just X10 just brings us so much to the table. And KPC, they're going to have a couple of good rounds. We had some of their stars pop off. You talk about players like Berlin, who had some crazy shots, a lot of good one-taps, some jiggle peeks that just took down Archangel and caught them completely off guard. I don't think you're going to get to do that against a team like, X10, because these guys, they've been around the block. They've seen all of this before. And especially, on a map like Split, which is very tactical, especially on the defensive side, I think they've got this on lock. My prediction is honestly 2-0 here. Asurai, are you feeling any different?
I would definitely say 2-0 as well. Although maybe I'm going to be the one to always be the incorrect guesser for our talent lineup here. I'll go KPC, but it's going to be 2-1. But it will really depend on how well they can just stay on form, because we know X10, they got a lot of goodies in their basket, and KPC, I think they're one of a more one-dimensional team, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be easy to beat. It just means that they are going to be slightly more predictable.
Yeah.
But we'll see how Berlin and Winner kind of translate that into at least trying to, go up against a titan such as X10.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with sticking to your guns. If you know how to play a certain playstyle, if you know how to play a certain composition, stick to it. If it works, it works. That's a problem what we saw with Archangel, with Bren. They got a little too experimental yesterday, and it definitely showed, especially on the third map for a team like Bren. But what I'm liking for KPC is they know their lineups, they know their compositions, and they can do them well. And that's pretty much all you can ask for when it comes to a tournament like the Masters. It's just a matter of whether they can pull it off against a team like X10 or not. But here's the thing, this is what I'm thinking. If you're going up against a team like X10, sometimes it's going to take something special to truly break them, and especially with a large difference or gap in skill and experience like this. Maybe you need to play a little bit more weird, a little bit unique, you know?
Yeah, and it might be, because I do really like how KPC plays. I think they're one of the teams that are a delight in terms of how they sneak in onto the site. If some people have already heard that, it's like the FaZe Clan terminology of just being able to brute force their way into the site and take it by just flashy gun mechanics,
just running into it.
Exactly. And KPC, I think, is one of the teams that exude Smeeg play here in Southeast Asia. So, saying that, something that they might be able to utilize, but it's not always going to be the best of strategies. But again, it seems like that is the one thing that they really are, I think, as of the moment, kind of known for, at least here for Masters.
Yeah, well, we saw how that worked out with, FaZe and Sentinels yesterday. So I'm thinking that might be more of the same thing, right? Sure, you have a team like KPC or like a FaZe-esque team that sort of just run and gun and just get into the side and hit it hard. But then if you have a team on the other side that sort of plays more like Sentinels, like X10 know how to do, they know how to play back, they know how to play crossfires, they know how to play for retakes, just like Sentinels yesterday, always just playing for retakes. Maybe it'll, and most likely it's gonna go like that. That the defensive side, like X10, they'll get a good read on it, they'll know how to handle it. I really think the only way that you can come out of this with a win, if you're on the side of KPC, hit them hard, you hit them fast, but you do it in a really kind of, a weird way. You got to be able to change the tempo every now and then, and you got to make sure you hit every single one of your shots, which is something that they're capable of doing. But when it comes to firepower, I do think that they're neck for neck.
Yeah, and it's gonna be, I think, I totally agree that they have to go hit it hard, hit it fast, and use the momentum that Valorant is compared to other tactical shooters out there. It's all about the speed. Sometimes in Valorant, you might be able to play slow, but at the end of the day, you still need to have that oomph into trying to get the site or retake the site. But the one kind of difference here, I think, is up against, keep saying it again, organized teams such as X10. It's gonna be difficult because even if X10 does, not have the start in terms of economy, we've already seen the trend, the meta, that having frenzy buys, having Bucky buys have been so prevalent, even when you're not able to purchase the rifles. And it works because there are these angles in all of the maps that prove really fatal against the Bucky, and you have to know how to deal against that. And that's the question, does KPC have that that kind of clairvoyance that their opponents will be going for these off timing buys that could really hurt their economy if they're not careful?
Yeah, and I think if you bring that into the game, it'll get you a couple of rounds. Will it be enough against a team like X10? I'm just not too sure about that here. It's going to be definitely a rough one. But just like the other stages, actually, of this tournament here, the second series is going to be SMG. So, by the way, if you're just tuning in now, this is the semifinals. We have 2 best-of-3 series today, and this is the first one. Later on, we're going to be seeing SMG playing, and they're going to be going up against none other than Boom Esports. Yeah, and they just actually took a really big win in what was a very long and drawn-out series. And I think we saw a record of most kills. Was it John Olsen or Zesby, one of the Jets, who got 35 kills? I'm not too sure.
I'm pretty sure that was Zesby on Bind.
Yeah, that was Bind. Yeah. But like I was saying, when it comes to these games, like in the second map, it's going to be one heck of a fight. I have no idea who's going to be in the grand finals. My bet is it's going to be X10 SMG, but it's going to be a tough one for today.
Yeah, I totally agree. Honestly, on any of these 4 teams, I'd be happy to see in the grand finals, and because they just showed a lot of, I would say, identity as how their play style is. Even though there are some similarities, you still see like Team SMG, they're very aggressive, but they have a lot of trigger discipline. They don't just shotgun into the site. They wait until they have that moment to set up their utilities and whatnot. Boom Esports, on the other hand, they really like to utilize that Sky where they just rush in. If they are able to get a knockout immediately, they back away, and if there's someone hurt, you top it off with the Sky, and you basically fight the rest of the round 4 versus 5. That's really, really good for KPC. It's a dynamic duo of Winner and Berlin. And for X10, it's their incredibly organized play that just allows them control the entirety of the map. Even though some of the maps are big, such as Haven and Icebox, they're still able to control that with Sushi Boys playing pretty aggressive with the Sentinel play, and it does allow them a lot of versatility playing around these maps. And again, you just see the identities of these 4 teams, and it's so fun to watch them.
Yeah, one of the players that you actually mentioned a little bit earlier on, Sushi Boy, he was an amazing Sentinel yesterday. Played so many great rounds, clutched so many for his team, and the way that he buys space for his team definitely is something that we have only glossed over, but I feel like we should talk about even more. So Sushi Boy is actually so many impactful rounds for his team, and this is the tendency of Valorant is we don't get to talk about the Sentinels a lot. But if I'm going to say, I think Sushi Boys had one of the most impactful performances as a Sentinel yesterday. But we'll see if they can recreate that success here today, as we do go into the picks after what appeared to be a little bit of a break. It took a little bit of time getting here, but we're finally here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first semifinal of the day, and we've got KPC versus none other than X10.
Oh, Poo One Tap not going to be playing on a duelist, rather a Sage. I think the analysts did brush up on this yesterday, that X10, and actually X10 themselves yesterday during their interview is saying that, well, it was Cruz, that they're just a team that if it's something that they need to use, if it's something that is within their role, they will just use it and, use it for the betterment of the team. It seems like they're going to try to employ that now here on Split. And KPC still going to utilize, of course, the double duelist, also being supplemented with Cedric as the breach here. And honestly, even though this is an X10 map, I think this is also KPC's okay map to play. And if they can set the tempo here, I think they might be able to also get a good start onto the second game. But here we go. Agent Select is almost over. What's going to be the final?
Yeah.
There we go. There it is.
And actually, it's Poo One Tap doesn't actually shy away from Sage. There's a lot of the times he does pick up the Sage. It's very quite common for him to go ahead and do this. So not really a big surprise there. He's very confident in it, and he goes really aggressive Sage. And this is a lineup that we saw before. They actually pulled this out in the recent their qualification here to the Masters, where Fox was actually on the Rays and Poo One Tap was on the Sage. So this is not too crazy actually for them. But as to whether the team of KPC will be ready for this, that's a very different question entirely.
So what are the ways that we are going to be seeing these teams kind of play? The trend, I think, has kind of differed. If you're going to be starting on the defending side, you basically give as much map control as you can. You use the Killjoy alarm bot and put it on A Heaven so that nobody can go through there unannounced or undetected. And what happens is the breach will be playing on B site. You have a duelist that will be playing on Raptors. And when they rush in, flash from the breach, pick out by the duelist. It's very, very strong as a defending team. And KPC, it seems like they're going to try to actually not go for that particular setup as of the moment. They want to keep these two duelists together, but A is the way to go. And they're going to try to at least utilize Potato, just to hold that B.
A little bit of mid control now coming up here for X10. Not afraid to go ahead and group up together. They are leaving one person to lurk, and that's really going to be in the form of Sushi Boys. See if we can find anything right now. He does have a turret there, and it was spotted out, so they do have an inkling that there is someone lurking towards A, but it's going to be a split here. Oh, scary though. He has the spike, so will have to join his team as they do hit towards that A side. And there's only 2 players on the side of KPC ready for it. And they're honestly quite far back here as the round begins. Berlin spotting out one. Fox actually gets the opening kill onto Winner, and that's Heaven completely opened up here. They're going to pinch onto this site. Berlin has no chance as he gets collapsed on by the entirety of X10.
Oh, they made a huge mistake. They're rotating too quickly on the duelists and just leaving, not really utilizing the Sentinel that they have. But you know what? X10 utilizes their own as Poo One Tap, play him a 3.
Yeah, that round was actually just disgusting. Poo one tap just gets on top of that wall. Right collects the heads of two of the members of KPC, and they're left stunned as to what exactly happened. Couldn't even respond to it, couldn't even get a rotation, and the two players that were sent out to rotate were just decimated in their own spawn. If we're going to see any more of this, if this is going to be, any indicator of how the rest of this game is going to go, it's going to be a quick series.
Are they gonna go for the force buy here? Oh, 5-man stack on mid. I do really like this. Very proactive play, but you can't see anybody there except only for Cedric. Or no, Scary. He still has so much firepower here. He's chasing it down, but he just plays it so effectively. Berlin and Winner are just charging in here, but maybe, just maybe, they're going to be challenged by Poo One Tap with the Phantom. And that is a quick, clean round for X10. You thought KPC was going to be able to charge in. You thought that they were going to be able to surprise X10, but they knew what was up.
Yeah, it's a good round overall. I think getting one kill is honestly more than they could have hoped for, especially on the classics. And you see a lot of teams who are always just willing to wait and just play the normal, the standard, eco round. But I like the fact that they're assertive about it, that they go ahead and go pick up some kills, or at least try to. They find one in the form of Scary, and that makes it a tiny bit expensive. But I think really that the economy of X10 would be really damaged by. But full round now comes up here in the bonus round for X10. Full rifles all across the board. It's only one Phantom in the hands of Winner as they group up towards that A site for X10.
Coming back.
I really do like how X10 are utilizing the utilities and economy that they have. We've seen this yesterday so well used by them. And Sushi Boy seems like he's going to be lining up a couple of his nano swarms. I wonder where this is going to go as Fox is starting to set up onto ramp here. There goes the Boombot. Here comes the push. Winner could have a really good play, but this aftershock is going to flush him out. And he has to dash in, but there's no time for him to whip out his weapon. And that is such a clean from X10. Surgical, clean, and basically free sight.
Yeah, there's just such a good sense of urgency and immediacy to the hits of X10 onto that site, knowing that once the first flash goes in, everybody knows how to swarm onto the site. The peaks are on point. KPC looking to find one. He gets flashed in return. Still gets the kill anyway. Still blinded. He's unable to find any more than just one, leaving two members. Or no, make that no members for KPC. And the retake was just over as quickly as the site was taken. Within a couple of seconds, X10 just wrap up the round.
This is where it becomes very scary. I do talk about how Split is a very defender-sided map just because, you can set up, if you're dynamic enough with your rotations, you should be able to flush out your opponents. But when you're static like that, when you wait for your opponents to come in and be sneaky, but they have every single kill that they can to flush out every single corner, it turns into such an attack-sider map. And X10 are doing this by setup and setup alone. Now, they do have the weaponry. They were able to upgrade as they got a lot of kills on the attacking team. And they're just waiting for KPC to make a move as they know that KPC is broke in terms of economy. There's going to be so much coming out from A main. But X10, they still have to respect that Paltato and Winner have the aim to be able to win those duels. Though X10, seeing the amount of KPC on A main, decide to go for the B site and plant it down there. We'll have to see how they go for that post plant, but they're actually holding it off. Not planning it down just yet.
I'm just waiting, trying to bait anyone in. Just not entirely sure why they're going to be pushing this far, even with the spike. I guess they just want to clear it up, but it's a rude awakening for Scary right there as Berlin
Down B.
and Winner take down one each. Boots One Tap is the only player left standing here. That's 4 rifles that they have relinquished already, and now Boo One Tap, his location is known. He gets one. Trying to find a few more here, but he's definitely in a rough spot. Look at KPC. They're all grouped together as 4. They've spent the whole round just hanging out as a group and getting kills onto X10. Very questionable push for X10 onto CT. I do think that they could have had this round for sure, but they sort of just let it slip. But look at this. Poo One Tap trying to get a little bit clever here. He's going to find a couple. Oh no, the bot is going to give away his position. Now his location is known. This round is basically over in a very strange round What? He gets it through the box though, but it's pretty much done here in the end. He makes it expensive, but it was an eco round anyway, so well done for KPC in that round.
You and I strong together. You know, that's the line from Caesar, right?
Yeah.
On Planet of the Apes. And it seems like KPC, they use that that mentality of Caesar to overwhelm X10. Sheer numbers. I mean, if you're just gonna go set up, right? Why not set up as an entire team? I really like the premise of it. You don't have to try to defend the sites here. All you have to do is target the opponents, because if there's no opponents, they won't be able to take the site. That's such a simple idea, but it works fantastic on that last round.
I'll be honest with you. I would be a little bit salty if I were X10. I was like, are they still just all playing together? And they were the whole round. I'd be a little bit tilted by that, I have to say. I mean, they did just stick as 5. They got 2 kills, but it was an even more questionable thing for X10 to just go ahead and push that spawn. Regardless, what is done, and it looks like it's going to be another split towards this A site. Can they hold it off is going to be the big question here. A little bit of presence towards mid just to show some force here, but they still have a couple of members to deal with on the KPC side. Winner still lurking over here towards the ramp area. And they do also have Voltato to deal with as well, who gets a nice kill through the wall. Takes down Foxy.
You will not.
Winner has to deal with this one immediately onto, I believe that was Sushi Boys. Still cannot get the W on that, and it's going to be the push out, as it seems like X10 will be waterfalling onto the site, and Sushi Boy, well, you know what? His name's Sushi because he knows how to knife his way into these fights. Berlin is going to be in a really cheeky situation, but if he gets this kill, he could actually have his ultimate. No, gets stolen immediately by PBDBJ, as Cedric is in a 1-versus-1 battle on the Heaven side, leaving it all to Berlin with 12 HP and a dream. But is the dream true for him? Can he make it into a reality? He spots the one-off already, but there's so many angles, and his placement has been spotted. That was a beautiful paranoia, and no way can he clutch that.
This is really bad here for KPC. They just won an eco round. They will be economically reset. They won't have any real money coming into this next round. Look at this. Only one person can truly buy PPDBJ. Actually, 2 of them can. 3, sorry, make that 3. I just don't know if it would be a good idea, because you're leaving Paul Tato and Berlin, you know, just on their pistols and nothing really much on it. So it could just be a hero vandal buy, which is not entirely a bad idea. Just leave that onto a PPDBJ who has a lot of money, and then just kind of protect the VIP.
Now, they are situated here on the B main area. Boom, one top is there. Here comes Berlin with the fury of the showstopper, but he had to bait his opponent. It doesn't matter though, because Berlin and Winner are dissecting the members of X10 once again. It's not the times 10 anymore, it's the divided by 10, as it seems like they are wreaking some havoc. But as I say that here, Ilustrado, Sushi Boys comes alive with that big alert coming from the A ramp. Scary is going to try to utilize his ultimate just to get that information that nobody is clearly on the A site. Now, slowly but surely, they are going to be clearing out these angles, and they will be able to plant down that spike also out here into the corner, while the rest of the X10 members go position for that post plant.
Just ulti from the shadows for good measure. It's a little bit superfluous in the end, but it helps him secure what could have been a very dicey round. It's still a 2v3, so this is still possible for KPC. They might elect to save these guns because they actually did just pick one of them up here. No information for Berlin just yet as he tries to swing into sight. He gets a good kill onto Sushi Boys. Unable to be traded out right there. Scary gets the kill onto Paul Tato, leaving it in 2v1. Berlin, he's crazy. He gets 1, but none. No more than that. 3 kills for him in that round. And honestly, a really good attempt at a retake. A fantastic equal round from KPC.
They almost lined up, though, gotta say, for Berlin there. I think if it was a little bit more, an inch, and both of the members of X10 could have just been taken down with 1 or 2 bullets. Any case, KPC, you're really seeing the struggle for them here on the defending side, where they're utilizing their heavy hitters. But at the end of the day, when you have utility to flush them out, they aren't in a really comfortable position to just start rampaging. But it seems like KPC will try to go aggressive here. There will be the catch-off from Scary, and Berlin's just not going to be able to hit that. KPC's Winner is here with his own ultimate. PBDBJ is going to be onto the side. He sees the weaponry and the charge, and he has to know that somebody is on his corner, and he just devours both Cruz and Scary. That is a big play coming in from KPC, and this mid control works into their favor. Sushi Boys has to pick it up because the spike is dropped right there. He has his teammate Poo One Tap coming in from the side as well, but they don't really have the utilities to flush the opponents out. Maybe a Sage Wall, maybe a kill for Sushi Boys into the lockdown, but that's more than enough, or that actually might not be enough to take them out.
I'm really liking the unorthodox plays here from KPC. They're stacking mid, and so many of them coming out to play. They know where Poo One Tap is. He gets full flash. He still gets the kill. Gonna be a little bit bitter pill to swallow. PPDBJ. He gets the flash, but still gets taken down. I wouldn't be happy about that at all. But still, Poo One Tap.
30 seconds
Actually,
left.
if he can get one more kill, he could get the res and make this possible. But with 25 seconds left, I don't really favor his odds. He gets stunned too, and Winner is so close. You can almost smell him. Gets the angle on one, but Winner's right there for the trade. So again, KPC showing us that they're quite, quite flexible and quite dynamic in the way that they play their defense. I like the call to stack mid. It's a fantastic idea, and it really gives them the edge over X10. Like we said earlier, if you want to beat a team like X10, you got to play a little weird.
Spike down.
Ooh. And weird is what we're seeing here. Very aggressive, lots of control. They know that if they prolong these rounds, X10 just have more time to set up and more time to understand where KPC are situated in terms of their positioning. The KPC's answer to that is always get the one up and try to challenge here, but there's only so many times that they can try to challenge that X10 won't get accustomed to it. So they still have to at least find some opening here as X10 start to feel out the map. But for the most part, you can see X10 just holding a bit farther back, waiting for KPC to do the same thing that they did on the previous round.
I just wanted to point out, Poo One Tap, he's like 13, 14, 15. I didn't exactly see, but he's like 15-3 right now. He's leagues above anyone next to him. In the previous round, he was 13-2. And after those 3 kills, I think he got, it was like 16-3 now. He's absolutely performing, coming up, and showing everybody that One Tap is really what he's capable of. Now, they're gearing out towards B, though. That's going to be the lockdown deployed here. No one's really biting on this play, however. You still see 3 players here for KPC locked onto that A, but the side take is now about to
30
begin.
seconds left.
There is KPC having 3 ultimates themselves. There's the Rolling Thunder and their own lockdown. They can use that, but I do really like how KPC is starting to work their way onto mid. They want to get the pinch coming in. It's going to be PBDBJ rushing from market, but Scary is here. He could have such a prime spot. If he can take down these 2 defenders, then KPC will have no ability to just go in from the behind. But they charge right in. They just forego the market area. Berlin gets one with his pain shells there, but Fox still is holding true at the back of the side. Now Scary is going to go for the big pinch, but Potato finally finds him true. Now the lockdown's not going to get stopped, as it will push out the members there. Fox, Prozone's fake, and Berlin is gonna be the defuse, but at what cost, as every single member of KPC get destroyed.
Really appreciate that retake. The patience from KPC, they're definitely showing up to impress today. Did not expect this, this team to play this smart. Yesterday we saw that they can aim. Today we see that they can think. And just like I was saying earlier, look at Poo One Tap, 17-3. The person next to him, the closest person, is at 8. What?
How does he do these with a Sage? He's just like setting up these pre-fire angles, and even if it's blind, he's able to just hit the shots that he needs to. Speaking of hitting shots, Showstopper, it's got a big AoE, it's got a big radius, and if you're not careful, you will get boom, boom, pow, pow. It seems like, yeah, that's gonna be again another KPC play onto the A main, but X10 knew what was up.
Planted.
Able to drop down the spike on B, and here we go. It's the tour of the spawn area for KPC.
Over here on the right.
Coming into B stairs. Go ahead.
As you can see over here to the right, we have bomb site B. And if we flash through this, we're going to see a beautiful scenic view of all the enemies flash completely blind here. But will that be true? Cruz gets the kill onto Berlin as Berlin finds a response with a paint shell. Scary though, looking for the big boy flank. He gets nothing. He gives up his position though, but everyone from X10 contributing to the cause, getting themselves a 6th round. KPC left stunned after their economies rocked by that retake.
KPC, granted, they really have to put their sights onto the B, but the big thing about that is X10, they're very, very good at spreading themselves out for maximum efficiency. If you only need like 3 people on the site, if there's 2 extra more, they're gonna go rotate around and look for these big lurks as their teammates are planting down that spike or as their teammates are guarding that post plant. So if the defenders try to go retake it, they can go for these nice little angles that can really be punishing. And you see X10 utilize that so many times, whether it's Scary or Sushi Boys, they just dissect it with precision, and it's really detrimental to the rounds that KPC want to get.
Dex 10 here. They're going to be pulling off that same play yet again onto A. They've done this a number of times here, but fortunately for them, they get the spike down. Winner gets another before he drops. That's a really good play from him, but he gets the spike in an awkward position, finds another spike drop here. Berlin has a good spot, has a boom bot to work with, knows where one is and knows where the other. Can he win the duels is the big question. They're just jiggle peeking, toying with him right now, but Berlin, he's not afraid to step up to the plate. Pulls out his paint shell, and that's gonna buy him a little bit of time though, and buy a second to breathe for one of these players. Both of these players actually in Sushi Boys. What's the call here? Is he rising up? And it's gonna be Berlin to rise up to the challenge. 3 kills for him in the middle of a crossfire, and he emerges victorious. What a play from Berlin.
He just went, and pardon my weeb here, Ultra Instinct on that one.
Yeah.
Able to just dig deep. And the 5 kills that we had on that last round, 2 came from Winner, 3 came from Berlin. Again, the dynamic duo of KPC keeping the roster afloat up against such a constricting playstyle from X10. It was all about how Berlin was able to dissect the 3 versus 1. He was able to win that straight up. Very, very scary. He had 9 bullets left in the chamber as the Sage was about to charge him in, as I believe Sushi Boy was about to charge him in, and he's still able to get that one up. Fox is just charging aggressive here. He doesn't want to at least get that mid control, but they might need it. They might have to. But Scary picks it up once again, and they just break them down one after the other. If it's the 5 versus 5, X10 will win it every single time. But PBDBJ is going to go for the big flanks.
Yeah, and it seems like the aggression just isn't working out on the defensive side for KPC. They got them a couple of rounds earlier, but this time X10 were ready for it. And you know, on that big play that Berlin did, I do have to say that it was really pretty much set up here by Winner. The double kill in mid to drop the spike in a weird spot actually got his teammate in a really powerful position to win the round here. But nice flick right there from PPDBJ.
Can I just call him DBJ? Because DBJ, it kind of it ties my tongue more so than not.
I like PB&Js.
I mean, same thing, right? Same thing.
PB&Js are
also
good, man. Like, one of the best midnight snacks is a good peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
But have you tried? Wait, let me find a super weird dessert that I like to do.
I know someone who likes ketchup with their peanut butter and jelly.
But have you tried cake and adobo together?
I don't know what that is, and I'm just gonna ignore you. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
No, legitimate. So if our viewers right now, our international viewers, are wondering what is adobo, it's a dish in the Philippines that is pork with a kind of sauce on it.
Wait. Before we go on, 2 ultimates just used. Before we talk about Asurai's cooking show right here, big ulti from Fox not going to be used properly. Cedric here will respond with an ulti of his own, and he's going to get taken down rather quickly. And X10 completely overwhelming KPC, leaving Berlin in another 1v3 he has to clutch for his team. This round was quick, but now it's coming down to a little bit of a plateau as the round sort of just a little bit of a breath here. Gives Berlin a chance to think and regroup, but they know where he was, and there's not a lot of places he could be coming from. He can land the headshots though, and finds a lot of damage there onto Scary. Still has a lot to go, but getting out of dodge from that nade. 2 flashes will actually prevent him from getting any deeper into the site here. It's a good boom bot, but ooh, he gets tagged through the wall. Not a lot of damage though. Still.
If he can actually get a kill, his ultimate's gonna be up and ready, and that could have been more kills for him, but seems like X10, even at the lower HP metrics for most of the remaining members there, still able to understand what they had to utilize. Here we go. That was a nice little knock up there. And honestly, this is not what we saw from X10 in the past few rounds. They just pulled the trigger knowing that they had the ultimates and went in so aggressive. Again, this is how you neuter somebody like Berlin and Winner. Even at 3 versus 1, just put them in a position where they can't really come out and explode. And it seems like X10 have found that code, or they just know how to do it, and they're able to replicate that as well.
Yeah, KBC, you know, they gotta have had a few more rounds on the defensive side. And as we know, Split being a very defensive map, they're gonna have to come up with something special if they're going to rock X10's defense here with a 4-round lead going into Split. That's not a pretty picture right here for KPC, and they're going to be trying to head into the A site, but that's a quick kill right there from Fox and Cruz. They double up right there and get 1 kill apiece, but Potatoes right there to respond. Spike is going down shortly. This will begin the retake. 3v4 on pistol here, and it's very doable. Sushi Boys knows where 1 is, and PBDBJ gets 1. Poo1Tap follows it up, and that's a 2nd in a row for PBDBJ. He's gotten 2, but he needs to find 2 more to close out the round, and time is not in his favor right there. He's going to get double peek, and he's going to swing wide right there. Scary closes out the round, and that's the pistol victory for X10.
They charged right in. It almost seemed really good, but one of the biggest factors why KPC could not really have a comfortable post plan was definitely Cruz. He just stayed so long in the back of sight. Granted, he only got that 1 kill, but everybody from KPC was frantically trying to take him out of the sight before they can plant the spike down, as well as try to oppress against the other defenders that were coming in. And X10, they just knew what was up, and all they had to do was keep KPC contained. And when that happened, KPC couldn't really come out, and all of them just got stuck at the back of the A site.
Let's have you know, Poo1Tap is at 21 right now. There's a fairly good chance that we'll see him at the 30 bomb today. Maybe trying to catch up to Zesbu's 35 kills yesterday. He's pretty close right now to PPDBJ. Could get the opening pick if he decides to swing out right now, but the paranoia is coming out. The flash from his teammate, rather, Poo1Tap. Another one's coming up. Yep, and that's another kill picked up here, anticipating the refrag, but no one's going to be swinging out. Another flash. Just to check the corner, Berlin. He's getting pressure here. Can he pick up this kill? No, it's Poo1Tap yet again to emerge victorious. And that's another couple kills to the tab of Poo1Tap.
Well, you know what Poo1Tap does? He smears his opponent on the floor with his weaponry. Nice little tap there from Potato, but the Classic can only do so much. You need all the bullets to take down your opponent, and if it's only a little bit, it's not going to work out in the end. And there you go, double digits for X10 and KPC. Now that we switched up the sides, you're seeing their weakness happen. How can they take these sites when X10 got everything locked down rather?
So Poo1Tap right here, they're feeding him all the kills, and he's 2 kills away, or like an orb and a kill away from having res. That's the beauty about having Poo1Tap on the stage. He's going to be able to pick up his teammates a lot of the time to give his team an advantage here, and that's actually a big deal. But looks like the call is going to be another A hit here, and it's only going to be Cruz, the one bastion, onto the side here. He has a couple of flashes to keep himself safe for the meantime, but the take has to go now because the rotation is coming in. It's a 4-man now rotation towards that A site. They were a little bit too apprehensive to go onto that site without having control, and now they've paid the price, it seems, as the defensive line has just been reinforced here for X10.
The thing about that as well is, yeah, they waited so long. There's going to be the rotation already, but the big factor is that they used so much utilities just to take a little bit of that A main side, and this might not even look too well for them. Scary does get taken down, but at the end of the day, it's still no map control for KPC. Hold that thought though, BBDBJ is going to be able to take down Fox. Cruz will get overwhelmed as the Spectre is just not going to be enough. With the damage be done, the big blacks coming in, and it seems like X10 are still here. Sushi Boy does have his Vandal in hand. Knows that nobody is left because the turret is there. Alarmbot spots him out, has to back away. 11 bullets in a dream, and he found the timing, the opening that he needs to, and he pierces Paul Tato at the back of the billboard. And now only one to find, one to the corner, and if he can just flick to the side, he might have been able to take this Omen to the grave. Not gonna happen though. And KPC, it looked very, very off for them, but they still pulled through.
Yeah, the take was good in the end. Just the amount of utility that was thrown Cruz's way proved to be so difficult. They actually overwhelmed the site, and covering his teammate, they got the first kill actually onto PPDBJ, who was holding all the way into screens. Was really able to open up that site. Without that backup from PPDBJ, the crossfire falls apart and the site falls to KPC rather quickly. So this is a really good sign for KPC, but it was quite expensive, mind you. So look at this, the economy really in tatters for KPC. They're making it work though, as they do get one kill with that Bulldog here. They do have some modicum of control towards mid. Oh, but look at the flank here though. Cruz is going to get that pick off onto Berlin. That's all the way from sewers, and that's a big kill to find. They have a lot of information that nobody's A, and that most of them are towards mid. KPC has to win these aim duels if they want to progress.
Know that they can, but there is still a lot of slowing power that is available for X10 if ever they do decide to use that. That Nano's one going to be able to pop, not going to happen. That's the second time. Now there's the bait for Scary, and he's just going to try to line it up, but Paul Tato picks it back up once again. Leaving it also to 1 versus 1. That was, I would say, pretty greedy from X10 to utilize the ultimate to bait out and just hope that you're going to be winning the duels. Is he able to knock it up? I think he was, but it's going to be ring around the rosy, the endless game of hide and seek, and Paul Tato is going to go up top. What was that? He couldn't fire accurately going on top of those ropes, and it was just too slow. Reaction time from Cruz, way too fast, and X10 2 more before getting game 1.
That was greedy, definitely, from X10 to bait that res, and they paid the price for it, but KPC, they had all the pieces together. Fortunately for Cedric, though, he had his ult. Sorry, fortunately for Cruz, he did have his Rolling Thunder available. He used it to perfection. And honestly, when Sushi Boys got around that corner onto Hell, I thought he had that round. Just didn't have the timing, you know, to get on top of those ropes there. Maybe it wasn't the best of decisions, but his hand was forced in the end. Now it's got to be another eco for KPC. They're relinquishing map point just to play for the overtime.
I do like they're getting a lot more mid control, and they are, at least how was able to kill it A Heaven. Not the back of the site, or not the back of A Heaven just yet, because Cruz is playing here. He has triple flash.
Ooh.
Could be suicidal for KPC to make something happen. But this scary push is
Spike down,
not overall
B.
scary, as Cedric picks it up once again. That was pretty good, to say at the least. That was a 1-for-1 trade. And with KPC not having the weaponry that they would definitely want, every kill is definitely merited.
A little bit of missed timing here from Winner. And he gets there. They find the kill. It's Fox actually who does it. But I'm a little bit disappointed that the Winner, he had control over Heaven. I'm a little bit surprised that he relinquished that much map control that he already took so long to take. And he just falls back because the spike was dropped towards mid. Could have been a good pinch towards A, but yeah, the idea just fell apart in the middle of that round.
100% agree. 20 seconds on the clock. Nice little flash there, though, and Fox cannot react quickly enough. They're going to have to try to go dig deep into this one. 45 HP, but a Spectre in hand is enough for Sushi Boys to just defend the site. With a little flick to the right and a little flick to the left, and that's all she wrote. 12-5, like the announcer said, match point.
See, I like that they adjusted Sushi Boys onto that A site. They know that actually a lot of the rounds that they struggled on, and both times that KPC has gotten onto the site has been when Cruz was soloing A. But now they've actually relegated Sushi Boys to holding A, and that's a really good idea, especially when KPC has been shown to go A a lot, and they're gonna do it again here, going full A. They're gonna be ready for it this time around. They're sacrificing control over Heaven. And that ultimate's not gonna have a lot of impact at all here. Paint Shell to slow them down, but Fox, what can he do? That's gonna be a beautiful showstopper to the face. Gets taken down from Heaven though. That's the point of that map control. Sushi Boy still holding onto that side, anchoring it firmly as he gets another one, but that's gonna be the ulti. He could find a third. He's gonna get, no, it's Paul Potato to trade that out. And how is he still alive? Sushi Boy finally takes down Potato. Wasn't the cleanest of wins, but he gets it in the end, and it's a 13-5 overall. X10 defiantly winning that first game.
Man, KPC looked like what the analysts have predicted. They had the simple way of being able to win out the rounds, which is over-aggression and just trying to get the one-up as early as they can when the round starts, which they did. It accumulated to 5 rounds, but in the end, you need 8 more, 13 to get the W on each map. And it seems like X10 had the better understanding. They knew that Winner as well as Berlin were such incredible players, so all they had to do was play around them and keep them contained in the box, and that was about it.
Honestly, it could have been a lot more closer. Towards the end of it, it definitely seemed like just the later stages of those rounds did go to the favor of X10, but could have been KPC's anyway. But was X10's map pick in the end? Maybe KPC will win on their map pick. We'll only find about that when we go back from this break. And when we return, it's the second game.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
X10 just too strong in the end for that first map of this best of 3 series. They are looking like a very tough team to stop, not just in this series, guys, but maybe the tournament as a whole. How do we sense that maybe is there any sort of chance of a comeback?
Well, right here on the virtual desk, the data doesn't lie. And that's why we predicted a 2-0. X10 really taking that in convincing fashion. I think the win condition here for KPC is going to be a tough one because they got to break out of their shell, break out of basically their whole philosophy as a team. They play in a very straightforward manner, very straightforward strategy. And it takes a lot more to take on a team like X10 who can read you like a book. And a lot of people were wondering why Pu1tap was able to perform in that way as a Sage. And that's because, because of his game sense, because KPC was just boxed in, he was able to read the positioning of the opponents and was able to bag a lot of those kills. And really, it's just such a tough win condition for KPC, and I really don't see it happening, quite frankly.
And here you go. You can actually see in the replays how X10 is just able to answer back against KPC. You look at Pu1tap and his battle stage at the very start of the game, getting double digits early on into that kill participation. And you already know that X10 was ready to go for the fights and go for those kills. But at the same time, I'm going to look the other way for you, Vim. And I'd say KPC, they should double down on being in that shell, double down on their composition, but look the other way. Come out of that other hole and say, hello, we're going to be trying to do something cheeky. Because you see those 5 points, around 80% of that, I'd say, was just them getting wins unconventionally. X10 falling for their traps, X10 falling at those wrong times, and then KPC adjusting and clutching to find those wins. Grouping up as 5, finding mid-control by getting that spike down, as we just saw our MVPs there. Berlin, he was really one of the most clutch players of KPC. And if we get into another map, it really will just be pretty much that same kind of composition, except the Sovas should be in this time. But they'll be trying to do more cheeky things. They'll be trying to do more unconventional things, and they might have something in store for us as we get into our next map.
As you said before, stats really just don't lie, and that was as one-sided as those stats have been so far throughout the Valorant Masters here for SEA. We're not going to waste any more time, though. Quick and sharp, we're going to get straight back into our second game of this series. Oh, sorry, we're going to get into the map first. I've gone ahead early. We're going to go to Bind and have a look and see, of course, KPC's map selection. Vim, I think it was mentioned before from the other boys that, of course, X10, they had their map pick. I guess for KPC, they should be happier now going over to Bind.
Yeah, since this is their map pick, of course, we expect them to do a little bit better. But I expect them to, again, echoing what Daks said, bringing in the same team composition that they usually do in maps like Bind. Bringing in the Sova there, and nothing really out of the ordinary. And I think therein lies the problem. But also, I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think Daks made a lot of sense in them having those unconventional round wins. If they have something up their sleeve here in Bind in their own map pick and play really unconventionally, maybe they can scrape a few more rounds.
Yeah, and I'll give you guys one more stat. I'm looking a little bit at the history of the VCT for them, and you can barely see KPC play on Bind. They're going to be bringing the same composition, yes. But honestly, the performance here is going to be such a big wild card. Even though we already know X10 is going to be looking to go for those lineups, going to be looking to dominate with that post-plant situation and use their utilities as per usual with the comp that they always run on Bind. But KPC, come on, these guys, they have something in plan for us that not many have seen. Probably in the local side, sure, some of these rivals will know about it. But now, here in the regional stage, it will be a dig deep performance here from KPC. And this map might just be one that they can give us a big surprise on.
Well, this time, no lie, no cap. I promised we are heading into the second game of this best of 3 series. We'll head it back over to your casters.
Game number 2, will it be more of the same, or will KPC throw us one of those screwball curveballs that they have been tossing in the first but emerged victorious this time around? I don't know, only the Only the annals of time will give us an answer to this. My name is Ilustrado, going to be your caster here today. Joining me is Asurai. How are you feeling about game number 2, man?
I'm feeling hypey about it because even though it seems like such a straightforward set of wins in the series for X10, in game 1 it seemed like a breeze for them. KPC, they're a team that shows to have a lot of, I think, zest with how they play. It's not standard, to say at the least, or at least even if it is standard, they put a lot more adrenaline towards these pushes, towards these retakes, and it allows them to give us these really nice, rounds wherein they can either clutch, they can either dominate. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, you see that glimpse of KPC brilliance. But again, they have to at least make those rounds even more if they want to stand a chance, if they want to still be able to survive in this particular tournament, because we don't got no double eliminations. It's single eliminations. It's brutal here in Southeast Asia. And when they lose this game too, they're going to go bye-bye, and it's going to be X10 going into the grand finals.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty much more of the same as well. Honestly, though, I like what we saw. There were a lot of great ideas. It just got so scrappy. Like, most of the rounds that KPC won weren't very convincing wins. They had a good couple of rounds when they stacked as 5. That was so cute. They were like squad goals. Yeah, let's all just hang out as 5 and then just kill everybody. And that worked. But, repeating that success, finding repeated success in stylish finishes, dominating finishes, not something that happened throughout that game. It might be different in mind, who knows, but looking at the lineup right now, I don't think they're changing up very much, and it looks like they're bringing out Sky, which is a little bit of a pleasant surprise. And if they lock in this Phoenix, Daks will actually have been correct with that prediction that they're going to bring it out.
Although this is not going to have a Sova with the recon darts, but what you do lose with the Sova's pulses that give you information, the sonar and whatnot, you bring it back with the Sky having a auxiliary flash that is not needed to be used by Potato, who is picking up the Phoenix. You got a double flash here. It's gonna be basically, if you've played Dark Souls, it's gonna be Praise the Sun, because you're gonna be treated to how many flashes is that? 5 flashes?
Yeah,
actually make that 6 with the paranoia.
Paranoia. But I like Sky on Bind. I genuinely think that you don't really need Sova that much on Bind. I mean, you can play it, but I feel like there's just so much better options out there, just like the Sky. On also the Breach is pretty good as well. But the double initiator now coming up for X10, it's not that uncommon nowadays. We saw NIP run it the other day. A lot of teams are now picking up that double, intel actually. So we're seeing like a double intel, like in the form of Cypher, and then they have a Sova, and then they have the Breach, which just really helps to clear corners on maps like Bind. I'm looking forward to seeing it, but honestly, with the draft alone, with the picks alone, you can see that there's a very clear picture of what X10 wants to do on this map. Clear the angles with what you have, with the intel that you have. And then entry together as 5. That's going to be what I think they're going to be doing for the entirety of the game. But we'll see if that rings true.
It's not the 1-2 punch. It's the 1-2-3 punch with the triple duelist for KPC. We'll have to see how they do translate this particular agent lineup that they have committed for themselves. Because I think the reason why we're not seeing it as much anymore that the more and more these teams really value the Sentinels, really value the stopping power of these particular agents, forcing you to not really rush into the site, the more that the triple duelist becomes such a risky thing. Because if you stop them in the middle as they try to push in, you have a pretty easy shooting gallery, because duelists, even if they can, duel, they're very much pretty easily punishable if they're like hit by slows and whatnot.
Yeah, but I do love I honestly think that the triple duelist is a great idea, especially for a team like KPC. I think it works well for their play style. I think it'll help them, especially on the attacking side here on Bind. I'm right. They are on the attacking side. Yeah, I definitely think it'll work in their favor. Nice tap right there from Berlin. And it's just a little bit of a split here, leaving one to lurk, getting some information. Jiggle peaks everywhere, jump peaks everywhere, rather. Nobody's really truly decided where to go. But for me, and like I said, I think the triple duelist might just be what KPC needs to win this.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree because I just feel like they have that edge to just challenge everybody. Of course, you're not going to only have one to take that B orb. There's going to be multiple setups into the corner. There's going to be another flash, but Berlin does react in time. It's still not going to be worth it in the end as Cruz and Poo one tap destroy the oppressors coming into the B long area. Fox also finding Potato as he drops down on Hookah, leaving it all to Cedric and Winner, who don't really have any time of day to get into the site. 20 seconds have been left, and Poo one tap is on the prowl, on the hunt, and he is on the kill as he gets that first round for X10.
So I do appreciate the idea of X10 double stacking in B long because they did give up hookah control, and the natural response for them would be to leave one towards CT, rotate one over. As you can see, this was the formation. They had to B long, and that was the response to shut down any pressure coming in because they weren't too afraid of hookah. They would rather give up. It's just that for KPC, they chose the wrong part of the map to really challenge and contest, and they lost the duels in B long because the two defenders were doubled up right there. If they went through hookah, though, could have been a very different story, but I'm liking the ideas that I'm seeing from KPC thus far.
I think one of the also reasons why they lost that was Berlin just did not wait for his teammates. He charged right in thinking that he might have been able to catch off the one who was getting the orb, but in the end, it's not real. Oh my god! I
love this play though.
They're going to be able to here charge right into the back of the site, actually to the back of the spawn, and X10 get the plant on the spike as well. This is going to be such a kerfuffle, a brutal fight, but in the end, it's only the one kill, and Cruz pays the price. It's still going to be the defuse, but X10, they got the spike planted down. Or sorry,
They need to do this weird rounds on gun rounds. Honestly, they can't just do this on Eco Vice because, they got so much map control. It's not a bad idea. They push CT, they fight CT as, 3 of them were actually. If they were in rifles, they could have won that one. After they win CT, they collapse on the rest of the site from heaven, taking the fight towards the players on showers. It's not a bad idea. It's just that they didn't have the weaponry to back it up, and they were divided and conquered by the X10 side on that round. See, look at this. I mean, they were just picked apart here. Poo One Tap and Sushi Boys, they just had the perfect crossfires to deal with that push.
And to be fair, at KPC, we're fighting that with just pistols.
Yeah.
If maybe they had the rifles or SMG, that could have been something different.
That's gross.
But you know what? It's not going to be different. We are treated to the same play style that Poo One Tap has done yesterday. And you know what? We're gobbling it all up. Cruz also finding one, thinking Berlin, I'm going to be able to charge right in. I'm a sneaky beaky boy. But Cruz knows what's up. Scary has to back away here as the Seekers come out, and they are just charging right in. Sushi Boys, though, utilizing his camera just to at least know if PPDBJ is going to be charging right at him. Still got to be careful, though, as they are going in aggressive. Can he get the kill here? Yes, he will, but Cedric is all by his alone, so he tries to run away. 1 versus 3, 72 HP, and no utility left for him. Only the heal, but regrowth works only for your teammates.
I really like the play towards A showers, but the reason why that fell apart is PPDBJ's flash was so mistimed. It was way too late. You already had Winner on the site getting 1 kill. He gets shot from lamps, honestly. And if PPDBJ's flash, his paranoia, came a little bit sooner, he would have won that duel and kept his teammate alive. I think just a little bit of a miscommunication, a little bit of lack of synchronicity. And it shows in that round, but they could have won KPC's way.
We're going to have a buy round anytime soon for KPC. Looks like that's going to be a no. KPC, I think with the amount of budget rounds that they have, of weak buys that they have here, they could just use their numbers to either get control on Shower or B long and start getting the orbs. They have Paul, Tato, they have Winner, who are duelists who can really utilize their ultimates here. Even, goodness, Berlin, right? You can use this to force in onto these sites, but we haven't really seen any of that. In any case, it's going to be the Crossfire once again. And at the end of the day, Crossfires is the specialty of X10. And once again, time after time, B-Long is the domain of X10. Berlin is on the corner here. He is just putting down his head. 69 HP, nice, but it's not going to be nice enough as the wall banks will be true.
It's the same B formation, and it's working out. They needed they need to realize that this is how they play on the side of X10. So KPC, they're walking to this crossfire like 2 buy rounds in a row. The first time it happened, so they like to double up here on B long, set up a crossfire right there, and leave one rotating towards CT. And honestly, the way to counteract this is if you realize it, rush through hookah, smoke off long, throw your utilities towards long, maybe have one late lurk coming in. But they just haven't been utilizing the B control very, very well. That's why they're losing those duels there. I mean, if they just rushed hookah, if they just, played a little bit more confidently, I think towards other parts of the map, they would have won those rounds.
You know why triple duelist tends to not really get the impact that you need? That these duelists, they need to be a little bit more closer to you to have effect with their utilities. That's why you want to use other agents such as a Sova, because they kind of bridge the gap with the recon darts and whatnot, right? They at least give you that information. But when you're not, you see X10 playing from such a far distance, their flashes, their slows, every of their utility is just there to get them these really advantageous fights in long corridors, and it really has hurt KPC for the most part. I think we did a tactical pause. So KPC maybe using a little bit of time to understand what they have to do. And they gotta explode. I think that's one of the reasons that they can get into the site and even win it. The Poo one tap says otherwise. The flash. Let's see.
Oh no, he gets out of dodge. No, he does not. Winner is right there to pick up the double kill, and that opens up A completely. But hold on, the utility usage from X10 is perfect, making up for almost everything that they lost. They got the molly and that ultimate right there to break up 2 members of KPC. Now the retake here beginning. They do have the Rolling Thunder if they so elect to use it, but the recon to give some information out. Should be a matter of time before they use it. That's it. The Rolling Thunder coming out here, flashing in. They get the opening kill onto Paul Tato right here. 2 members left standing. What can they do? They have the information on one. Winner goes down. Berlin trades him out. And Fox trying to go for a fake here, but Berlin's not biting. And it's Berlin yet again to save his team and prevail in that 1v1 duel. KPC hang on by a thread.
The one time that KPC wanted to go aggressive onto A, the one time you said that they need PBDBJ to hit his paranoia, is the one time that KPC is able to get their round win. With that, they still have to get more, because again, if they do lose, we reset their economy, and that is just a slap to the face. You know that X10's going to be able to buy up, and Poo one tap, he still has the number of his opponents with an operator in the corner. He really wants to challenge us, and Paul Tato, he mistimes this splash. It's gonna be a world of hurt for him. Lots of rotations from KPC here. Still want to go for the A side, but oh my god, they have to really beat the corners, as Poo one tap is just gonna punish them if they do not.
That's twice in a row that Poo one tap's done that. I mean, what's the point of having 3 duelists, especially a Raze, if you don't clear that corner? It's just such a big waste. They lose 1 player before they even go. They lose 2 players now before they even really make any progress towards map control. And could be a little bit too little too late now, and they're going to try for a hookah play, but they're still holding 2 players strong here onto this B site, leaving 1 person on the side of KPC. That's Winner, trying to warp mid a tiny bit, preventing maybe some recon or teleport plays. I don't know, man. Asurai just seems a little bit messy for me.
Well, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh,
no,
look.
I'm kidding. That's not how KPC means. Winner, he really wanted to go for that corner there, but what are these angles that X10 are fighting? They just find KPC at the seams, and KPC don't seem to be able to understand what they have to do, and the flawless comes out. X10 5-1. They are basically dominant in this second game.
It's not too bad just yet. They have to eco, which means it'll probably be 6-1. It's still salvageable, definitely, especially considering how balanced this map is. It's not too lopsided, just like Split is, but they're going to have to find their stride soon if they want another chance at this match, if they want to maybe take us to game number 3. You know, I'd even dare say that they probably could go for an op. I would like to see an op on KPC side, even on attacking side, just because they're always being pressured. Maybe to counteract for one tap. Oh, the big whip right there. KPC's winner. He gets 2 big kills. And this is an eco round, everybody, that they might have just picked up, leaving 2 members left standing on X10. The plant is good for them right now. It's going to go uncontested. Fox gives up his position right here. Going to be knocked and booped in the head by that paint shell. Fortunately, he gets away in the nick of time. That still leaves us in a 2v5.
Well, you wanted Winner to have an operator, right? And he says, Ilustrado, I got you. I'm gonna procure it not by buying, but by taking it from the cold, dead hands of my counterpart here. Fox has been spotted out, but Cruz is going to be in the corner where you can see Winner's vision is looking straight outside the showers. Cruz can be so detrimental here for KPC. They don't even have to win the round. They can just make it expensive, but expensive and maybe even the W, as it's going to be Fox coming up big. Not going to have enough time. Maybe he can save the operator here, run for dear life. Not going to work out in the end. That's going to be a thrifty win for KPC. But everybody gets mowed as Cruz with the big flankies.
Yeah, that should have never happened. A beautiful flash from Cruz and the spray transfer. An amazing play by the 2 retakers. That was a 2v5 retake, guys. Fox is just on point as well. And you can see how beautifully they dissected that defense here. Sure, they lost all their guns. Sure, they lost the round. But they made that thrifty a lot less worth it than it initially was. Starting at that, the top of that round, they could have had money for days. But now, because they've forced all those rebuys onto KPC's side, they're going to have to reinvest. And if they lose here, it could mean an eco for these guys. But the good opening picks right here, Berlin and Winner. The duelists of KPC doing work towards A. Will they expect Fox here in showers? Yeah, they will. No, Fox gets the kill. Who on tap chimes in with one of his own. Sushi Boys is right there for the backup. Now it's a 2v2. The round aggression just won't stop from these 2 teams.
They figured out where they are. They know the Sobo was still on showers. They knew that the big flank from Sushi Boys has already allowed him to pierce through on A short, and they run all the way to the B side. X10 is sweeping up the area here, but they're going to be late to the party. Still, this spike will be planted. They're going to know, they're going to hear. But look at that. The timing from Fox is just so well placed. Although, this is where the Seekers tend to show their worth. Fox, we see you. The Seekers have sniffed you out, and now we know that you guys are coming from hookah as well as spawn. And all KPC have to do is just wait. Berlin, trigger discipline is going to be key here, but he really wants to give the 1-up to Fox. And now these leaves Cedric to his own devices, and the Hunter's Fury is just going to devour him. That is not good. Berlin too trigger happy.
That's a big misplay from Cedric. The reason why you want to double up on a place like Elbow is because you want to play for the trades and play for maybe baiting your teammate. He gives up his position by throwing out that blinding light, that bird, the guiding light, excuse me. And it gives out his position. And all the while, Berlin is pre-firing onto Hookah, so they know where both of them are. And they don't even have to work for that information that there are 2 in Elbow. It was basically a giveaway. Really big misplay there. If they sort of just hid and played trades, it could have went their way. Just unfortunate for them, it didn't.
They could have waited because they got all the crucial information with the 1 Seekers. I thought it was going to be a round for them already.
Yeah.
But the antsiness for KPC kind of costed them that particular round, and that was a big round because they expended so much of utility already for that one. The flight's coming in from Scary, but it's not gonna, well, detain the members of X10. They're not gonna flinch, they're not gonna budge, and KPC are going into this, butting their heads into basically an iron gate, an iron fortress that X10 has wrapped around the bind map.
Not even a 1 Sheriff. This doesn't have the same ring to it. Just don't even get the 1 tap right there with the Sheriff. And 7-2. It's looking a little bit rough here, a little bit dicey for the side of KPC, man. Honestly, they could have just doubled up and maybe double peeked Hookah. That would have been a good idea because that would have, in that previous round. I don't want to linger on it too long, but there's so many things that they could have done in that round.
Yeah.
Anyway, no ops right now for KPC. It's still going to be on the side of X10 who have it. Poo 1 tap, he's been so good at getting the first pick. Let's see if he gets this opening pick here. And yet again, he does. Finds the first kill. Unable to adjust on the second one, has to dash away. Will they expect Sushi Boys backing his teammate up into the corner? It's a very likely possibility here. Sushi Boys could go for a swing. They're going to play it safe for now. See, there's just so much utility. I don't know why Berlin doesn't just use the boombot. Like the boombot onto the teacup on mid. Like, it would have helped them so much to clear out that angle. But instead, they dry peek the opper twice.
I mean, they also have Cedric, who has the... gosh, what's that? Oh, Trailblazer, the Tasmanian Tiger, the dog, as people like to call it. Anyways, winner is going to at least procure a couple of picks here outside of B main, as he is going for the big lurk. But the thing about that, though, is he does not know that he is being lurked on his lurk. It's the lurk deception, ladies and gentlemen, as Fox finds him. Sly, sneaky Fox does it once again. And DBJ and Cedric are left to remain, and they plant down this spike. Does he even know? Oh, yeah, everybody's there.
Nope.
That was awkward. If he survived, he could have actually used his orbital strike, but it might not have been needed to, because there is going to be the Rolling Thunder. Oh, did he see the footsteps there?
No,
did he see
didn't.
that he was on the right? No.
Nice play right there. He gets away from the Rolling Thunder. And his teammate actually does as well. So it's a bit premature on the Rolling Thunder there. Poo1 Tap still as a Vandal. What can he do? Tries to get in closer towards Lamps. He might find an angle here. And it's a good flash for the meantime to slow the pace down. DPDBJ will respond with another kill. Good paranoia. Now he knows that Poo1 Tap is blind here, but they still don't want to give that peek. They don't want to give him an inch. And it's going to be Cedric to close out that round. Good discipline for KPC in this round.
That was very, very rough for KPC. They were still able to, I think, get the one-up on that. Not sure why we saw the Brim kind of rotate too quickly, but it did allow KPC to get that info, get that much-needed space that was that they didn't really have in the past few rounds. Any case, lots of lurk kills were kind of just exuded all around that last round. But 3-7, do they have the money to buy up? Yes, they will. But still, Poo1 Tap on the operator.
Look at this, dude. Honestly, Paul Tato, he's at 0-10 as the duelist. He's not getting any kills. It's like 11. This is the 11th round, and he still doesn't have a single kill. Paul Tato is being shot down early in the round every single time. It's just not his game right here. Sushi Boys, quick pick off right there. Will be checked in the corner. He knows where. Look at that disgusting flick. He finds another. He has no business staying alive that far. All up to Paul Tato. Can he get the kills that he needs? He hasn't gotten very much thus far. I think he only has one right now. He's going to have to come up huge for his team this time. Finds one. That's the tap he needs. Still has a long way to go. And Poo1 Tap from up above just ends any chance of him clutching that round.
In the half.
Nope.
Just call it what it is, man. It's the Pooperator.
Oh, man. Oh. Asurai, this is a family show. God damn it.
Hey, it's Poo1 Tap, okay?
Okay.
That's where I got the name. What are you thinking about?
All right,
Anyways. Oh, look at that. Oh, I know.
It's pretty.
He didn't use it the last round, but you saw Scary use it in this one. Orbital Strike devours another. And we are about to end this first half. Poo1 Tap just starts right out. Hope that he can get a pick with this flash in. And I mean, that just goes to show how confident this man is when he plays. Fox just smartly backs away. And there's a double operator in the hands of X10. This will definitely make it difficult for KPC if they don't have the utility to utilize this coming into any of the sites.
He's a Vandal at his feet here, Fox. So he's going to swap out of here once he gets the pick.
Quiet now.
Yep, there we go. He might switch again. He gets another kill. Yep, he's just making it easy. In the shooting gallery right here, basically duck hunt is happening over here in Hookah. Still not electing to drop it because he's still getting all the kills he needs. That's 3. Almost 4. KPC manages to take down Cruz, but that's only 1 kill in a 2v4. Not exactly the best of situations. Gives up on the blades for now. He gets tapped up and able to dash out. No, Sushi Boys. Just ruins winner's day right there. Updraft was just not enough to keep him alive from it.
Swatted like a fly. Cedric has been spotted out. Oh, that was just a neural theft. 30 seconds left on that timer. And then a 4 versus 1 with Cedric being a Sky. Sky is not the limit here, as he is definitely constricted left and right, back and forth. He does get the one, could actually deny Poo one tap there, but I mean, up against the Poo Raider, Super Raider, it's not gonna work out. And we do switch it out, 3-9.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Pooperator. 2021 Asurai. That's a disgusting shot. Look at that. Looks like a pixel that he hits. Barely gets around the corner until he gets taken down. And honestly, just Berlin not having the best run right here. Paul Tato, after 13 rounds, only has 1 kill. This is basically over because the sides have switched, and you know the Hail Mary play was to go for the play was basically to be triple duelist, to win those rounds, win as many rounds as they can on the attacking side, but they have been just shut down by X10 in the odds.
We switched the metric here, but you can see X10, their identity to use their utilities to full fruition. PBDBJ, he has to back away. He did use a nice little paranoia to kind of counter them out. Paul Tato is on the hunt. He really wanted to charge right in, but the flashes as well as that Cloudburst did not do any favors for his blind. Although Omen will be charging right out. He could have a nice little pinch, but he goes in too over-aggressive. And KBC, they need to put a bit of stop as everybody's just rushing right in. Bomb rushing is not the way to go when you're on the defending side, and Berlin left again to his own devices in a 4 versus 1. Charges right out. He doesn't get the kill though, and he's missing the bullet. Finally gets a shutdown onto Scary, but at the end of the day, 21 HP. He does still have his utility, but there is too many opponents. The only dreams that he has, the only advantage that he has is they're all low. At the end of the day, his position was compromised, and he cannot bring it up for KPC.
I know what the big problem is of KPC. Like, this is literally the biggest problem on their team. They do not use utility. They have so much of it, and they don't use it. There's so many instances that all throughout this game, they could have had map controlled clear. They got picked off from angles that could have been easily cleared by a single boom bot, or you know, even the doggo. You know, just like one doggo is enough to clear out a bunch of angles, and yet they get picked off every single time. I don't know, man. You got to be a good boy. You got to let your good boy be a good doggo and clear the angles. All right.
Yeah. I mean, it's a virtual doggo. It's not gonna be always okay to sacrifice it, but for the betterment of the team, for the betterment of the game, you have to. Cedric was, well, that was a position where you know that it's just gonna get flushed out, especially with a recon dart. It's too easy, too little, too late, and Berlin, how did he even get up on Hookah there? In any case, he has a shorty, and shorties, they're known for their short range, hence the name. We'll just have to wait.
Also, it's because it's a very short gun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he got spotted.
Yeah, they
Hello.
know. They know.
He get out. Show me what you got.
Nope. Nope. This gets denied right there. Just a slap in the face with not just the aftershock, just for good measure, and they finish him off as well. And honestly, I think this is pretty much GG here. The round deficit is too large. They're on a triple duelist on defensive side. They're pretty much broke here. Oh no, they can buy now, but it's like 11-3. I don't know, man. We've seen big comebacks, but I feel like the win conditions have been far exceeded by X10 already.
Yeah, they just need 2 more rounds, and so it seems like they're trying to break records. Last round, it was only 6 for KPC. This time, it's they're looking to end this with about 3. I do like the positioning for PBDBJ, but he's not able to at least deal that much damage. Although, with the help of Berlin, maybe he just picked it right back out. These smokes are about to dissipate in a couple of seconds. Berlin just has to wait. Knows that one. Actually, one is on the bench. He spots out one. Nice little flank. Can he turn around and shut down Sushi Boys? Berlin is up to the task, and the skill is exuding. Cruise to remain, and remain for not a long time, and KPC still hold on.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent round here. They could have done a lot better with PPDBJ up on that box. His position wasn't checked at all, actually. If he dropped down a little bit earlier, had a little bit more confidence in the play, I think they could have definitely gotten it. Look how long he was in there. Two members of his team die before he even drops down, and then even then he only gets one. So just the timing and I think the decision making here for the KPC has really been one of their biggest, issues, the biggest points of struggle for them. Honestly, the post plans, there's just so much to work on for KPC, and X10 is really exposing every single one of the flaws of the KPC side. And look at this, they just get mowed down here. Long range on B long. They tried to do what X10 did, but just not working out.
Smoke's down.
Different interactions there that you saw. X10 only had to wait a smidge before they could really put the pressure on KPC. And PPDBJ as well as Berlin, they have a Bulldog, they have a Spectre. Are they going to save this or are they going to rush out? They're just slowing the pace of how they rotate. So it seems like they're just going to hunt for the Lurker, maybe steal his gun, and then carry these over to the next round, because that's all that they can hope for. Play that 4-12, maybe wins 8 straight rounds and go for overtime. Of course, that is a tall task, maybe even a pipe dream, but that's about as realistic as they can try to be.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't think that many rounds in a row, especially with this little economy that they do have, it's going to be nothing short of a miracle if they want to make this comeback happen. They have shown their hand, and that was in the first half. Honestly, the best chance that they had was to get maybe a 9-3 or even a 10-2 on the duelist. I mean, on the attacking side, because they're running the triple duelists, pardon me. It's just that it didn't work out. Look at this, a complete shutdown of the duelist. Winners on 8-16. Paul Tato is on 1-16. Berlin's at 10-13. They've just been blown out of the water by a very solid defensive side here by X10. And meanwhile, let's not forget Fox. The amazing performance from him, 22-4, only in 17 rounds.
Standing ahead.
They lined up for him, and he took all the shots, and he connected all those. Very aggressive here from X10. KPC finally using a bit of their utility there. They want to go for this 4-man push out onto the B long. Gonna use finally the doggo to find that information, but it spots nobody. Now they kind of know. Are we screwed? Did we put too many bodies on the B side, as A is looking pretty damn juicy for the X10 roster. KPC's winner is going to be here to defend. He does have the Phantom, but this isn't the best in the long range positioning. Anyways, Poo one tap has already pierced through the back of the side. Somebody gets right in. Might be able to get this one insta kill. Could it be a flash out? Charges right through. This is going to be very brutal, but that's going to be the 1-for-1 trade, as this is it. KPC, they have to dig deep, or else this is tournament life on the line. They're actually winning this left and right, and Cruz has an ultimate. He can wait for the pop. That spike. He's not going to get blinded. He's charging right out. That nade's going to deal so much damage, and he made a mistake. There's still plenty of time, and you know that he cannot not deal with the one to the right. That's going to be it. GG.
Yeah, GG. Oh, no. It's a defuse.
We thought. No,
Getting
it's Cruz on
ourselves.
X10. Yeah. Oh, Ilu. Not like this.
Yeah.
But for KPC, just like that.
A little bit of a funny shot coming out here, jumping and crouching to get that kill with the Spectre. But in the end, Cedric, he comes up huge for his team. He gets those kills that he needs, and it's not getting a lot better. Paul Tato finds his second kill. That's something to write home about at this point, I think. And, honestly, Cruz, really great performance on the breach, setting up so many rounds for his team, able to open things up. Winner, straight up losing the duel. I don't know why he would peek before the flash comes out, but fortunately, Paul Tato is right there to sort of bring it back. He sees the spike, and the spike has not been recovered yet. He dashes ahead of him. Oh my god! Oh, fortunately, PPDBJ is watching his back. But that could have gotten very, very hairy very quickly.
You might be able to say that the run it back would have been brought back by, who was it? Who one tap? If there was no BNJ in that mix. 6-12. KPC still hold on, but this is a knife's edge already, ladies and gentlemen. The more that they try to struggle, the more that the pressure is on from X10. 6 straight rounds. It's a very brutal game here, and they have to dig deep. I do like the winner now has an operator on the defending side. He can make some dynamic and aggressive plays that can really catch off X10. But you can see that the X10 on the other side of the map have kind of spread themselves out. They don't have the full utility just yet. Actually, they do, but Scary gets dropped down, and the smokes is already out for X10.
Good pick to start off the round. Goes all the way to short. Maybe he'll get another one. Nope, he's going to miss that shot for now, and that's going to signal the retake, the rotation. Omen, it's PPDBJ. He uses this from the shadows just to check mid, but it's a little bit ill-timed and a little bit ill-advised, if I'm going to be honest right now, because the full rotation coming towards B. Everybody's coming. KPC now, they have to figure out what they can do to respond to this. Winner checks showers. That'll give them information that A is relatively clear.
We'll see how that goes. The charge right out from Who One Tap.
Down B.
Very, very brave.
30
I like it.
seconds left.
But at the end of the day, KPC, they only have to deal with Fox here. He does have full utility.
Oh.
But that full utility is going to get shut down as Winner is finally heated up. And with this operator, well, and maybe he can just make it work for KPC. 5 more.
5 more rounds. I'm not going to say it's a comeback just yet. I think I'll hold off on that call for the meantime. But a good round for Paul Tato. I know all eyes have been on him for the meantime because he's finally at 5 kills. It might be a little bit too late for that. But still, anything helps. He actually does get a lot of information. His ulti actually baited out another player. He gets 2 kills on top of it. So, well played from him in that previous round. If he can keep it up and keep maybe being aggressive and winning those duels, even if he's on the defensive side, then we might be onto something here. But for the meantime, X10, it feels like they're toying with their food a little bit, don't they?
Could be. Maybe they're just charging right out. Or maybe they're playing this and not really understanding the setup that KPC have, which is all about utilizing that operator for Winner. So that also does put a lot of pressure on him, because if he doesn't get the W on that one, or if he gets taken down, right, that will definitely lower the effectiveness to win for KPC, their percentage to try to get the Ws in terms of rounds here on the defending side. But he will have a bit of support with Cedric as they push out onto B long. What's the buying power now for X10? Not really the best, although if they do miss a step here, Who One Tap with that judge could really deal some damage. PPDBJ, it's got to be careful outside of U-Haul.
Yeah. They don't really have a lot of money, and they took a tactical pause just to maybe slow the pace down, maybe to prevent KPC from getting too much momentum, but that's a flash and a half, just throwing flashes towards U-Haul. PPDBJ had no chance in that one. It's a quick hit towards A, and this is how they feel they might be able to end the game here. If they can do economic damage, that would be just fine as well. But we're now signaling for the retake to begin. Paul Tato looking to go for a flash play. Not really finding anyone right now, but Who One Tap still with the judge making it happen in lamps. Don't know why they're forcing the issue. It's a little bit too contrived at the moment, but Winner is able to bring it back. Fox taking down Paul Tato, still unable to win those duels here. Tapping the bomb, tapping the spike. They do have a Hunter's Fury to slow down the pace. It's not going to matter in the end. It goes to X10's away. A clean side take, rather. It's a beautiful game from X10, showing very end what they are made of, saying enough is enough. Time for us to take home this victory and go to the grand final tomorrow.
They already knew that Who One Tap is in U-Haul, possibly with a judge. Feel like KPC could have just went all straight to shower. They knew that there was going to be a lot of lineups that was prepared for X10. And even if they won the U-Haul battle, they still have to deal with the everlasting Molotov. The possibility of Fox using his Hunter's Fury to delay the spike from being defused. So KPC approached that aggressive, but I don't think they approached it properly enough that even if they got, again, the W on Poo One Tap and Friend on U-Haul, I don't think they still had enough time to stop the, again, post-plan scenario that X10 had prepared.
Yeah, agree. It just feels like they should have wrapped it up sooner, though, for the side of X10. But they got the win in the end, and they're going to be the first grand finalist here in the SE8 Masters. However, we're going to be taking this to the panel, who will be dissecting this game. Again, I'm Ilustrado, this is Asurai, but the panel will take care of you for now.
Yes, big congratulations in the end to X10, our first team to make it to the grand final. Not much of a surprise, I think it's fair to say. They were the favorites coming in, and now they get a shot at that grand final. Unfortunately for KPC, Vim, they just left their run too little too late.
Yeah, Zenox. I mean, I have a couple takeaways about KPC after this series. And, you know, it's a couple of positive things that you can take away from this matchup. Number one, they held their own, you know, relatively against arguably one of the top teams in the region. There were a lot of moments of glory for KPC during these two maps. But I really do believe that they are, you know, diversifying their agent composition. You know, we've never seen them play this lineup before. I think it's great. However, on the other hand, sometimes diversifying just for the sake of may be a bad thing. And they have to understand that it's all about the individuality, quoting the IGL of X10 from yesterday's post-match interview. But this team definitely has a lot of potential. Given the time to develop a little bit further, I really think they can be a top team.
Yeah, and KPC, I predicted they would bring the unpredictable, but I didn't expect that they would actually whip out that triple duelist plus the Sky. Goes to show there's a lot of growing pain. Cedric, sure, he was able to play the Sky quite a little. There are a few rounds that him and Paul Tato could really get those flashes out in the first place. The Phoenix also really struggling in that matchup. Putting your Sentinel, even though he's a good fragger, on a duelist suddenly just is sometimes. And KPC seems like they have those struggles on the attacking side. They understand the defense more on bind, as you can see that it was Winner and Berlin doing the usual job, whipping out the operator et al. But they're just trying to find a way to figure out the other half of the coin, that attack. And this triple duelist just wasn't the answer. X10, a squad that did have to adjust a little bit on that second half, though. They had to figure things out. But when in doubt, go for the flash dash. It was a crazy game from Fox, but in the end, it was all up to Cruz and Poo One Tap to do the job and wrap up that semifinal.
Yeah, and as sort of Vim pointed out, that individuality, seeing Fox stand up, we've seen Pooh stand up, we've seen almost everyone from X10 stand up really throughout the entire tournament as a whole. So going into the grand final, that just makes them even more deadlier. Another player they've got, of course, who usually does stand up when it matters is Cruz from X10 here for an interview. And it must be a very happy Cruz as well. You're into the grand final. Congratulations, man.
Thank you very much.
Bim?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Cruz, glad to have you back here. A little bit sorry. Yeah, glad to have you back here, Cruz. But what were your thoughts coming into this match? Were you expecting this kind of outcome?
Not really, but wait, it's really loud right here.
It's all right, no worries.
Okay, so I didn't expect.
I'm sure the team is
outcome
excited.
to be this way. I didn't expect it to come out this way, but then it was more like we were just focused on our gameplay. We had a scrim earlier, and we just focused on how we play, and we just did our best, did our job, and everyone was doing really well. So that's why it came out really good.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
KPC, they brought out that triple duelist. They're on bind. Any thoughts on having to deal with that kind of comp? What were you expecting to see from KPC, and how did you guys adjust, especially on that second map?
We were expecting them to play like the normal comp, but then when we saw they were playing 3 duelists, we had to change our style because we know that they don't have a sentinel, so we had to push for information. That's how we actually changed our gameplay, just to adapt to them.
Ooh, and just so difficult, right?
Any shout outs that you want to make, of course, to the fans?
First of all, I would like to thank everyone for supporting, and I'm really thankful for all the support, and I hope you guys keep up the good work and keep on cheering us. You can cheer us from our Twitch. We all have our Twitch, and hope we make it in the finals. Thank you.
Awesome work. Best of luck tomorrow in the grand finals, Cruz.
Thank you.
Well, no surprises in the end for X10. It definitely would have been a surprise had they not made the grand final. That was my expectations really coming into Valorant Masters SCA Vim, and so for them it's like probably they're on par now. Job done. They've got to the grand final. Now it's like, can they actually get the win against whoever they play?
Yeah, definitely. The next match in the grand finals is going to be a stark contrast to what we saw today, and that remains to be determined later on. Who they're going up against, but X10 seems like a team that they always know what to do in these types of situations. They always have something prepared, and I'm feeling good about them and their odds in the grand finals.
Yeah, and they just showed here in the semifinals how dominant they can really be. They showed how clean their takes could have been. They showed how strong their shots have been. And in the end, they can always go back to their classic splash dash, breach, plus the jet going in, going ham, and taking control, and the rest of the crew following up for X10. So good odds for X10 to try and take it all, because they have really made a path of destruction all the way to the finals.
Exactly right. Let's go and have a look at the updated bracket and see how things have shaped up. Of course, as you can see, X10, they've made it to the grand final, which will be tomorrow. 2-0 over KPC. And of course, they now await the match to come, guys. Boom Esports versus SMG. One of those teams will be challenging X10 tomorrow.
Of course, Boom versus SMG is going to be a very different narrative from the first series of the day that we have here. I expect this to be a very, very close matchup, perhaps even a 2-1 coming into this series. What about you, Daks?
Regional rivals looking to face off yet again, and Boom versus SMG, as you'd expect, this one might be the one that can be as close as possible. You saw Boom yesterday find their dominance after it closes margins and of course getting dominated themselves. In the meantime, from the get-go, it was just fight after fight, brawl after brawl, even overtime coming, and they finally made their way to the semis, especially after being the latest addition to our brackets.
Boom Esports, SMG, second semi-final will be after the break.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
Well, our first semi-final is in the book. Second one to play out very, very shortly here. Boom Esports versus Team SMG. We've got a new panelists. Asurai, Ilustrado, welcome to the virtual desk. Of course, we got rid of the other two. They're going to be casting the match. Firstly, guys, before we move forward, I'll get your just sort of rewinded final thoughts on X10 now making the grand final.
I think X10 was just one of the best teams that we have right now in Southeast Asia. It could be X10, it could be SMG, Boom as well. And those that weren't able to join, maybe a Reality Rift as well. But anyways, X10 did a fantastic job for the most part. Poo One Tap, I honestly thought that he was one of the weaker players for X10, but definitely have been surprised because he just pops off, whether it's on the Jet, whether it's on the Sage, he just makes magic with everything.
Yeah, I agree. I think none of us are really surprised that X10 are going to the grand finals here. They're one of the finest teams that the region has produced. And if anybody has a chance against like the Korean, Japanese teams, it's going to be these guys.
Let's go and have a look at the schedule here as it has played out so far today. Of course, only 2 games today for the 2 semi-finals. X10 2-0 over KPC, who definitely did put up a decent fight, to be fair, especially towards the back end of that second game to make the score a little bit better. But moving ahead, Boom Esports versus Team SMG. And as it's kind of been alluded to really all afternoon on the broadcast, that's right, it's kind of expected this one might go the distance.
Yeah, it's because both of the teams are incredibly experienced. There's just so much that they have done to get up to this point. And we've kind of seen that from the matches, during the quarterfinals and now going into semifinals, that everybody from Boom and SMG are just prepared. I didn't know that it was up to that extent, but they definitely kind of, went the mile. Whether maybe not for Boom, because they had, I would say, an easier time when they went up against their opponents yesterday, but SMG definitely just went straight up, especially with Zesby leading the charge.
I'm honestly a little bit salty that I don't get to cast this match and that it's Daks and Vyminal on it. But if I'm being honest here, I genuinely think Boom Esports, and SMG, it's going to be a great story. 2 teams with very different play styles. Man, I'm telling you, it's going to be one hell of a fight.
Well, for Boom Esports, this is their lineup. Asurai, yesterday it was the Blaze show, and I guess the expectation is that he might have to repeat that sort of level if they're going to beat SMG. The other player, of course, is Asterix, though.
Yeah, Asterix has been fantastic for the most part. You don't seem to think that somebody who plays as a flasher would procure so much and actually be the MVP for Boom, but he just kind of creates space by himself and for his team, and this makes an explosive combo for the Boom Esports team, where I think the playstyles would be pretty similar to how they play. Though I am gonna be curious if Boom will utilize again that Sky, because it seems like such a filthy way to play the game. You take some damage, you get some knockouts on the opposing side, and then you heal your teammates back up. Of course, that's not always gonna happen, but it's a kind of a nice little strategy that kind of shows the ingenuity of the Boom team.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that they're changing up things. And one of the reasons why I'm really looking forward to it is you got a really whole package in the form of Boom. As opposed to Team SMG, sure, you have some of their members really stepping up, but most of the time it's the Zesbu show. And they, just as we are talking about the teams coming up right here, Team SMG, you have Fall who pops off every now and then, and Egoist, a fantastic Sentinel. JD Faker also who plays Sova a lot, and then of course you have Lexi. These pieces make a beautiful puzzle which is centered around Zesbu, the Opera, the Jet main, and every single time he's consistently able to find the frags to get his team those victories, which is the direct opposite to how Boom works.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, for Team SMG, one of their biggest strengths, Asurai, is the fact that all 5 of their players can stand up, even if Zesbu is sort of the star frontman.
That might seem to be the case from yesterday, but when Zesbu kind of started to falter a little bit, like Ilustrado said, Egoist and JD Faker really stepped up the plate. And honestly, this is, I think, this particular best of 3 that we're going to be witnessing in this semifinals could actually easily be a grand finals match already, because the skill as well as the pedigree for both Boom and SMG are just that high, and they really set the standard for, I think, playing in Southeast Asia Valorant. And these teams definitely have to step it up. Again, it could toss either way, but at least for me, I think SMG should have a good chance and be able to beat Boom.
Yeah, honestly, I genuinely think that we have some of the best teams in the region playing today. SMG had an amazing performance in the VPO Plus. They actually took the Grand Champions, beating teams like NG Black, and now they're looking for vengeance up against teams like X10, who beat them previously in other leagues like the C Fire League and the E Fire League, and now they're making another international appearance here, but being less prepared. And even though they're less prepared, they look still equally as deadly.
Let's go and have a look at the maps that are going to be played out for this best of 3 semi-final. Ever important, isn't it? Especially when your tournament life is on the line. Boom Esports select first. They go with Ascent. Following that will be Bind. And if required, Haven's the decider.
So Ascent, I think it's just a toss-up again. Feel like SMG also has a good grasp on this particular map. But SMG did also kind of selected Bind for themselves, which we did see Zespi really just went to show with the rest of the SMG team when they went up against, I think that was NG Black, where it's all about the setups before they went in onto the site. So we might see something like that. We might see something like that because they picked up the Bind map as well.
Honestly, after seeing the maps, before seeing the maps rather, I was prepared to say 2-1 Boom. But after seeing the maps, I think SMG has a pretty good advantage here. If SMG can win map number 1, it's going to be a 2-0 SMG. But I'm sticking to my guns here, man. I'm calling 2-1 Boom Esports.
Yeah, look, I'd have to say for me, I might be on the SMG hype train here. I think they might be able to go all the way to the grand final, have a bit of a Cinderella story as a late entrant. Regardless, though, we're going to throw it over to our casters for this second semi-final and see what they have to say.
One down and one to go. Time for the second semifinal, and here we have Boom versus SMG. Daks and Vyminal gonna be on the board this time for the cast. And Vim, looking at that map pool, looking at the teams we're gonna be getting, any predictions for you? Because I remember we were talking about it a while ago. I think we're on the SMG train as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking like backstage, and we were sort of favoring SMG here, especially seeing how they played yesterday. Playing that post-plant game, the most annoying way to play the game, in my humble opinion. And they selected Bind as their map pick, so we know what they're up to, more or less, on that map. As for Boom's map pick, they selected Ascent, and that's a bit of a surprise, seeing as how they had a pretty weak performance against Brent Esports yesterday on that map. So I guess they have something up their sleeves here. They could be planning or emulating something to counteract what happened yesterday.
Yeah, maybe they're a bit more prepared as we are going to be getting into Ascent, especially as Boom plays it a little bit different compared to Bren coming into this matchup. We all expect now Boom to whip out that post-plant situation. SMG rather, to be whipping out that post-plant situation. Boom, in the meantime, well, we are going to be getting that double duelist looking to be played on out. You're going to be maybe on that Killjoy, and here we are going to be getting straight into the game. Quick match though, and yes, Ascent going to be an interesting time. As for now, what do you think? That post-plant situation going to be such a big deal coming into this matchup?
For Ascent, that could be one aspect of their playstyle as always, but again, going with the double duelist that we saw, probably a bit more straightforward, taking the duels head on as opposed to playing for the post-plant game.
Yeah, they might be looking to find those targets, and it just must be SMG trying to protect themselves in this situation, especially if we're going to be seeing the same old thing. If Boom says that, okay, we'll be picking a map that we lost in yesterday, they have to be prepared, they have to be ready, and they have to be expecting what SMG will bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really curious decision. Maybe, that wasn't just, the day for Boom Esports on Ascent yesterday. Give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm pretty sure they selected it for a reason, especially up against a team that they're very familiar with. These two teams have faced off in the past before, and it's curious to see how they've evolved or adapt to counteract each other's strategies.
Yeah, and it really has to be that step-up game for both squads. We've seen a few MVP performances on Team SMG. We've also seen some MVP performances from Team Boom as well. Of course, you're going to be looking to have Zesbu on that jet, but can Dern King fight back on the same agent? Will it be the Blaze Show yet again with all that intel using that Sova, or will it be someone else? Can Egoist find those targets, especially as a Sentinel on the attacking side when he can make it happen? But SMG, they will start things off on the defense first. It's Boom on the attack. And do you think that in this first half, these starting positions are going to be substantial? Because we all know that SMG looking to hit that spike as much as possible when they're attacking. Boom, in the meantime, a little more clear cut in what they want to do and try to fight in a more straightforward fashion.
Yeah, very similar lineups on either end. Honestly, SMG and Boom both very consistent, whether it be on attack or defense. So really, it's a bit of a toss-up at this point in time. But what's interesting to see here is that Lexi is on that raise. The double duelist is coming out. Sometimes Lexi does flex to a different role, but we've found that it's way more consistent in their performance when they go for that double duelist with Lexi on that raise.
Yeah, Lexi, always a star in the making there. And he really stepped it up yesterday in the last map against NG Black. Will we see him do the same thing? Will it be the Zetsu show for the side of SMG? In the meantime, for Team Boom, can't wait to see what Blaze is going to do. Can also watch out for a Dern King and NC Slasher and their potency in the duelist that they whip up. But our first map here will be Ascent. And of course, that B-side might be a death sentence for anyone who does go for the take on it. We'll see, though, how the traps will be laid, and we'll be seeing how the takes will be taken as we are going to be getting into the first map of our best of 3.
Yeah, we all know how very effective that Killjoy is on locking down sites on either A or B, but honestly, it makes the B-side pretty impenetrable at some points in time, especially if you shut down that Speedway lane. It seems like, though, on the attacking side, Boom Esports might be gearing up for an A push here as the spike is left at A main, but time will tell.
Time will tell indeed, and the time is now to get on started with this matchup. Omen versus Brimstone, though, in terms of the smoke, so Boom gonna have a number of opportunities to try to change up where they do want to put those dark covers in the first place. Fall in the meantime, on that Brimstone, 3 smokes and you're out. But that Molly, that incendiary grenade, can be so very helpful at zoning out the competition. So Alarm Bot gonna be set up here. Seems like for Team Boom, though, they're gonna be trying to play into the middle for now. B side a bit open. They're left behind by SMG because they've really stacked up that A site. And the Killjoy is waiting with traps abound, especially there by the tree area.
I like that they're heavy stacking over here and Cubby going to A short or garden. You know, I think it's a little bit more unexpected than just heavy stacking A main straight up, especially if the Killjoy is going to be on A side. They still have a chance here, but Zespio going to be taking down NC Slash in a very quick manner.
Lexi, though. Ooh, the Boom Bot catching out Eeyore and SMG. Finding another target, but Dern King now with a catch onto the Jet on the other side. The spike gonna get taken back here by Blaze. But speaking of the Blaze, it's right in front of him. Incendiary getting in the way. Foul. Moving on around. Finds that frenzy in hand. And JD Faker using the high ground right now to his advantage. And Team SMG with the right call in that round, they will take the first round of this matchup.
That was a very, very clean round for SMG. And obviously, this second round, this post-pistol round, will probably go into their favor given the gun advantage. Boom Esports had the right idea, just kind of fell apart because the timing just wasn't right. Zespio was able to shut down as well as Lexi, shutting down the initial entrance to the site right there. So really well played coming in from SMG.
Yeah, SMG using the positioning to that advantage. And by the window, apparently, JD Faker not looking for any kind of Romeo. He's the ones bringing in the romance and bringing in the kills instead. And speaking of a kill, foul. Marshall in hand, already catching out NC Slasher. It's a full eco here for the side of Boom. No armor even means it's a one-shot, one kill with that gun.
Yeah, you got that right. Marshall, definitely a devastating weapon in the post-pistol round, but Lexi will be wasting no time at all in wasting away our Dern King, as well as Blaze and Eeyore will be going down as well. Zespio going to be closing out the round, taking out Asterisk in a flawless post-pistol round.
Very ground there for Team SMG. Boom walking into the middle, trying to fight back, but they didn't have the guns to even bother Team SMG. And Marshall already getting that initial pick. SMG is all about there for Team SMG, and now they are going to be up by 2. But the rifles do come here for Team Boom, and this is where the magic can happen for Boom Esports. They want to push on to B site, and they are going to be having, of course, a number of tools for it. They have that raise, can flush out the cubby if need be with the paint shells. Also, a drone, maybe even that recon ball can be very helpful. But Zespu right now, dealing in the front with that sheriff. Gonna get scanned on the round by the out drone, tag there. The Boom bot right now giving chase shock right now to mitigate the push. But here comes Boom. They're already setting it up, going for that intel. And fall, forced on away by the market, because this is going to be Boom trying to take it. A Dern King catching out JD Faker there, and it's a good start here for Boom Esports.
SMG on the bonus round, though. Lexi still managing to get a kill. Zespio on that one tap to Eeyore as well. Oh, quick dash.
Dodged the first few shots, but Blaze is there to still chase him down and take him down. Lexi, though, taking that Vandal in hand. That's a chance. He finds the target here. Sees the head of the Jet, but no, Dern King. Got the catch instead. They're gonna get the takedown onto that raise. Fall. Stim Beacon is down. Extra Pirate gonna be helpful, and he lines it up to get 2 so far. Asterisk, though, by the middle, and fall. We'll see his back and turn him into glue there, as this is just gonna be Team SMG taking the bonus and trying to keep up this momentum.
Oh my gosh, Fall. He's gonna be pretty happy about that performance. And again, the analysts that we're mentioning earlier, there's not only Zespio Lexi that can pop off, it's pretty much anyone of this lineup. And that's exactly what we saw. He rose to the occasion. He was the one who was able to procure a rifle in that bonus round and really made a lot out of it. A 3-0 scoreline, definitely something to be pretty happy about if you're an SMG fan. Things tend to snowball with this kind of scoreline, as of course Boom Esports will now be forced to go in another eco round.
And SMG, they can play it tactical, but when the going gets tough, they can get even rougher than the opposition, and they love to fight in the most clutch situations. Anyone and everyone can pop off in this game for both squads, but Team SMG right now is proving it in the scoreline. So an Odin now gonna get whipped out by JD Faker. We got 3 rifles also here for Team SMG, plus Espew looking to play the Spectre instead. He's also fighting the Blades, though, right in front of him as a Third King whips it out. The man-to-man battles in the middle, but the courtyard will not have any corpses of the Jet. Instead, it's Blaze, though, finding the tap onto Lexi there. Good pick up by the Sova. Really does come up in those clutch situations, but SMG backing on away, respecting Team Boom for now, as the numbers are looking to pile up here for Boom, and SMG will have to reinforce A site.
Especially in an ego round like this, shotguns abound, sheriffs abound. You definitely do not want to be overconfident and overzealous. Blaze Predator, though, whips out the Hunter's Fury and takes down Egoist, getting a lot of value in this round, Daks. This could bode very well for Boom.
Good tap. Good Hunter's Fury, and there's just no kind of play if you get tagged twice there by the Lightning. So it is going to be Boom right now having that advantage, and with that know-how, they can actually go for the push onto B side instead. Asterisk, he's a man on a mission, and he's scary with this Bucky. He has gotten 1. The Dirt King also on the board. Zespu, though, did get rid of the Owen before he fell, and now it's JD Faker making some noise. Can the Odin even stand a chance against the Jet? No, it's not going to happen, as the Dirt King has picked up a gun and picked up that kill. Boom Esports will take that round away in the thrifty fashion, and we are going to be seeing them look to fight back against Team SMG.
Boom Esports finally on the board. Blaze Predator definitely an MVP play during that thrifty round. And of course, thrifty round, so much value out of that. And this could definitely swing momentum to their favor. Although, one thing to note that Zespio has been saving for an operator the past couple of rounds. It's finally going to be bringing it out. Let's see if they can sustain their lead coming into this next round.
Yeah, taking that bonus round as Lexi almost got the shot there onto the Omen. They still have a bit of that economy, and they can get the guns for this round, and they are going to get dividends out of that because of their firepower. Lexi now with the kill onto Asterisk. Going to be harder here for Boom to even set anything up without those smokes. Zespu in the meantime, it's all about keeping an eye on mid link. If you want to find that cross shot, this is the best angle to do so for Team SMG.
Zespio not going to be finding an early pick, or actually, he might. This guy enters his line of sight. Probably not. Slowly crawling their way to B main, though, I think.
They're trying to make it happen. Sleuth and Stealth. It's all about being as sneaky as they can be to push on forward to this site. Thing is, though, NC Slasher has the Odin. They can actually spam that wall if need be. Unfortunately, not getting the intel that they need onto these lanes. Lexi on the other side of the speedway, and he might be that dead end that Adern King will walk into. The Rays already with the takedown, making sure that the vault
30
can
seconds
be
left.
broken down as well if it did connect. But Eeyore, he's on the other side of the smokes right now, and Team Boom, they have to back on away. They don't have the numbers to fight against Team SMG there. They are looking to pick them apart, but time is running out, and it might turn into a save situation here, Vim.
Yeah, they don't have enough time to rotate and try to enter
10
A
seconds
site.
left.
So definitely a good idea to save right here. Again, Lexi just thwarting that offensive pretty much all by himself. And of course, Zespio going to be watching that cross. No escape here for Boom Esports. But Lexi, such a force to be reckoned with. It's a pleasure to see him on the Rays, really. But Boom Esports, to see if they can adjust coming to this next round.
Able to take that bonus, really such a big deal here for Team SMG, and you can see why. With Lexi having a gun like this, he holds B main, he holds the speedway. From that point on, it was just Boom unable to get any kind of explosive action done. So good start here for Team SMG. They are already up by 3, and they're riding this momentum and riding it all the way to the back because they still have a good economy despite all that has happened. Boom, in the meantime, they did save up those guns. They did win a round beforehand. So they can actually go for the buys here, but not against that. Zespew and fall already on the board. Seems like the hot hands of Team SMG are still on fire. And since Zespew flick over to the left side, yes, he does. Blaze just gonna get smothered there, and he's looking for another one. Eeyore trying to walk on in. He's just gonna be sorry about that. It's all up to NC Slasher. The Odin getting a bit of damage done, but with the numbers there for Team SMG, they will be up by 4 as it's a 5-1 scoreline.
Yeah, 5-1 scoreline. NC Slasher and Eeyore are not managing to find a kill just yet, but it's still pretty early in the game.
Here.
And as early as now, Zespio already establishing dominance with that operator. Beautiful flick right there onto Blaze Predator, but he's not done as of this moment as he goes for another one onto Eeyore as well.
This Team SMG, notorious in the region. Many wonder why they weren't initial rep here, but they have made it anyway to the Valorant Masters, and they are not disappointing whatsoever. Late to the party, but it seems like they are the life of the party instead. Fall. He's a little too eager, and Blaze gonna be able to get that shot. The recon bolt forces the Brimstone out. That is gonna be goodbye already to the smokes of Team SMG. Zespio in the meantime. This time the counterplay is there, and this is what Boom Esports is just so good at doing. They love to figure out what the opposition is up to, and if they suffer because of it, they find ways to counter it. Lexi, though, shrugging off the Boom bot and brings in the Boom against Boom as a Adern King and even Asterisk gonna be falling on down to the 2 duelists. NC Slasher now trying to push on forward. They know they've taken a bit of space because of the damage against Lexi. Just has to be careful play from the Rays. Can he go for the shots? Already fires before the targets get in position. And while Egoist will take advantage, it's NC Slasher on the board. Showstopper misses wildly. It just zooms past the Killjoy there. And it's all up to Eeyore. Can he actually do it? In pitch combat, he's out in the open, and Egoist will hold on to A to get the triple kill and give SMG another round.
Boom Esports, it was looking pretty good for them as they were able to get an early pick right there. But again, it's just Lexi and the Zespio tandem making sure to keep things in check here. And of course, you can always rely on Egoist to be able to lock down a site by his lonesome, and that's exactly what he did right there. Boom Esports, you talked about earlier how they're able to adapt and of course, get a read on their opponents. The time for that is definitely nigh if they are able to, if they want to stop the bleeding here, really.
Yeah, that's one thing they did that round, but then SMG, they turned it up to a completely new chapter, and it just goes to show with SMG evolving in the round itself, it's going to be a hard task for Boom if they will be learning on the fly and learning from experience, because every new round, every new second is a new experience against Team SMG. Adern King, though, in the middle, and here we go with Egoist finding that kill anyway. Killjoy right now, moving back to B site. It seems like we already see Team SMG adjusting their positioning here, expecting Boom to change it up. And for Boom, they're playing into the middle, but they have less of the choice because it really feels like SMG has every single flank, every single angle, and every single direction covered except the backward side.
Yeah, I like the autonomy that SMG is showing here right now. Definitely have everything in check. And the game sense is pretty on point right now. But as I say that, NC Slash or Glimmer of Hope there, taking down Lexi, which is a really big kill. Egoist, though, able to answer back.
Yeah, he's cooking it something up, but here we go with ER and Blaze. Getting the targets there, but fall with 2 HP and a Dream. And the Dream already gonna get started with a takedown there onto ER. JD Faker trying to make that Odin works. There we go with a pixel shot. Blaze! His head is peeking, and that's all Fall needs to get that takedown. Can he find Asterisk though? No, too quick on the trigger finger. That extra fire rate really helping him out, especially against a low HP target. And boom, we'll get on the board again.
I was gonna say, if he was able to clutch that, then oh my gosh. But obviously, just being 2 HP, absolutely very low odds of pulling off that clutch. But Boom Esports, they are doing what they can. They're finally getting on the board again. Let's see if they can bounce back from this and sort of ride this wave as they're gearing up for a bit of an A split, possibly.
Yeah, they're looking to play on the top end for now, and the Blade Storm going to be a big component of this action. Operator, though, for Zesbu, he is going to try to go for the snipes yet again and control the middle of Ascent. That's the thing, though. Really big sight lines. The Operator going to get so much value if need be.
Yeah.
The Smoke, though, protecting Team Boom for now. And they are going to be looking to stack onto A main, but someone's waiting on the other side. Lexi now going to get spotted. Will retreat, though, as that Owl Drone will tag him down.
Now, right now, they have the sufficient information that pretty much all of them are over there A main. With how proactive SMG is playing in mid and, of course, A long. Exactly where they are, but will they be able to thwart off the defensive lockdown? That Venn diagram is going to be right there as Blaze Predator taking down Egoist.
Yeah, Blaze does get that kill, but unfortunately, since the lockdown is into play, it does get in the way. And now Blaze gonna have those jazz hands, looking to dance on the round. Luckily, no one gonna be his partner there, and he will survive for now. So in the end of that Venn diagram, we get one thing in the middle, and that will be Egoist and his demise. But Lexi, he has found 2 so far, and he slashed it though with the refrag, but it has evened up the odds here between Boom and SMG. Zesbu misses the shot. Great call though with the blast back to move on by, and Blaze right now even catching out JD Faker. Seems like Boom has a handle on this A site.
Blaze Predator going to be planning a spike. It's going to be a 2v2 here, particularly going for the retake with an operator is a bit more challenging. So I wonder if Zesbu will be swapping guns right here. Fall gets spotted out as NC Slasher takes him down. It's all going to be down to Zesbu.
Second time that's happened. Recon Bolt, ooh, shiny little thing. Let me shoot it. And someone shoots him in the head instead. So unfortunate there for our Brimstone. And now it's all up to Zesbu. Can he clutch things out? Very, very difficult waters though, as these positions now for Boom gonna be pretty much substantial. But as I say that, NC Slasher, a little too eager, decides to hop on top. It does die because of it. Now double cloud burst and dashes on the way. Seems like time is gonna be ticking on away, and Boom will take one more score to their checkbox and one more score in this match.
It was looking pretty straightforward during the beginning of the round, but then they scattered because of the lockdowns, and that really worked towards their favor here. As we take a look at this replay, Lexi was able to get 2K, but Slasher was there to answer back. In the end, Zesbu was just outnumbered 3-1. Too tall in order for him to clutch that out.
Way too many to handle. And Lexi has done such a good job in holding that Cubby. Even though he fell that fight, he still got 2 kills in a row and made it the 3v3 doable for SMG. Unfortunately, it was just Boom opening up A sites, and it was their round to take anyway. Now Boom tried to mix it up with the Omen waiting on the other side. Thing is though, he doesn't have the From the Shadow, so he can't really TP if ever. And the smoke's now going to be in the way. Turret going to be there. Looks like Team SMG, they're trying to play a bit of that orb control. Zesbu, does he just need that pixel? It's a Durking, as well as NC Slasher getting on the board. Great kills there by the duelists. They see A side, it's a free path to take, and they are on it already.
Oh, the timing for Zesbu was just not there. He was holding it tightest of angles, but just backfired completely as Durking made that opening kill. Ear's going to be planning the spike. You have free reign over the site for now. But Lexi looks like he's going to be initiating this retake attempt.
He's going to be trying as hard as he can alongside Team SMG. And here we go with a Killjoy right now. Over to the high ground. Lexi, though, Here comes the Boombot, looking to say hello, look to scout things around, take a tour onto A, and enjoy the sights and sounds. And the Egoist, he's always such a cheeky player, taking advantage of any distraction, whether it be utility or a player for his team. Lexi though on the board again. Here comes the showstopper right now. JD Faker will survive, and NC Slasher caught in the corner as Lexi blows him up. SMG now with the cleanup crew. Demolitions will be cancelled because Team SMG gets another round on the board.
That's just the cleanest of retakes. Really good performance showing there from SMG. Boom Esports, though, I mean, I guess it could have boiled down to a better post plant right here, as it became multiple 1v1s instead of pressing their man advantage right there. Egoist being able to bag those 2K really turned the tide for them.
Ultimate opportunist though for Egoist, the timings for the Killjoy. But then again, when you have a showstopper like that and you know your opponents are down in hell, that corner will be the last thing that they can actually stay on. So it's a little unfortunate that AoE just blowing up the opposition. But in any case, it's now SMG in control of this first half. Boom. And have a few rifles into play, but there's only a stinger here for NC Slashers, really trying to force things out and buy whatever they can buy at this point. But then again, it's still SMG now, operator in hand, and fall. He is not afraid to push. He just wants to go for it, and he catches that asterisk already. The read on the read, and that's the thing here for SMG. When they notice something Boom has done, and it doesn't even really do anything for the round previously, they still look into it. And when they got the scout a while ago on the Omen, they said, okay, maybe he'll do it again. Fall, takes advantage, and great proactivity there from the defense.
Yeah, really, that's a distinct hallmark of their playstyle. Just gaining a lot of map real estate and denying a lot of information from their opponent while doing so. And as the Killjoy over here places that lockdown, and Dern King will be taking down Lexi, but will it be enough to be able to take the site here? Again, NC Slasher only with a stinger at hand.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, great call though with that lockdown. They knew that corner was the only place someone can hide in, and Lexi gonna get spammed down to oblivion. So Spike is gonna get planted here. And SMG on the high ground yet again. Rafters is really their staging ground by this point. But at the same time, the door can be busted down by the Jet as well as the Silva turret there. Gonna be into play. Zespu though, seeing a little bit of Blaze, and that's enough to get that takedown. Eagles right now looking for another target. We'll have to drop down to find one more. NC Slasher with a kill, but it's SMG still making the cleanup happen. And Team SMG, if they are really looking for that real estate, gotta contact the Homeowners Association because I want a piece of that. And SMG now is up by 5 coming into the last round of the first half.
Honestly, I wasn't expecting a scoreline like this from this matchup in this first half. But Boom Esports, you know, they tried the same execute pretty much twice in a row, going for that double hell post plant, just not working out for them at all. So let's see if they can do something else. Perhaps they might want to try going to B site. Seems like they were more successful trying to take B as opposed to A.
Yeah, and the thing here is, I feel like for Team SMG, every round is an instance to learn. And they're learning the trends right now of Team Boom. What they usually do is adjust really and react to what SMG is trying to do. But SMG is the one being very proactive. But in this case, Blaze with the punish really goes to show that Boom has a handle on what Team SMG can do. But SMG, the variety has been showing different antics at different times. And this time, it's an arsenal here for Zespu. He has a rifle, he has an operator. He is thinking about the shot. He also has another weapon so, which will be the Blade Storm, but the Dern King will be able to fend him off. And now here comes Boom, but Lexi still the Cubby God to remember, and he is holding steadfast. He has gotten 3, and no one can touch this Cubby except Lexi.
Yeah, Lexi, the Cubby God. It's just absolutely incredible how he can hold down that angle with such precision right there. I mean, the challenge of playing proactively, just like what SMG is doing right now, is that it's always a gamble. You can always get double peaked by the opponent unknowingly. But so far, it's been working out pretty well for them because they're so damn good at winning those important duels. Asterisk going to be left to his own devices over there, trying to retrieve the spike here in Cubby. Now, Lexi is on 4 HP. Still winnable for Asterisk.
Yeah, it's all eyes on him, and he has to, from the shadows, to try and bait out the opposition if ever. Lexi, though, he has a sliver of HP. He wants to stay alive to try and fight back. But the door gonna get closed. He's making some noise just to TP over to the other side. But SMG, they already have an inkling of that plan. Asterisk gonna be putting this down. He's the lead one on the low ground. Has to be careful as SMG looking to double things up.
Probably Lexi's going to go in first and try to go for that bait, but as Egoist will be making short work of Asterisk in the end, definitely going for that defuse. Pretty clean round in the end. I mean, it was pretty back and forth, but...
The baits. And that's really the thing. I was able to talk to Egoist the other day, and he was telling me about one thing that Team SMG is willing to do for him. They're actually willing to set themselves up as a bait like that, just for him to find the opportunity to get that kill. And we saw Egoist take advantage of that time and time again. It doesn't need to be the life of a player. He just uses that little bit of utility, little bits of space, and he finds a target to kill. In that case, though, Lexi was like, I have
4 HP.
How
might
much
as well.
HP? Yeah, I might as well try this. And
Might
he's
as well
like,
go in.
hey, hello, I'm here. Ring. I am right here on the other side. And Egoist, he says, the trap has been set. The bait is there. Time to get to work. So SMG up by 6, 9-3. A very, very dominant scoreline so far. And really goes to show that this SMG squadron is very, very proactive and very, very, I say, versatile on the fly.
And of course, them being a wild card challenger pretty much. Here, the Valorant Masters... just goes to show, it proves that they deserve, to be here. And time and time again, they just show that what they're capable of doing. And it's really challenging to play how they play. But they do it so well, so gracefully. And it's all because of their outstanding mechanical skill as well. Let's see what they do here in the pistol round in the second half.
Yeah, it's time now for SMG to show us what they got on the pistol. And of course, he got Zespew playing that Frenzy as per usual. Probably one of his favorite guns in his arsenal. Now he's trying to knife this door to oblivion. Hates the door. Get out of my way, door. Just trying to cut it up as much as possible. But boom, they have set one up on B site with the Killjoy. The Omen and the Sova are on duty here on A. And I think here for SMG, if they find an opening onto a site, they will just rotate accordingly. Bit of a fake action also, but here comes the noise already. NC Slasher trying to hold the line, but the Boombot will say hello. And staying in the corner like that, gonna be your own demise as SMG right now making some noise on B side, as well as no bonus points for taking both sides whatsoever. But SMG still want to do it. A Dern King though with the kill on to JD Faker. And SMG right now playing a bit of a lurk here with the Killjoy Spike though. Gonna get planted now by SMG, and Egoist. Does the opportunity come? He has the shot, he gets it there, and SMG will simultaneously get those kills to wrap up the round.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see Egoist on that lurk. Definitely an opportunist. You're right about that one. Pretty interesting to see as well that SMG on how they took that site. It was sort of like a double fake. They were both on A short as well as B main with the spike. And then as soon as they got an opening kill onto B, they quickly rotated to A as well. Definitely keeps your opponent guessing as to what exactly they're doing. But it's working out pretty well. Again, it's very calculated, very graceful type of strategy playstyle we're seeing here.
Yeah. Would you like to play a game, said Egoist, step into my lair, and it just is so very hard to look at every single direction in that case. Egoist playing a very smart game, and he's rewarded for it, and giving Team SMG even more rounds in this firefight. But boom, you can never count these guys out. Even though they've seen some domination, they've also been dominated before. This is a team that will not lose morale no matter what. So Asterisk, he's man on a mission. We've seen the crazy things he can do with this Bucky. Short range, mid range, all lethality there from the Omen, and the first kill goes here for Boom.
Oh, that Bucky is just so scary right there, especially coming in from the a save round right there. So you definitely can't count them out just yet. SMG in the lead, 10-3, but definitely not an insurmountable one. Although Boom has the work cut out for them here. It's going to be an uphill battle from then on, especially if they don't take this round. Now they do have the man advantage, so, not the worst of scenarios just yet.
And they still have those Buckies, so it really is going to be a tough task to get onto those sites. But in any case, SMG is at it, and Lexi last backing his way through the speedway. But Eeyore on the other side, JD Faker going to be going on down there. It seems like for Boom, they're trying to scrounge a few guns here, there, and everywhere. Incendiary grenade bouncing on around, and SMG now gonna be stuck in the pit. Can they survive though against the fury of Boom? It is gonna be a good start here for Lexi, trying to move on closer and closer to the outside. Here in Blaze already gonna be going on down. Apparently these Predators are prey instead, and Lexi, he's holding steadfast yet again. He's gotten a triple kill, and in every single instance we've seen Lexi, he takes people down in those spots before his fall. But Asterisk still, Bucky is his signature gun by this point. You've seen him dominate with this gun here, the Masters, but can he actually do it again? He's creeping on around though, trying to get closer and closer. Time is ticking. The Brimstone will see him. There we go with the Killjoy and Egoist. Great call there to move on a bit further than that. The Killjoy will survive, and SMG will take the round again.
Boom Esports in the last one, that they went for the 4, so economically they're still going to be broken. Coming in from here, Asterisk was off to a great start, catching the opponent off guard with a Bucky, but you know, they answer back as well. Lexi just being such a force to be reckoned with, an insurmountable wall over here on the Speedway. Just sealed the deal for SMG right there.
It just feels like he's really one of those real estate agents, and as soon as he puts the for sale sign down, he's the one waiting for someone to come. Time and time again, on the defense, it was the Cubby in that post plant on the Speedway, and really has been such a rock here for Team SMG. And we do hear the SMGs from SMG. They want to run and gun their way to victory. Rifle still for 4 inside the Boom, and a third King using that extra firepower anyway. 3 kills already for Team Boom. They see SMG walking into the middle, more like running into the middle, honestly. But with all that noise, it seems like in the silence at the end, it's Boom having the advantage.
Fall going to be on that Frenzy. Egoist on a Spectre. You know, not looking good for them so far. This is a bonus round, I do believe, for Team SMG. The Spike is caught between a rock and a hard place over there on the mid lane. It's going to be pretty challenging for them to retrieve this. But as Egoist is able to procure a rifle, might be able to make something out of this very dire situation.
Might as well take it. It's on the ground. It's free real estate, and they want to go for it yet again. But for now, we're going to be seeing that public market, the area of engagement perhaps. Egoist, though, waiting for someone to come. And Nancy Slasher going to be falling there alongside ER. Great call by Egoist. He found the targets. He was able to check out the left and right at those right timings. But unfortunately for him, it's a Blaze in the middle, hiding behind that small little wishing well. The Sova gonna give Boom another chance in another round.
Definitely an expensive round for Boom as well. That was their full buy round. Now they're still gonna be perhaps on half armors, but otherwise gonna be on rifles as well. SMG this time around, they're gonna have equal firepower. So this one could actually bring them to match point. Lexi having that showstopper online as well could definitely start things off.
Yeah, that's the thing there, Vim. Team SMG, learning on the fly. They realized what the setup was there for Team Boom, and Egoist just on his own, able to shut them down as soon as Boom decided to go for the remix repeats. In this case now, SMG will actually have their own kind of audio track here, and it seems like this song will be back into the middle yet again. A repeat of some good times for the side of Team SMG, and they want to run it down and find those takedowns. B-side now right for the taking, as here comes Team SMG. Boom bots though making some noise. Showstopper now hit the play, and even if we see NC Slasher get that takedown off Lexi, it's fall burning down ER there. NC Slasher though with another one on the board, but Brimstone is not done yet. And SMG, after all is said and done, they are gonna be looking to put the spike down. Oh, fall does cancel it. Feels like it's a bit too dangerous because he hears a Darwell King running on around with those blades, and the spike now gonna get planted finally by Team SMG.
Darwell King, though, with only 28 HP left on the board, gets spotted by that recon. Do you have enough information? But does he know Fall is right there below? Oh, he does!
Paranoia perfectly placed, but JD Faker, he tried to go for a last stand, but a Darwell King moves over to the other side of that boathouse, and in that peekaboo entrance, it was enough for him to get that kill. But the timing was so perfect for a Darwell King. He knew he got scanned, and he was waiting for that moment Paranoia to connect near the edge of the site. From that point on, he dropped down right behind his opponent, just stabbed him with a number of knives, and Boom, still in this game.
Definitely see such incredible game sense right there, as Fall was in a very good position right under B site, but Darwell King was able to anticipate that right after that Paranoia. And of course, he was able to secure the round right there.
I just love Fall. He crouched walk. He said, okay, if I get to this corner, maybe I'll be okay. Maybe I'll be fine. And just behind him, he basically becomes a porcupine of knives. It's so unfortunate as the Brimstone has been popping off and getting those takes anyway. But SMG, they still need 2 rounds now to win out this map. But Boom is fighting for it time and time again. No stranger to the clutch and no stranger whatsoever at playing from behind. Boom Esports is. And they're going to be trying to do it again. Guns, though, are in favor for Boom, as SMG going to be having the shares for this game. They also will have the Blade Storm if they need it.
And this is more reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. SMG playing the patience game. And if there's anything we learned from their playstyle, they're not afraid to wind down the clock, especially during these eco rounds. They're going to try to get a pick or perhaps find a gun to swap with. And there's still plenty of time, 50 seconds left on the clock, but the spike is already making its way to a main right there. Zespio, though, does have that Blade Storm, but Lexi's going to be taken down by Eeyore.
Yeah, good catch there by the Killjoy, preventing any kind of lurk shenanigans. And that is going to be the Raze already going down. The rest of Team SMG stacking around on A sites. This A main might be the last thing these guys see, because this is dark cover getting in the way yet again. Asters, though, he knows his spot, and he's waiting to find a target. He already puts Egoist in a critical situation. He also puts JD Faker at low HP, and there we go. Asters cleaning up house, but Fall, and Zespio, these guys have been clutch, and they're doing it yet again. 2v2, Showstopper, though, is unleashed, and NC Slasher able to drop down behind the boxes to stay alive. Can he actually survive against the Jet, though, who has a gun? Time now has wound on down. Boom will not only get the round, but they'll also get that kill, and what an explosive finish to that round.
Now, you guys might be wondering why Asterisk was sticking to that Bucky despite having enough economy to buy a rifle, and we saw the very reason why. That guy is up to no good over there at A-Main with that shotgun. I knew it was going to be a disaster for SMG as soon as it came out of that smoke. Boom Esports hanging on, 6-11 now. Definitely getting, inching closer for this to be a tie game. Momentum is on their side, but SMG now with full buys themselves, no doubt they can make an adjustment here.
Yeah, but their SMG, their money is in the pits after this one. So it goes to show that Boom is looking to play that economical game and learn from their mistakes from yesterday. They had such a difficult time getting any kind of arsenal in their last instance on Ascent, and now they're really learning from it. Not only that, it's Asterisk interestingly enough picking up the Bucky when he doesn't really need to, per se. Like, there are rounds where it's 4 rifles plus that Bucky. Asterisk really a star on that gun, but Fall from the high ground, drops on down after the kill there onto Durnking. Beautiful shot there, but really, Boom, they know their sins from the past and they have learned from it, but can they keep it up and get back the momentum? They already have a little bit more on this half, but they're still trying to survive, especially as SMG is so close to that win.
For the side of SMG, they do have a lot in their arsenal. They do have the lockdown Hunter's Fury and Orbital Strike right here as Lexi takes down Blaze Predator with a swift shot to the head. Lockdown is in place. Should be pretty straightforward to execute onto B site right now. It's going to be tough for Boom to try and retake this.
Yeah, that lockdown just in the way, but Asterisk! Look at him decide to play from the shadows, and behind that shed, it's just gonna be enough to get that takedown and break the lockdown at the same time. Now Boom will say it's our turn to put up this dome, but Egoist does get killed off the ear, and SMG decide to go for the push instead. Time is running out, and SMG making some space for themselves to actually put the spike down. They've gotten the kills, and it's all up to Asterisk now. He got a really clutch play a while ago, but can he do the 1v4? It's Espedo waiting on the other side, and Asterisk now gonna get on the board. Low HP for that Jet. Easy takedown for the Omen, but the turret now confirming his location. Not only that, the Recon Bolt is spying on him by this point. No privacy whatsoever for Asterisk. He's trying to mow down there near the edge of that shed. In this case now, the Omen, this is going to be so difficult for him, Bim. Immediately as I say that, Lexi, he's like a tree. When you put him in a spot, he just roots himself, and he is just nigh unstoppable. 21 kills on the Raze, and it's match point here for Team SMG.
Definitely a standout performance right up there with Fall in this game. Asterisk here, he came in the nick of time to destroy that lockdown, but it was just the rest of his team, fell to the hands of SMG as he was able to come in clutch. So SMG just keeping on, sustaining their momentum here. showing how malleable they are, how they're able to adapt on the fly as soon as Boom started to get a number on them.
Yeah, and SMG having a bit more speed in their versatility and their adaptability. It really does feel like that is the biggest strength right now SMG has in this matchup. But Boom, the other thing they have though is that Bucky God and Asterisk. He just finds another target with that gun. Egoist though in the meantime finding another opportunity to get on the board. 4v4, B sites might be the take here as Boom, they not only have less members on that side of the map, but also the Killjoy is set up by the Cubby instead.
Yeah, A could be pretty much right for the taking here. It did get a whiff of that information that there's 2 over there in B. So this could definitely be a more straightforward attack here. But Asterisk, 12 HP with a Bucky though. Might be able to take one down with him. So got to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, of course, you already know his distance is already pre-calculated. He's gotten some rulers down. He put it on his monitor and he said, this is how far I can be to actually make the Bucky count. But the Hunter's Fury has been unleashed and the lightning spikes are coming here. JD Faker though with the takedown. You're gonna fall. Ego is also now with the take on to Astros as well. But SMG, they're being fended off here by Blaze. But SMG now having the advantage. Spike, big put down. Alarm bot there on the high ground. Ego still with only 4 HP. And all eyes on Adern King for this fight. Can he find the winds of victory behind him as the shock bolt is unleashed? And Egoist, he just gets surprised there by Blaze. Beautiful bounces by the Sova. But Lexi now with a catch onto the jet. And from below, it's Cespew waiting, watching, and giving SMG this map win.
You know what, Daks? You know, I'm kind of thinking, is Ascent just not Boom's map? Or did we perhaps have something wrong with our predictions in terms of power ranking between SMG and Boom Esports? You know, maybe it's just not their map. I was thinking, why did they pick Ascent after such a performance from yesterday? Clearly, they did learn from their past mistakes. And, you know, that's a mark of a great team, being able to learn on the fly in a very quick manner, just over 24 hours. But in the end, still not really stepping up to the plate here.
Yeah, 24 hours, very commendable. They knew what their problem was the last time on Ascent and they fixed it. But then you look at the other side, and these guys, they don't learn in a day. They learn in 90 seconds. Every single round was a performance for Team SMG to show the versatility, to show how adaptive they could be, and how much they could change in the game itself. And every little bit of proactivity they were able to do. Boom. They were reading the opposition, seeing the great book of Team SMG, but SMG, it seems like these guys just had the cliff notes the whole time. They had the summaries, they had even insights onto the authors, and Boom just losing out in momentum because of that. Boom putting up such a good fight though, time and time again. You can really see they still know how to play that map between the Bucky and the beautiful bolts that we could see there. Also from Blaze, it just was Boom showing up and getting a good performance. But SMG, their opportunities were there. They took it. They found the aggression. They found the pushes. And of course, the performance as well as the tree set up by the Rays. He was just a garden there. The Garden of Lexi is probably the newest attraction there.
Just a stronghold literally by his lonesome time and again. And also, even Egoist, he's able to lock down those sites all by himself as well. Again, a great thing about SMG is that how autonomous their lineup is.
And there we go. Team SMG taking that first map, but we will be right back for the second one in just a bit. Don't go away.
show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba
Wow, what an awesome start to our second semi-final today. Team SMG taking out the first map. I'm not surprised considering I was one of the ones who actually tipped them, unlike some of the others here on the desk. Guys, SMG off to a great start. Can they complete it? Can they make it 2-0, Asurai?
For me, I think they can really set the pace here and keep the momentum rolling going into the second map, which is Bind. We saw SMG, not the iteration of SMG that relies on Zesbu, but the iteration of SMG that uses Zesbu and everybody pops off with him. And they were just fantastic on that one. Zcasters talked about it, where Lexi was just holding short by himself, Zesbu peeking out dynamically on A main and B main and always getting the frags that he needs. And that definitely solidified and allowed them to finish off the first half with, I think, a 9-3. And that was really an achievement considering Boom was their opponent.
Honestly, I think it has a little bit more to do with Boom playing very weird on Ascent than SMG really performing. I think that's more of the story here for me because, first of all, if we look at the maps that happened yesterday with them and Bren, this is where they got stomped by Bren, and it looks like on their map pick, I just don't know why that they would try to recreate this. Very confusing, I think, for me, why they would go for Ascent. Bind's going to be a little bit tougher as well, especially since it is SMG's map pick. So yeah, I think 2-0, it's looking quite likely, but let's not forget, they did well on Bind too yesterday, Boom. So it might just be a repeat where it goes stomp and then the other team stomps into the next game.
Could very well be. I mean, as you said, yeah, we saw it yesterday where map picks were sort of traded, teams winning on the opponent map. 13-6 though, great scoreline for SMG. And I guess, continuing on with this map discussion, Asurai, they should be confident they're going into their map pick. They have to.
Yeah, for sure. And that is going to be, I think, something to look forward to because SMG, they really just like to go for these, make sure we can set our stuff first before we take the site. No matter how many members are left between us, we're still able to translate that into us taking the site and getting those Ws. And since this is their map pick, they are going to be starting on the attacking team. And we saw how well they played yesterday when Zesby was just leading the charge. This was the map that Zesby got 30 plus kills. And if you can, replicate that once again, well, Boom are in for a wild reckoning.
Yeah, I think it's more than likely going to be a 2-0 here. But who knows? Honestly, one thing I did really want to point out here, on the side of Boom, there was a lot of confusion post-plants. That's where they lost a lot of the rounds. And conversely, SMG showed us clean retake after retake. Never afraid of playing from behind. They always gave up B site. They were never afraid to lose B site or A site for that matter. And they won. Even if the rounds got scrappy, they prevailed in the end.
It's already been a discussion point, but we'll, of course, have a bit more of a deep dive into this next map. It is, of course, going to be the selection from SMG, Bind. But what does, I guess, in a way, need to happen for Boom Esports to take Bind away from SMG, Asurai?
They cannot allow SMG to set themselves up. That's always been the issue when teams were going up against SMG. They always gave SMG some breathing space. They always gave them time to kind of, ready, pounce, and go. And if we can see Boom kind of go aggressive, which what we saw, when they went up against Bren, it should be no problem for them. But SMG is so quick and can really just step up the pace. But we did see some rounds on that Ascent map where Asterisk, as well as other members of Boom, were able to sneak in and basically get some nice little flanks. That is very possible coming in to this particular map where Bind is really, really punishing if you're not able to figure out the angles, especially when you're coming in from around the map. It's really, really strong, and lurkers can have a field day here.
I'm actually going to disagree. I think that, well, I'm going to agree on the point that they have been letting other teams, SMG has been let to play their own game. But I think instead of aggression, I feel like certain map control would be better for them, especially on the defensive side. If they can bring the fight to SMG, especially on really key points of map control, talking about B long, talking about showers here, if they can control the important parts of the map early on, I think they're really going to be able to dictate the pace of the match, which is what they sorely lacked in the previous game.
Bit of a split here on the desk, so why don't we get some more opinions in the mix? We're ready to go into game number 2. Let's throw it back over to your casters.
Well, the last time we saw Team SMG on Bind, how long did that go, Mr. Bim? That was like a triple overtime that kept going and going and going. But that was, of course, in a post-plant versus post-plant kind of lineup, so you can really expect that that spike was the contention point. But in the meantime, we'll look at Boom. They just dominated, they showed up, they got even the Bucky to get so much value, and I wouldn't be surprised if Boom had a better handle coming into this map pick, and will it actually be a map pick for a map pick situation? But here we are, second map coming our way. It's Boom versus SMG. SMG, though, is on match point. If they win this one, Bim, they are moving on to the grand finals to face off against X10.
This could very well be a 2-0 in favor of SMG. This is their map pick, and then time will tell. We're going to see more of those post-plant shenanigans into Agent Select right here. SMG doesn't seem like it's going to be...
A little bit. There's a Brimstone, and you all know fall. As soon as B site has been planted, he's like,
he's gonna line up those mollies.
He's gonna go by the Master's billboard, and he's gonna be like, I'm gonna stay here and wait for someone to come. And that's the thing. Now, SMG, they brought out those post-plant situations yesterday, and boom, I wouldn't be surprised if they studied those positions, studied those defaults, and they would actually work to worm their way into those spots. But SMG changing it up, it seems like Egoist gonna be on that Cypher instead. And I guess the adjustments there from SMG keep continuing. Thing is, though, last time I saw from Team SMG for Bind also, it just wasn't the best performance from everyone, but Zesbu, he really willed his team to victory. He was supported, though, by the Breach and the Sova quite a lot in that scenario, and everyone who has gotten momentum from that first map will have to will it into the second, or else we might see another Boom domination on the map like this. But Boom versus SMG, map number 2 in our second semifinal. This might be the last map of our night. Will we go into a map number 3? We'll find out, because this series is only heating up even more so.
You know, Boom really struggled during their attack phase in the previous round. And I really think the key to success for Boom Esports here is for them to be able to punish the proactivity that SMG is just so known for as of this moment. If they're going to be starting, if they're going to be swapping over to the offensive phase later, I think that's going to be a key to success. But, you know, they've known to be more successful on defense. They are starting on the defensive side this time around. Let's see if SMG can bring the fight to them.
Yeah, double duelist though versus double duelist, double intel versus double intel, and Brim versus Brim. So more or less a mirror matchup, but of course, Zesbu will stick around with his signature jet, loves that mobility. A Dern King flexing on over, knowing how to play those flashes, gonna be on the Phoenix instead. So here we are, smokes are abound as it is gonna be Team SMG on the attacking side first. They're already going for the shower take, but a great molly there from Asterisk to get in the way. Aldrone right now, gonna get a bit of the spots, but the fires and the flames are just in the way for now.
Yep, the molly takes 10 years, but as I say that, they're going to be going in. Lexi taking down Asterisk.
SMG, they're on sites and ready to pounce. Third King go on the other side. NC Slasher playing by the last, but the Egoist, he has the angle and he has that takedown anyway. The Third King now flashing and dashing, trying to move on around, looking to find a target or two. This time, no curveballs means no ways to fight back. And SMG clean up house. A quick take here from SMG as soon as the fire was gone. It seems like the embers of SMG was ready to trailblaze yet again.
That was a pretty cool take. You know, all things considered, SMG, typically when a team enters a site, you expect everyone to go running in guns blazing, right? But what SMG did there, they entered the site, each one of them took on a different angle behind cover, and it was on Boom Esports to try and thwart them. But one by one, they were taken out, as of course SMG had pretty much every angle covered. Really smart play. And again, not every day that you see pistol rounds go through showers like that.
Yeah, and even with that incendiary, Boom just unable to get the right positions at the right time. SMG, they had that intel early on, and that was enough for them to make it happen. Interesting enough though, Egoist, he has his own kind of fortifications by the fountain, and he takes care of two, but Eeyore will get that takedown, and now a gun in the hands of Team Boom. SMG though is now on the hunt, and that's the thing. If we see the Cypher setting up from that far, and Boom is actually going to be pushing it, then SMG has a handle and has an idea of how far and how deep Boom has gone in position, and they can actually go to A site instead.
Did do a bit of a force here. Asterisk finding value off that Bucky onto Zespio. Will he find another one? He goes down to the hands of Foul. Lexi with 7 HP left as JD Faker will be getting the spike down.
When I see Asterisk though with that Bucky, I'm always expecting a kill. It's a little different compared to everyone else, and he's really put on such a star performance with that economical gun. But in this case though, it's all up to Eeyore now. He got the kill a while ago onto Egoist, who made the last stand at the fountain, trying to make a wish and trying to survive, but unfortunately couldn't do so. But can the Cypher make it happen? No, let's see. The tree is still there, Vim, and apparently even in Desert Sands, this guy can bloom like a defender like that.
Yep, always reliable. Lexi just looking absolutely on fire today. SMG is looking a lot more powerful today compared to yesterday. Perhaps a bit of a morale boost coming into this.
Exactly. This team, they knew that they could fight against the best, but they didn't expect it as soon as the bracket came out. But lo and behold, they are here. And that's the thing. They lost a number of days of scrim time because of the sudden impact of their journey to the Masters. And they're still showing up. This team has really been one of the best in the scene. And SMG is proving it right now that no matter how late they are to this setup, they're ready to pounce. But Boom, you can never count these guys out. They've always been a stalwart of the Indonesian scene and the SCA as a whole region. SMG right now, they're still trying to make this push happen. Guns abound though for Team Boom. They have the 4 rifles, 1 Bucky setup as per usual in the bonus round for Team SMG.
I mean, I gotta give it to Blaze Predator. He's always finding those open kills, those first blood kills. Very, very impactful. But really, it's up to the rest of his team, and they're able to capitalize on that early round advantage. Eeyore, very cheeky camera angles. I like it. I'm learning.
I'm learning. Put that one in the notes, Bim. You can add that to
note that down.
The Cypher Cam Vyminal Edition. Step 1, put it behind the solar panels. Step 2, win the game. But that's the thing, though. Blaze has really been not only the intel king here for the side of Boom, but he's also been the clutch king time and time again. When in doubt, look at Blaze to figure something out. But right now, he is just going to figure out that his life is already forfeit with the fires and the nades and even the lightning getting in his way. Asterisk, though, he doesn't care about that cyber cage because all he needs is a clear shot. And Zesby going to go down. Ear also on the board. JD Faker does find that target, but NC Slasher will trade him up. And that's all eyes on Egoist. He's running out of time, and he wants to fight someone here. It's 1v3. The Cypher might not stand a chance against the Bucky, and Asterisk, come on, he just knows this so very well. The distance has been measured, and right now, another shot for Team Boom to get that 3rd round turnaround.
Looks like that Bucky has a ruler attachment right there. Just so efficient with that
here.
gun.
Stay here.
Stay here. You know, there's a marker on where the effective damage range is for Asterisk. He's still going to be sticking to that, perhaps, or maybe he's going to be choosing to upgrade. Not quite sure just yet. But Boom Esports finally on the map. Pretty decent from them so far. That was a pretty good defensive effort.
Okay, I'm going to answer your question now here, Vim. And that, look, Asterisk is back on the Bucky because he bought a gun for one of his teammates. So yes.
You see, yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah.
See, this is what they're learning from their previous mistakes in this previous series, but it really is also because Asterisk is just so good on that Bucky. He is so reliable on it. He knows how to position himself, and this gives Boom a bit of that boon since they have a free gun if ever they need so. Because of the economy that the Brimstone can actually get, but the scan still connects onto Eeyore. Great angle there being taken by JD Faker, and Zesby now gonna get that takedown. Plant is coming, and Blaze inside the smoke, still gonna get sprayed anyway. And the spike has been planted. SMG, a powerhouse on that B site. And hey, look at it. Fall. He's back in position.
He's ready for it. He's ready for it.
I know the lineup. I'm gonna dunk it. Go
So
ahead.
whatever time that Boom Esports has to defuse a spike, minus 20 seconds instantly.
Yeah, just don't bother anymore. Maybe look for a few kills here and there. A Dern King will be hungry to get that takedown. Asterisk in the meantime. Thing is, the Brimstone, he has nothing to lose, so he just wants to maybe get the exit if ever. He also will try to retrieve a gun, maybe. Thing is, though, didn't spend too much. Of course, he did buy that rifle, but his gun arsenal right now, well, he's saving the Bucky, interesting enough. And that's going to be all she wrote. Team SMG. Just the mere presence. And one win condition they have with a lineup like this is get that plant and just run away.
And, that's what they showed yesterday. You wouldn't be surprised, if they keep on doing that, especially Falfafal just being so advanced into getting into position right there for the lineup. But I got to give it to Zespio and Lexi right there. There's just such a masterful take onto the site. It was just so coordinated, and that's why it's so hard to sort of respond to that kind of aggression.
And the big thing though was that hit onto the Cypher, JD Faker, giving that tag and getting the intel despite all the obstruction. So there you have it. NC Slash though, wanting to play the aggro. Boom. SMG on the other side. If he just shoots once, he would have gotten a takedown, but he doesn't know that as of yet because Zesview not exposing his position whatsoever. Great play there by the Jet, playing patiently. And, I've been doing the math while we are waiting for this round to really get underway. I think Asterisk, he did come up ahead by saving that since, of course, he still had his armor anyway. Maybe, 200, 300? I don't know. The math is hard, guys. Calculators are, of course, difficult. But what is difficult here for Team SMG is how sure they're going to be stacking this B long angle. But the Dern King now with a curveball, and Fall gets on the board against Blaze, and Zespy with a punish. Even though the Brimstone did fall, it's SMG protecting their own. And for now, it's SMG with the advantage. Oh, and see Slasher and Eeyore, they hold the line. And Team Boom will still survive for now. Beautiful swing though over to the left-hand side. He's spraying the Cubby, and that's enough for Boom to make it happen again.
Eeyore standing his ground, becoming a bastion of strength in and of himself right there. A bit of a questionable play from a Dern King, seeing 4 over there onto Belong, still going for that gunfight. But, he was managed to take down 1 at least, as Eeyore just cleaned up the rest of the round here.
Really smart play from Eeyore. Usually in those angles you have 2 people, but he said, I can be the crossfire on my own. And he took advantage of the dash, took advantage of the cloudburst, and now he stopped fragging for the side of Boom because of that play. So Boom Esports, we always mentioned that this team can really dig deep and come on back and still be in the fight. Expecting now maybe a close margin yet again between these 2 teams unless we see one of them pull away. For now, SMG, they are going to have the guns available. It's still going to be rifles abound as they are trying to poke at A site.
JD Faker could make something happen with that Hunter's Fury. Oh, looks like Blaze will be the one to pull that one off.
Unleash the lightning, but Ego is able to dodge. And SMG, here we are, Vim. We're back to the slow play from Team SMG.
We're back to the patience game.
Yes.
And this is where they truly shine. And again, these tense moments wherein these opponent gets really, really antsy. And, it's just such a powerful mind game to play.
Yeah. So very true. But at the start of slow play, I don't feel that same kind of ants. I think it's really more of a slow burn kind of thing as Asterisk just finding Zespy immediately. NC Slash in the meantime, but busy with the paint shells, and Lexi will take advantage. Ego is also pushing on forward. Here we go with the Neural Tef into play, and the Dern King getting tagged already. Can he survive as the shower gonna get taken by the Brimstone? Foul from in behind. Egoist is just waiting for Eeyore, and the ultimate opportunist will strike again. Blaze though, seeing the white hat gone from the Cypher, will just shoot the Balaclava instead. And the Sova now on the high ground, being a watchtower on his own. The spike has been planted in SMG. They look for the lineup, and they're already prepared, but they still need to protect that ticking time bomb.
See if Blaze will actually get a pick here, but JD Faker will be at the ready. And as soon as SMG really switches gears, that's when things start to get really interesting. Again, they're very, very self-aware when their strategies don't work, when their playstyle doesn't work at this round. Then they tend to switch it up, on the next one. Then just keep trying different options until they actually pull it off, in which they did in that previous round.
Yeah, not only that, they are able to read Boom and their movement. They know what spots they haven't covered as of yet. And one of the biggest defining factors of the round was Fall taking that shower control away from Boom at the last moment. Even though Boom got the kills at the very start, it still was position key there for Team SMG. And now Boom, they're going to be taking the lead of Asterisk. They say, okay, let's go for the Buckies. We also have some Sheriffs just in case, but never count at Boom in an eco round.
Especially here that they're trying the same proactive playstyle we see from SMG. During these eco rounds, you can see them in very forward positions. It can, or it may or may not work out for them in the end. It's a bit of a gamble, but definitely on an eco round, you know, sometimes a gamble is the best play. Zespio slowly creeping up over here onto Hookah, it seems.
Yeah, just outside the entrance there. But that's the thing for Team Boom. These gambles are more like sure shots for them in the first place. So it's up to SMG to zone them out, make sure they have an understanding of what the arsenal for Boom is, and really flush out those Buckies in the first place. So Eeyore, just as
I like how everyone runs away after the initial Bucky shot, right?
That's a no right there. You hear the Bucky. That is not one doorway you can actually play into. But the other side is also going to be the same case. Blazed by the Garden. And apparently his fires are going to be enough to keep in position and lead him to get that takedown. Eeyore also taking the challenge and finding that target. But Fall now on the board. TP play here from Team SMG. And Boom immediately expecting if they've seen an SMG run it down before and try to move on the round. Because of the hot hands, it's SMG saying, okay, this round is over. Our play didn't work. Our TPs didn't work yet again. And this will be a great take by Team Boom, who has won out the round, but could not get too many guns out of that one. Oh, never mind. Fall. Beautiful shut down there onto Eeyore. And I think that's -1 rifle here for Boom.
And nevertheless, still a thrifty round for Boom. The Bucky, such an eco flipper, that guy. Just absolutely incredible to see. Sometimes ridiculous, but I mean, it works. It works.
900 credits just to do that. That's. I know if you get an ace, it pays for itself and more, and then you get the win money also. So it's a crazy gun in the hands of an expert. And it seems like Asterisk, he has rubbed off to the rest of the teammates and said, you know, guys, this is how we play the Bucky here. So SMG, they only have that one up. And the thing is, though, they don't want to be falling into the same trap they had yesterday. We saw the TP plays from SMG, and more often than not, it just didn't work. In this case, it is going to be the same kind of suffering for them. Fall, and Egoist looking to set something up here by Shorts, and the Cypher is just awaiting any kind of confirmation. As Asterisk, he's inside the smoke, backing on away. He knows that this is going to be panning out anytime soon.
Looks like Blade Storm is going to be out. Could be seeing some action very, very soon right now.
Oh, NC Slasher. He missed the shot. He probably skipped that class Asterisk was holding the other day. And unfortunately for him, that is going to be the demise of the Rays already. So one Bucky down, one Bucky to go. But rifles are going to be still a scary thing on the side of Boom. Running back is also available here for a Dern King if need be. And we'll see if Boom will change up the pace and try to play the aggro, as it is a Dern King looking for confirmation. And there we go. TP plays again from Team SMG.
Looks like B-side's going to be ripe for the taking, but Eeyore's going to be there to try and stall for time. Does manage to get Zespio right there. Is he going to be able to find a second one? Yes, he does.
Although on the high ground, but here comes Blaze. It's rotating already to the back of side. Asterisk even catching out the Brimstone there. And Fall, the last one to fall. Yet again, SMG. The teleporter plays are just not panning out for them in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think we noted yesterday as well that SMG was more successful when they actually just hard committed to a site. Perhaps that's what they should be doing here. But you got to give it to Eeyore. He was able to perhaps stall the offensive and make enough time for the rest of his teammates to rotate onto B-side. He did get a 2K right there. But of course, Asterisk is going to be finishing off the round with style points, mid-air Bucky shot at that.
That's just how he does it there. But NC Slasher has whipped out the operator, and Egoist is the first to notice. But Eeyore, you can never really count this guy out on these defenses. He loves to position himself in such good spots, and he always mixes it up to change up the pace of this game. Thing is, though, when SMG is ready for it, when they're not going for the TP play, they're prepared to try and get the tag with JD Faker. They're prepared to really throw out after utility.
Spike down,
But right
B.
now, they're just throwing their lives away against the operator. NC Slasher on the board 3 times in a row already. And this B site is held together by Team
One enemy
Boom.
remaining.
During King also taking down Foul.
No charges left.
Zespio able to answer back, but at this point in time, it's going to be nothing short of a miracle for him to be able to clutch this one out, despite having 40 seconds on the clock still.
Yeah. So difficult right now because he doesn't have that spike and he knows he's on the other side of the world by this point. And not only that, asterisk. This guy.
Who stays there?
He wants
stays
to.
there?
Now he doesn't have the
30
Bucky though,
seconds
Bim.
left.
So maybe Zespio will stand a chance. Maybe. Because there we go with the shot. And okay.
Oh, he
see,
actually
if he had
checks
the Bucky.
that. Okay.
Look, he's at 45 HP. If that was a Bucky, he would have been dead. So asterisk, come on.
Asterisk,
Bucky gameplay.
come on.
Let's go.
Step up.
Come on. Step up. I want the Bucky. But no, he has really been stepping up.
Oh, yeah.
All jokes aside. Okay, NC Slasher, thanks for finishing up the round. But he really knows how to hold those corners so very well.
Yeah.
And in that case, you needed that headshot, of course, with the Vandal. And he did fall into that fight, but still got the confirmation that the jet was coming from in behind. Great hold from NC Slasher. The operator is such a big game changer. And that's one thing you want to do in those situations, especially when Team SMG has the buys. Change the tempo with a sniper.
Yeah, I mean, definitely worked out for their favor. I want to see how SMG is going to play around that operator. Are they going to perhaps just, outman the operator, as of course the operator can't shoot down 3 targets at once. Seems like
You'd be
they're
surprised though. You'd be surprised. NC Slasher will do a double blast back hop and he'll find the lineup to get 3 with the Colat. But you were saying, Mr. Vim.
Yeah, I was saying, it seems like they're heavy stacking here. Perhaps, they do have the right idea. Try and outman, because if they split up and sort of peak individually, try to gain map control individually, it increases the odds of them getting picked off by the operator one by one.
Curveball though, out of nowhere, might be the big surprise. As here we go with a shower take from Team SMG. Astros in the meantime, here we go again with Incendiary. It just gets in the way. The shower is becoming a sauna by this point, as Zespio is just waiting for that fire to die on out. Ego is in the meantime waiting by short. Boom already getting that intel, getting confirmation that someone is inside, taking a little bit of a refresher. SMG, they're running out of time again, and it'll be dicey for them if they're forced to play the TP here.
It's like they're just waiting for that
30
smoke.
seconds left.
And of course, it looks like they're going to commit right here. Showstopper goes off, but does not connect. However, that one does.
Expecting that fast push, and NC Slasher whipped out the rockets, but the operator is the one that gets the kill. As I say that though, Ego, Shady Faker, and Lexi just getting on the board, running and gunning their way to victory. And Team SMG, they have set on up. Spike can get planted, and E are now helping out Blaze there to get rid of Fall. There was a scan onto the Spike planter, which was the Sova, but unfortunately couldn't get the wall banks into play. Scan though does get connection, and this time now, it's gonna be Team Boom having the angles. JD Faker still alive. Shock darts almost getting that kill. Second shock dart is coming, and there we have it. Blaze will shut that one down. ER though on the other side with the triple box, and he knows one's playing by the cubby, but Lexi, surprise, behind the boxes, and the paint shells are gonna get thrown, forcing ER to run on in. Ego is waiting on the other side, and SMG post-plat victory yet again, their style.
Yeah, really good play there. Just bursting onto site, waiting, winding down clock, using their patience to their advantage, and then of course, NC Slasher had a very good response there. Of course, just not enough to thwart that, multiple targets at once. So he's still going to be on that operator. Again, thanks to their economic buffer, having consecutive round wins. And of course, Asterisk saving a lot of eco for his team because he's stuck with the Bucky so many times. And one of the advantages, I guess, of having a player save multiple times.
And, the funny thing is, I was really talking to some of my friends, and I was joking about it the other day. If you have someone who's a god at the Bucky end or the Sheriff, you'll have a buffer of money just like that. And Boom is showing it here, that it actually works in Proceed. That's Blaze! He just lines up 2, and the Hunter's Fury is enough to get those takedowns. Zespio in the meantime, catching out Asterisk though from above. And SMG, they still have the spike, so they might still stand a chance at it. But already, Boom prepared to try and go for the retake. Curveball play there, though, exposing the Phoenix's position. And for now, SMG, they're trying to figure out what to do. And Fall. Will he get that angle against Heaven? seems like it's not the case.
I like what Boom Esports is doing here. They're just waiting for the plant. They're going for the retake. They know they have the man advantage. There's no reason for them to be overzealous and over peak at this point in time. SMG, pretty boxed in as of this moment. Dorn King might be spotted here.
Peek me? Peek me? Oh, it just says hello. A little howdy neighbor kind of situation. But now SMG, they know their hand is forced. They'll put that spike down. Thing is though, fall. What is that one little utility I see in his hands? It still is got to be that incendiary ready to go. So it might be a last stand here for Zespew. He's going to be buying some time, and he will be waiting for Team Boom to come. SMG, they might stand a chance at this if the Brimstone isn't spotted out anytime soon, but here comes Blaze already with the defuse, and here comes Incendiary. Will it be enough though to do the damage that needs to be done? No, it's not gonna happen. Boom will just shrug off the flames and also get the kills as well. They have learned from SMG's style, and they will come up ahead because of it.
Yeah, it was just a second off for a boy Fall right here. Yeah, very close match so far. Two teams just answering each other. Seesaw battle back and forth, but all things considered, both of them doing really well. Let's see though, as of course SMG coming into this round is at a gun disadvantage. This could be another round in favor of Boom Esports, bringing this to a 7-5 in the first half.
Gotta commend Boom though. The utter confidence to play post plant against SMG and their composition of choice is really a tough task to do, and they made it work. Even though they had enough advantage, they still knew what they had to handle. But for now, they're handling the hookah, and they know that this is gonna be an RSVP for them to enjoy. Boom Esports getting 3 so far. You're the only one to fall. He was even caught out by Asterisk here. All eyes on JD Faker, and with all those eyes watching the Sova, the pressure is too much, and Boom will pile on to be up by 2.
Clean end to the first half by Boom Esports to see if they can sustain their momentum. We know that they have had a bit of a problem on the offensive side, judging from their previous matches yesterday, and of course, the previous map that we just had. Zespio, on the other hand, you know how comfortable he is on that operator, especially on this bind map. So later, we'll see how much of a game changer that's going to be. But as always, it's very important. Who's going to win this pistol round? Who's going to win the post pistol round? Definitely going to dictate momentum through the first half of the second half.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much the thing, isn't it? You need to get that momentum to just try and even up the scoreline or look to run away with it. But thing is, though, Boom, they had a good heyday on bind on the attacking side yesterday. But there's one caveat. They were facing off against triple duelists. Now, they will be seeing a lot of utility on the side of SMG. Not only is there a Cypher there, but also the Brimstone that can really buy some time. And you also have that Raze can then really make it rain some explosives on those chokeholds. So we'll see right now how Boom is going to adjust on the fly. Can they get rid of their attacking jitters in this matchup, or will it be SMG taking advantage?
And they're securing a lot of information as much as they can right now. We have Zespio and Falfal over there in Shower, and of course Ego is going to be pushing up here onto Market, so they know exactly where Boom is, and this is pretty much the SMG experience that we know. Let's see though if this will pay off, or if Boom Esports will be able to overwhelm a site here.
Yeah, the noose is getting tighter. The map is getting smaller here for Team Boom. But in the meantime, we have SMG still holding on to the showers. And Boom also playing very patient with the Sova on the other side. But Ego is already a good start there. Ear goes down. Blaze also going to fall. A Durn King going to die too. As Lexi has gotten a double kill there as he wraps up against NC Slasher as well. Aster's now inside the lamps after his takedown. But Lexi still the stalwart of Team SMG. The garden is growing even bigger and bigger for Lexi. And it is going to be SMG winning the pistol here.
It was just a utility fiesta again over there onto the truck APC location as a Durn King tried to plant the spike right there. And it was actually really cool to see how coordinated SMG was in closing in on the enemy from just literally all flanks, all angles. And that's pretty much what they're going to be doing until Boom Esports gets a whiff of that strategy and tries to counteract it. Oh, everyone's be jumping around over here.
Yeah. I didn't know it was Easter here, Mr. Bim, but since they only have 4 classics, and of course, Asterisk on that Bucky, then you already know it's an eco round here for Boom to just try and run and gun their way to victory. But Blaze, he finds a kill there onto Egoist inside the cage, and Asterisk, he just becomes target priority number 1 as he shows his hand, which is the Bucky. Spike up planted, and boom, they found a way to make it a post plant. SMG in the meantime. Thing is though, they are stuck on the other side of the defense spawn, so it will be a difficult scenario for them because this Bucky is watching them out. But Foul now catching out Asterisk. Blaze though and E are taking advantage, and it's all up to Lexi yet again. Blaze right now playing the flank. He knows the shock dart lineups, and he does get the tag. Can he actually go for the kill though, as Lexi has stopped the defuse? The scans are there into play. They're trying to play that Pika game, but it's still Blaze. The lineups and the bounces are gonna prove for him to be the king yet again. And boom, Esports, they will take that round away from Team SMG.
What a duel that was. Just shows the incredible presence of mind from Blaze right there. Really great use of shock darts, and he still had full utilities back then, so I really do understand the challenge coming in for Lexi right there. But really well played on both sides. Asterisk, once again, proving that he is such a threat with that Bucky, and even on eco rounds can be even scarier than buy rounds.
That's really just it, that Bucky making a big impact. But I feel like since we saw the recon there from Blaze, that could have been a stick for Lexi. That could have been very, very close if ever. Maybe he felt that Boom was trying to bait him to go for that full defuse, because we've really seen today that, and we've seen yesterday also, that these guys, they know how to be keeping calm against those kind of scenarios. They know that timer is their friend, and they will try to juice it out. They'll try to milk it as much as they can. But for now, it seems like it'll be a Dern King and Eeyore already getting off to a good start. Team Boom, they're taking names and taking command of A site. Spike has been planted, and Boom in control here.
Seems like they're going to be pressing their advantage. Here's Espio with a Spectre, though. The rest of his team going to be on Classic, so there's not much I believe they can do at this point in time. Of course, they're going to be more than happy to play the post-plan game, as Slash going to be taking down Lexi there.
That's what Boom needs to do. They have to watch their flanks. They know SMG is a squadron who loves to play proactive and wants to choke their opponent as much as possible. Fall. He only has that classic Zespu trying to play the smoke dash. Unfortunately, he's been spammed down and he's been taken down. Fall. We'll love the bomb. We'll love this explosion, and we'll love the spike to the bitter end. Asters, though, has already taken him down anyway, and Boom, and making it's pretty look nice here, as it is going to be a 3-round gap between these two teams.
Indeed, we have a very nice scoreline happening here right now. Fall with that orbital strike, as is Asterisk with that. Zespio, though, check that out. Operator. Looks like they're going to be banking on this one to change the pace of the game.
See, though, because that Operator, it was a big proponent for Team Boom a while ago with NC Slasher, suddenly changing it up and making SMG take notice. But Zespu, this guy does like to play the Operator as early as he can if need be. It's one of the common things he loves to do on that jet, and he is, of course, a stellar hand at it in the first place. Now, Boom, they have a feeling that this might be the op on the other side. Peep, now you're dead. Okay, SMG, they get on the board, and you're a little too far to the left, I'd say, in his antics there.
Yeah, Zespi's going to say, job done, and then he's going to be going over to A site and try to repeat the same success story he had over there onto B long. Check that out, though. Really good defensive hold from those Cypher cages.
Just the Cyber Cage getting the way from Zespu, though. It's work yet again, and Dern King right now, he finds one target thanks to the scans there, and JD Figure will go down. Blaze, though, also on the board, but Zespu is still making it happen, but Asterisk, he forces out the opposition. NC Slasher also winning out the duel, and it's all eyes on Fall now. Can he actually make this one work? A beautiful orbital strike, though, to put the Jet in such a bad position. And now the Brimstone dropping on down. Can he actually get the target? But there's someone waiting on the other side of that smoke. The Brimstone also, Masters creeping closer and closer. And peekaboo, I see you, says Blaze. It's Boom right now, getting to double digits. They're up by 4. And they're trying to run away with this game in this round.
Looks like they are. It's not looking good at all for SMG, especially. That was a huge investment going for that op. Not getting a lot of value. He did get a 2K that round, but still, despite having the man advantage, it's just worked out so well for a Dern King and Blaze.
Yeah. Look at that orbital strike though, beautifully done. Zespew put in such a bad spot because of the cannon from above, and that was just enough for Boom to mitigate the operator. So a bit of a tactical pause is going on, and I'd like to hear from Team SMG because as we said before, the last time Boom was here on Bind, the attacking side was where they really just dominated their opponent. Will it be the same case though? Because Boom is really showing how much they know the lineups, know the pushes, and they know how to really force out SMG and their default locations.
Yeah, it's also really good to see that teams are actually making use of the tactical pause now. It's often an overlooked feature right here. But again, things looking pretty grim for SMG. Such a cushion now in place for Boom Esports.
Keep an eye out on those intel gatherers there for Team Boom. Blaze, the shock dart volleys haven't really been the usual lineups you'd see, but he just knows how to hit them. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He doesn't really do the initial, okay, these are the defaults, I'm going to make it rain. He does them in situations he knows that there are players waiting on the other side. The bounces are just so on point, and he has such a good handle on the angles every single time with those shock bolts. So really good play there from Blaze. Also, of course, Eeyore has been getting on the board on the defensive. And this time, Third King will say, let me get a kill, guys, because Ego is trying a little too viciously. Now, here we go, though, with a running back, and the Blade Star immediately looking dull there as a Third King is heating on up yet again. 3 kills already. Blaze right behind him. And all eyes on Lexi now. He only has a Sheriff, but Boom Esports, they should be able to take this round unless Lexi has something to say about it after getting that kill. Spike'll has been planted, and now the next duel will still go to Lexi.
Lexi, though, left with 61 HP. Still 3 opponents just taunting him down right here.
Beautiful
Really
wall bang.
tall order.
Herbaldo says hello. Now Lexi, what's the plan? There's someone waiting on the other side. He's trying to pre-fire it, but he hits the door frame instead, unfortunately. Only 3 bullets in the chamber. Gonna be reloading. And Lexi, he's done a lot of damage, honestly. He has a gun. He can actually back on away and call it a day. But no, he wants to peek and get rid of NC Slasher. Lexi right now does get the ace! And he says nothing is impossible because Lexi will still hold this one together. And SMG looking to believe, will they make it? Yes, they do! With half a second remaining. What an ace there from Lexi to put SMG back in momentum.
Oh, let's take a look at this replay. Oh, Lexi with that Sheriff kill initially, but then, yeah, had the right idea. Someone there in elbow. This is something I totally did not expect that.
The lineup.
Oh my gosh.
So unfortunate there. And SMG.
They're still in this.
They just wanted to prove us wrong. They're like, this round might be over. No. Lexi and his garden has bloomed all the way to
Lexi,
that
the
site.
landlord. You know,
Nah, he just owns this. He has a title by this point, and he says all the plants, all these buildings, they're all mine. And now you have to keep an eye out on this guy because really is an impressive showing from Lexi. Stalwart defender, now the ace clutch. And Zespew, he's gonna get flashed. He tries to dash over to the other side, but the Hunter Sphere gonna meet him, tags him once though. Blaze unable to get that kill because that was the 3rd shot in that volley. But here comes the shock bolts, and he's trying to get rid of the jet immediately.
Crossfire set up here in showers. They do get tagged though by those shock darts. Bit of a standoff at this point in time. No one's really budging.
Here we have it again. It's the standoff for the Western Town. It's a showdown at the Corral. And you can hear those tumbleweeds just bouncing on around by this point, if there were any in this map, as SMG and Boom going to be meeting each other in a slow-paced combat. And who would blame Boom after that amazing clutch by Lexi? But Egoist, the opportunist at it again. Unfortunately for him, he's run out of bullets, and Blaze will take his life instead. But where is Lexi in all of this? He's by the spawn right now, waiting to play out B instead. And Team Boom, they're running out of time. They have to open up a site and fast.
I think they do have the right idea, going for the 2-2 split there.
I know exactly.
Did not anticipate ER over there in B long, as they now make their way onto B site.
10 seconds left.
You already saw the gun. That was so unfortunate. Foul. Could have gone that shot and been a force to be reckoned with. And SMG will have to struggle yet again. Spike has been planted. It's 4v3. And this time, this time there's the call to go for the save.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Lexi says, guys, I can't pull that out twice. Not this time. We have guns. We don't want to lose the operator. And I think really that's a big call because they have the op, right?
Yeah, they feel like they can sort of make a comeback as soon, as long as they hold on to their guns here. I think it's a right call. Honestly, ruining their economy at this point in time, definitely not what they want. But Boom Esports, looking pretty good.
I'm just gonna reminisce about the ace now since we're just waiting. Cause
yeah, I mean,
he had a chance to back away like this. He was like, okay, these guys aren't pushing me, and they're just waiting for me. Thing is though, I think Boom got a little too, I'd say, what's the word? They were too relaxed by that round, right? They didn't even change up their positions, and they got lined up. But this time, great push there by Boom. They got rid of the Brimstone by the Garden. The Neural Theft also giving away the position of SMG. And as soon as that happened, SMG knew that they would be pretty much stuck into the station they had. They were all by spawn. They'd be stuck there by the defense side yet again. And they would just get mowed down by Boom looking for retribution. So 7-11 looking pretty convenient now for Boom to actually make it all the way to that match point. But we're not done yet. And you should never count out Team SMG.
Yeah, it's also pretty curious, I'm sure, for a lot of viewers out there. Going for a 4-man save, you rarely ever see that. But again, if you're out positioned and going to be outgunned, sometimes it's better to give a round rather than lose the game. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, and already Eeyore losing his life. 3-man save a while ago, Mr. Bim. But, the operator, such a big component of their defense. And you can see it now why they decided to keep that gun in their arsenal. Because Boom is forced to play the slow game yet again. And who else better to play a slow game against than SMG, right? They also know how to play this style. They said, we showed you guys how to do this yesterday. And they're very, very patient as a squad. And I feel like it's not going to be as anxiety-inducing as yesterday's game Unbind because we are actually very deep into the rounds. We're at round 19, so less on the jitters and more about those reactions.
Absolutely, it's going to be fighting fire with fire here. As the rest of the Boom Esports squad, they're going to be all committing through B long. This might not be good for SMG, but Zespio is going to be on the attack.
Yeah, he's found a kill already. This is a shot against the jumping Adern, but in the meantime, fall. Catches out NC Slasher anyway. Now the Incendiary gonna be thrown to the feet of that Death, forcing him out. And Asterisk now with a catch onto the Brimstone on the other side. But time is running out, and a showstopper is upon us. Unfortunately, though, for Team SMG, they didn't get the hit. Blastbacks now trying to get a bit of the bait as well. Adern King holding behind the site. We have the Brimstone, though, inside that container. The Phoenix and the Cypher just not able to hit those shots, but Egos eventually will get that takedown. Asterisk now left to his own devices. Just a Brimstone in the middle, not the game you'd like to play. And SMG gonna get another round for this defense, staying alive in this fight.
Yeah, they're not out of this just yet. Despite the showstopper not connecting, they were still able to win out those duels in the end. Actually kind of missed it as to how it all came down to Asterisk and Adern King in the end. Seems like the rest of the Boom Squadron just sort of faded out in an instant.
You know what made them fade away was the operator. Their perfect replay on this round because that's just really the shots coming again and again there. Whittled them down to 2, but a good take anyway from Team Boom, holding together, just really stuck in the middle, trying to protect one another. But when one fell, the other did die as well. And now it's Boom, only up by 3. They still have the guns though, but they're running out of credits. SMG in the meantime, still in their clutches.
As long as Zespio can find those opening picks with the op, they should be in pretty good shape here.
So hot with the operator. Probably as hot as this map in real life if ever. But no sweat for either team as Zespio, he's just cooling it off. Again, NC Slasher. I wouldn't be surprised if Boom decides to actually try and fight back with their own op because we know that NC Slasher is a great shot with it. But Zespio, he is just on a different level right now. The angle's taken by SMG yet again. How big can this crossfire work? That big, because it's Boom losing out again. SMG is on a roll.
Looks like the tides have turned all of a sudden here. Although...
the ace.
Yeah.
This was the ace.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like, imagine if that ace didn't happen. The entire
Boom would probably win.
frame of mind would be so different. Like,
they had nothing to lose and they won everything because of it, and you can see the momentum shifting heavily in favor of Team SMG. That's the thing though about the SEA region. I honestly thought it was just the Philippine side, but everyone here in this region, really charged by emotion, really charged by each other's performance.
They're so passionate.
SMG right now, the passion is just there, guys. You can feel it from Team SMG. And no one expected a performance here from Team SMG, probably except themselves. We all know they're pretty much one of the best, if not the best, Singaporean team in their respective region. But at the same time, it's still such a different scenario for them to make it here to Masters. But they're in the semifinals. They're 2 away from tying it up. They're 4 away from winning the whole series. And boom, they have to breathe. They have to dig deep and try to figure it out. How will they shut down that op?
Boom, though, still able to have these buys. They're running out of credits. Honestly, you got to shut down Zespio, just smoke off those angles. But the challenge is pinpointing where he's going to peek from. Of course, once you smoke those off and try to displace the operator, I mean, they have many tools to do that. But yeah, you never know where this guy's going to pop out of.
Yeah, and they're just like artisans here, crafting space for themselves. You'll be seeing everyone with those beanie hats going into the cafe of Team SMG and say, I would like some free space piece. And Zespio just whips out the operator and he's like, okay, here you go. We're good.
Here's some
We're
space.
good
Have
here.
some space.
Here's, have some space. And personal space. We're getting a lot of that now in this day and age. Kind of miss being a bit more social. But of course, we can all come together in a game of Valorant like this. And of course, the highest stakes in the regions are upon us. SMG, though, they have really forced Boom to play this slow. And in all honesty, since the operator on the side of Team SMG, this is really good for Team SMG right now. They just have to be careful, keep an eye out on the ultimates of the side of Team Boom. And luckily for them, Asterisk is just so far away from the orbital strike. Anti-Slasher, same kind of case. It's Blaze the closest that can really contest him, unless a Dern King decides to just get in his face with that run it back. And boom, they're getting denied orb control. And that's one more thing here, Vim, that SMG is really trying to give a bit of a drought against Team Boom.
Again, part of that proactive playstyle. Definitely that operator commanding presence on the board. As you can see, SMG dictating the pace of the game. But Boom getting ready to execute onto the site here. Let's see if they can get onto match point here.
Running back though, getting absolutely nothing. They have gotten the intel that no one is home on the back of site inside that lamps, and the defender is going to be in the showers instead. So Dern King will look to challenge. Can he actually get it? He's in a good range, but Zespio is still a little too quick on that itchy trigger finger, and this itch is going to get scratched perhaps by the second kill. Neural Theft though, maybe thrown out here by their Cypher, as it seems like Blaze had a handle with that shot. Good disengage there by the Jet. Scandal does come. Orbital strike is there, and the cannon from above gonna force out to fall, even burning down Asterisk, and the space has been made. Blaze doesn't have enough shock darts there to volley it onto that spike, and now it's SMG at double digits. Also, we are seeing this game come as close as can be here, Vim.
I mean, this is the type of action that we were expecting. A very, very tight, close game. Honestly, that first map caught me by surprise, but this is more of the narrative that we were expecting thus far. Such a beautiful orbital strike right there. Great retake from SMG.
Yeah, and we go on bind, and really this map feels like it's been built for the likes of the Brimstone and the Rays. Those clusters, those pockets of relative safety, they get turned into your own coffin as soon as a laser from above says hello. GPS, it's kind of scary. It can track you anywhere, and apparently an orbital strike is a perfect way to punish their curveball that bounces back onto a Dern King. No one saw that. Lexi, in the meantime, is holding on to the hookah so far, but has back on away as Boom is making their presence known, and there we have it. They finally shut down Zespio, and they're going to be the ones to look to command things. And Asterisk, he wants to rally his team with that Bucky.
Looks like Boom Esports shifting gears, changing the pace, really catching Zespio off guard. Catching him by surprise here. Definitely keeping your opponent guessing is very important. But Lexi, on the other hand, will be taking down a Dern King. Beautiful flick there.
Lexi holding that garden, pretty much his home court by that point, and you can see why he is just blooming right now in that spot. And Lexi has got it finally. ER will shut him down. He just grows with it. The proper nutrients are there. He has some good oxygen. And JD Faker, Hunter's Fury. But unfortunately for him, this is bind, and the teleporter will save the life of the Cypher and give him an opportunity to put the spike down on A.
You're going to be setting the camera down, planning by the APC. He's going to have just enough time to plant and reposition.
Shouted though, a bit off the mark. didn't really get the catch, and you are wanting to go for the push. Can he actually get the angle here? As JD Faker has one more to unleash. This time, it barely hits the Cypher. It does get a bit of the tag, and now chipping away from that armor here, Vim. 1v1 though, as JD Faker not watching out for those lamps. And apparently, the only light that Boom needs is that one, and they are on match point.
Boom Esports poised to take this one, although SMG still very good economically, rather. Zespio going to be on that op once again. Lexi got so much value off of that over there in Garden. It was just not enough. Again, during the tail end of that round, it was just JD Faker not being aware of him being open to lamps.
Yeah,
But
I told you though, he's a tree there, Vim. So
yeah, it's a tree.
in the garden, he will grow even better. So good spot for him. He had one thing to mark in Ascent, which was Cubby, and he actually said, "I'll take Speedway." Also, now we see her on Vide Garden, the place to be. He can also hold the lamps quite well, and B site has been right for the taking though for our race. But this is match point for Boom and SMG. They have to be careful. They are gonna whip out the operator again, but nothing too ambitious this time.
Yeah. I'm sure Zespio has learned his lesson from that previous round. And it really correlates to their ability to win out the round, whether or not Zespio is able to get an early pick or is able to keep watch on the site with that op. And without him there, it's just so much easier for Boom to take the site.
Yeah, Boom is on it already. Stacking heavily onto the short side. Play into the hookah here, but Zespio, he's a man on a mission, and he's got the kill onto NC Slasher anyway. Hits the head and does make him dead. JD Faker also getting good scan, but unfortunately, cannot get any targets so far. So Boom, they're able to push on to B side. That's going to be a good first step for them, but it's still all the members of SMG on the board, still alive. JD Faker, though, going to get hit by the curveball. Third King, a little too far off, couldn't really push. Zespio now does get the kill back against the Phoenix, but Blaze finds the refrag, and it's now 3v3 as SMG is trying to crawl on through, get a bit closer to their opponents.
See if Egoist gets a pick here. He gets taken down. It's all taken down. Lexi.
No, Lexi, he tried to make it work with those fireworks, but Blaze was the one who fell to that, and Asterisk close enough to get that kill. Boom Esports taking that win. They take care of business on Bind yet again, and they finally shut down the operator, shut down SMG and Momentum, and it feels like the path to game number 3 is upon us here, Vim.
Absolutely. And again, it just goes to show that, you know, maybe Ascent is just not Boom's map. They played so much better here in Bind. The crossfires were there, and, you know, all the synchronicity and the unison cohesion as a team was there. And despite Lexi having that beautiful ace during that round and giving his team another breath of life, another chance at making a comeback, it's just Boom Esports clutching it out at the end.
And that's the thing, for Team SMG, it's a team effort, and they perform pretty well on Bind, but it still feels like the crux of their strategy relies on Zespio to either open up the sites, make some plays, or have the operator to be a big presence. And when he is either shut down, killed immediately, or forced out of position and cannot get the multi-kills that Team SMG is expecting, then they do fall flat in holding those sites. Boom right now, they were just able to make it. They had a good handle of that round. They couldn't have good handle because they were going to have ultimates anyway. And they even shut down the showstopper coming their way. Ear also, we saw the lineup, took it, got a little bit of revenge after their fall on the sites. That is going to be the end of map number 2. So a decider is upon us here, ladies and gentlemen, for our second semifinal. And we will be right back in just a bit.
Spike down B.
I hate
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Level up.
Surprise, surprise, we go the distance for our final match of the day. A decider map to come up very, very shortly on Haven. I cannot believe, I'm not sure exactly why it's just me here. What happened to my beautiful virtual desk of expert panelists? Regardless though, Boom Esports, they defeat SMG. There they are. They were hiding from me. Peekaboo indeed. Guys, you kind of predicted we would go the distance, and we have Asurai.
This is not how I predicted it would actually go. I know I said it 2-1, but the back and forth nature of this series just goes to show that SMG and Boom Esports came to play. And honestly, it was problem solving for either side when we came into Bind, where SMG was just running out of steam as soon as we hit that second half, and then they started picking things up when Zespew held the operator.
Yeah, and I think on top of Zespew, really, we have to talk about Lexi here. We would be remiss if we didn't mention how amazing his performance was on it. Just holding down, like, he plays the Raze like he plays a Sentinel. It's just, I don't know, it's unrealistic, it's unfair, but it's just the way it is. The number of times that he's able to take a specific zone and say, nah, bro, this is mine. And he goes and gets multi-kills every single time. He's able to hold on to it, not just on the defensive side, but also on the offensive side here. So looking at that performance, if he can recreate that success later on, it's gotta be a win for SMG.
Yeah, it's hard to split them right now because they've both shown, I guess both teams have shown their ability to win, obviously on each other's maps as well. So then you go over to a third map, and I think that makes it even more difficult to sort of ascertain who's going to end up winning this series. Both would probably even be deserved winners when it's all said and done, not just considering this match, but of course, really the entire tournament as a whole. As we can see the stats here, no surprise to see Lexi as the MVP there, Asurai.
Yeah, Lexi definitely was one of the biggest factors for SMG as to why we got double digits from both of these teams. Zespew also on the other end. It seems like there was a point where SMG could just read Boom, and Boom had took so long of a time to try to figure out which site was the best for them. I think at the end of it, they decided to go for B, because even if one of them did get taken down, whether it was from Zespew or somebody else, the operator becomes a non-factor during the post plant. And knowing that, they bum rushed their way onto the B. They went for the sneak push, and it worked out in the end because they have amazing post plant with insane aimers such as NC Slasher and the Kings.
Yeah, you know what? Having said that, though, Adern King, he had quite a bit of a quiet game. He was at like 0.6 in terms of KDA at the very end of it. Now, that's a little bit surprising, especially this is a map that really lends itself to really good Phoenix players. And I think it just has a lot to do with the fact that he was never able to get many good entries in. Every time he tried to enter a site, they would be faced off with Zespew's off, or maybe it was even Lexi on the other side of it, and he just gets shut down completely. So I feel like a lot of it had to do with how Boom Esports were entering into sites. They never got any clean site takes. If you watch the replay, most of the site takes that they had, they'd always lose one or two before they even had control of the site itself.
Let's go and have a look at the next map, though, of course, the final map of the semifinals, the final map of this entire series and this entire day as well. It all comes down to this: a shot for the grand final tomorrow. It comes down to Haven. Who have you got, Asurai?
I would still have to go for SMG. I really like how they kind of operate as an entire unit. I know that Boom is fantastic as well, but I gotta believe in how Zespew and Lexi can just make it happen, especially on the attacking side. If they can replicate Zespew, if they can allow him to spread his wings, I think he can soar high and bring SMG to new heights.
So on paper, for me, I'm looking at the lineup of SMG, and it all tells me it's going to go SMG's way. Zespew is amazing on the AWP. It's an amazing AWP map. This is amazing for teams who have strong aimers like Lexi and co. But honestly, my gut feel, and I can't give you a proper explanation, my gut is telling me to go for Boom here. I'm sticking with my original prediction, 2-1 Boom Esports.
I'm going to stick with my original prediction as well, which was Team SMG. Someone's got to be right. Someone's got to be wrong. We are going into the final map of the day here for the semifinals. We're going to throw it back over to our casters.
And we are going to be the ones having that answer. So welcome back, guys, as we are going to be getting into game number 3. And Haven is going to be a place on Earth and has a place in our map rotation. But I got to say, Vim, the duelists are popping off here for Team SMG. And I think for Team Boom, they're going to have to spread their wings indeed. And maybe the flashes from a potential Sky might be the answer for them.
Yeah, are we going to see that? Potentially so. Or are we going to see a breach, perhaps? You know, coming into this map, I expect things to change in terms of pacing. Earlier in the previous map, we saw a very slow pace type of combat. Here in a map like Haven, I think they're going to be bursting a lot more. It's still, you know, after a very convincing performance from SMG during the first map, we sort of leaned towards a 2-0 in favor of SMG. But now, after seeing what Boom Esports did on Bind, it's still a bit of a toss-up. So let's take a look at what agents they're going to be selecting coming into this Haven game.
Oh, and immediately the Llerenas are upon us. Interesting call here, as we are going to be getting basically a bit of an all-in action from the duelists here. But Blaze, he's been incredible on the Sova all throughout the series, but in the specific map, Boom decides to go with their pets and go with the Sky instead. Now the Cyphers will be also in the play. Of course, Jet there for Zesu, pretty much the only agent he really plays in any kind of map, any kind of rotation, and he is just really stellar with it. So look at how hard contact will be the call here for SMG. This is where really they changed things up. We saw it yesterday and we're seeing it today. They're going to be looking to go fast, go hard, and look to dominate some sites. But Boom might have the answer, because not only do they have that Cypher also, they also have the Rays who can really hit those entrance ways, and the Sky and those flashes going to be such a big deal breaker as well.
Yeah, they definitely have the utility advantage coming in from Boom. A little bit more sustain as well from the heal that Sky has. Obviously, no Sages on either side of the team, so SMG not going to be having a lot of that sustain except for Llerena's self-heal. But yeah, really interesting that SMG is going with a very conventional core lineup that we used to see a lot more in the previous tournaments.
Yeah, and it's just really keeping it simple, keeping it clean, and keeping it to fight versus fight. They'll get some intel and they'll just go at it. That'll be delivery there and the guarantee from Team SMG. But for Boom, you know, you can look at the pets, but you can't touch them. This is not petting zoo. This is gonna be, of course, birds exploding in your faces. Just, of course, trip bars getting in your way. And Boom Esports, they're gearing up to try and defend against the speed of Team SMG. Only one, though, can make it to the grand finals and face off against X10 tomorrow. Will it be Boom Esports from Indonesia, or will it be Team SMG from Singapore instead? We'll find out as we get into the map. Haven gonna be the place to be. 3 sites of action, and I cannot wait here, Vim.
Here we go. Your clock is winding down. It seems like check this out for the side of Boom Esports. We got 4 frenzies. That's pretty interesting. I mean, typically people tend to favor the Ghost a lot more now that the Frenzy's more expensive, but I guess, you know, they have something planned here, perhaps a little bit of forward aggression coming into the first pistol round.
Surprisingly enough, they're just holding back. And the thing is, they have a good comp that can mitigate that lack of armor, since they have the Sky, who actually doesn't have the regrowth, so scratch that already. Of course, the Dern King can heal himself up with the Devar if need be. But seems like for Blaze, it's all about the guiding lights instead. He has that frenzy, of course, to try and fight back. And a very, I'd say, fast fire rate kind of defense here right now from Team Boom. They have to expect SMG to come in as a swarm, I'd expect. So they need that extra fire rate to fight back, and they're preparing themselves on A side. They're also prepared by the garage, but SMG looking to play here on the east side instead.
Yeah, looks like SMG's gearing up for a cookie cutter type of A execute here. But A is left all alone, it seems. But Sky's going to be there as the smokes go down onto Heaven as well as defense connector.
Okay, so it changes things up here, Vim. Since it's going to be 4 frenzies on the defense, wouldn't be surprised to see them just huddle up, says, team break, let's go, hut, 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 and just come together and split on apart and try to take people down with the speed of their guns. And already we're seeing the rotation here from Team Broom. They're preparing themselves. They're waiting it out. They're looking to come together. And the guiding lights have to be the rally call there. Sometimes you need the flag to inspire you. Sometimes you just need to see that bird in the face of the opposition. But Ego, as he's taking opportunities yet again, he has found 2 so far. NC Slasher though on the board. Here comes Blaze, going to be getting a kill as well. It seems like the side of SMG is be stuck on the short angle, but Lexi, he's just holding it yet again. He has gotten 2 so far. NC Slasher jumping into the smoke for the takedown, but foul. He has the classic. He's able to jump for joy and jump for that takedown and give Team SMG the win in the pistol.
I guess they were expecting them to sort of swarm, as he said. So maybe it was a conscious effort for them to try and give up A site just like that, but just didn't work out for them in the end. They just gave them enough time to secure those effective post-plant positions. Let's see how SMG changes things up coming into this next one. Are they going to hit A the second time around? Looks like Boom Esports are expecting them to go C.
Yeah, it's a big all-in here for Boom. And unfortunately for them, it's not a 50-50, unfortunately, on the Haven here, Vim. It's 33. You know, the math is there.
Quick math.
The quick math, one third. But here we go on to A site for Team SMG, and Boom will have to do the swarm again. One thing that didn't change though in that last round was just how effective Lexi was. No matter what, no matter where, no matter what agent, he really is quite a stalwart defender, especially in that post-1 scenario, able to get the kills in the first place. But Spike now planted, Blaze though looking on the round, and Lexi, he just holds so true. And really, the Bible of Lexi has to open up and say, you will defend and you will survive.
I mean, taking into account his agent pick, Llerena here, really suits his playstyle. He's always just such a bastion all by himself, and really giving him that sustain in his kit really goes to his playstyle right there as Zespio closes out the round.
Yeah, good shot with the Ghost. And that's the thing. Not only does he get that sustain with the Devar, he can also just either stay in place or relocate with the Dismiss quite safely. So things looking good here for Team SMG. Haven really is where they pick up the pace completely and go for the run and gun antics. They're able to take a very quick take onto a site. The executes are pretty clear and simple for them. But at the same time, they won't be afraid to play it slow if need be. So boom. Now the test is there. And I was talking about it with some of the panel a while ago. The full buy for Boom is not 5 rifles. It's 4 rifles and a Bucky, and there you have it.
And right you are. We know how scary Asterisk can be with that. And look at that. He's already locking down that close angle onto C-Long.
Weird though. We're gonna get primed up, but fall. Shutting down Aster's there. We know he can be a cheeky boy playing onto that long corridor. But unfortunately for him, he has already fallen. But Zespio, he's taking so much damage just because of 1 Bucky shot. 12 HP left on this Jet. Boom in the meantime trying to relocate themselves, but every pick done by SMG, especially on the attacking side, can be so helpful for this offensive.
And this is what you're talking about. They're not afraid to play slow if need be. They do have a gun disadvantage right now, so they do know that they have to play this, a tad bit more tactical than just simply swarming onto site.
Patience, a big virtue right now. Opportunities are a must.
Oh.
The question is, does Blaze actually tell ER that someone's waiting there on that side? The turnaround, though! It feels like ER just said, please don't look at me, and Lexi said, okay, from the other side. You try to come out, you're coming out of a bathroom stall, and you just don't want to have eye contact with the next guy, especially if you had quite an experience there. But then again, it's still Team SMG getting the spike down, 4v3. They do have a gun for fall, that Vandal, watching the A-long flank. The Bucky, though, for JD Faker as well. might be a big surprise from that Sova who's watching the sewer as Boom is swarming on in from 3 different angles. Eeyore down with a kill on the fall. And here comes Blaze also getting on the board. Guiding Light gets confirmation. And JD Faker, he will get rid of Blaze, but that's going to be the third king covering his flank. Eeyore, though, does wrap it up. But do they have enough time? It's going to be a bit close, but it should be Boom getting the win here with less than a second to spare. That was pretty...
0.79.
That was pretty hard stopping, honestly.
Eeyore just looked away from the spike, just hoping he would make it, but they did. Really well played during that round.
Big respect. You know, he respects the spike the same way Lexi respected him, because Lexi didn't look at him as soon as he peeked out of double doors. So he's saying, okay, if this spike is going to detonate, I'm not going to do it either.
Bit of an awkward situation right there.
Yeah. I know I've had that awkward situation in the office before. But anyway, we are going to be seeing SMG now. Done with their bonus. Unsuccessful though. But they will have the guns into play here. And I'm just gonna call it now. This is the Boom full buy. It's not a full buy, it's the BFB, the Boom full buy, because they have that Bucky yet again. But actually, it's actually Spectre there for NC Slasher. So it's not really the best kind of scenario here for Boom, and losing a Dern King gonna be even worse for them, because SMG, their take is solid and they're ready, prepared to hit that spike as much as they can in the post plant. But Blaze is already in the face of JD Faker, preventing those bow and arrow volleys from actually getting any connections. Zespu though, good turnaround there, catching out Eeyore. Here comes Blaze now by the platform on the other side, and the Paranoia gonna get thrown out here by Asters as well. He does dig the head, but Zespu able to get on the way with a sliver of HP. Asters though on the hunt, foul, already getting on the board. And SMG, they're setting up a crossfire for that spike. And Zespu, he just wants to get in line of sight of his friends and make sure everything is A-okay. He does turn around, though, to catch out the Omen, stalking him, and SMG make that a quick round.
And as soon as the bonus round was over, they kicked things into high gear when all of them had rifles. And wouldn't be surprised if that would be the narrative for the next couple of rounds here for SMG. So take a look at this replay. I mean, it was really close down to the wire.
Oh, he even hit the head of Zespu there at the very end of that spray. Unfortunately, the wall bang just mitigating a bit of that damage. And Blaze, though, gotta give it to him. I love the aggression from the sky. He can actually make those things work, especially with those guiding lights. And the thing is, Boom, able to confirm immediately with one flash only that no one's there on the A lobby side. Might be a C take here, red by Boom this time.
Oh, my gosh.
That's not reading. That's just watching a movie of you dying there. Zespu, he is just the star of the show. Unfortunately for him, a Dern King will shut his stardom down, and SMG will close the studio. Quick round yet again from Team SMG, and this is what I love to see from them on Haven. They really kick it up to the 7 to the 8 gear as much as possible. They bring in the nitrous and they just turbo their way to victory.
Yeah, I mean, for those of us who haven't seen a lot of SMG in tournament play, then this is definitely a different form of SMG compared to their previous matches that we saw today and yesterday as well. It seems like Haven just really forces them to kick into high gear. It was really more of a blitz. That round was over and dusted in very, very quick manner.
I feel like if I blinked once, that round would have been done. Luckily, I kept my eyes open, and right now we're seeing Zespu keeping his eyes open by B's side. SMG changing up the pace of the game by showing a bit of variety also. There by B side, but the Dern King, he sees the hands of the Jet, and that's enough for him to take him down. 3 on row here already to the side of Boom, and they're also playing the Lear as well. JD Faker though, Hunter's Fury looking forward at Sags, and can he get it? The Seeker though confirms his position. Now NC Slasher going for the defuse. JD Faker trying to protect himself. He's the lone member left of Team SMG. He's got the wall bang. There's a flag from Eeyore right now, and Team Boom will not only get the defuse, they'll also get the executes and survive that B take.
Really good read from a Dern King, just blindly spraying through the smoke, managing to get a kill. Really well played from them. We saw SMG pull off that execute time and again yesterday to much success, but again, against Boom might not work out very well.
Did you see that though? Because of the stance change with the Blade Storm, the left hand was speaking out. It's like, why are you trying to hand me something? No, put that back outside the smoke. That's a no touchy right there. And okay, and really, you know, models aren't really something that's been talked about too often because it rarely shows up, right? As it seems like a Dern King has taken a bit of damage already. But those kind of changes if you notice it as a player, you can really take advantage of that, and beautiful stuff from Modern King in that last round. A few things I also see being actually noticeable with those models have to be like the Sage Ponytail and maybe the Sova Cape for quite a while. But yeah, the Llerena just finding the opportunity, seeing the hand and biting the hand that was trying to feed them some blades. But now Lexi facing off against Double Doors and SMG back to that slow pace.
Always keen on switching it up. And this is something that I really enjoy about SMG. They're very on the fly. They always adapt to the current situation right there. NC Slasher with the operator, they have that information, and he's going to be repositioning. Now, let's see if SMG continues to push through that, knowing full well there is an operator on the other side.
There, they want to challenge this, and they're looking to pile themselves onto a long. And even though NC
30
Slasher
seconds
isn't
left.
watching that angle, seems like the Tripwires are just all waiting for prey to come. We did see the demise though of Blaze there by C-Link. So this SMG anticipating that there'll be less members here because of their pickoff, but Eeyore still a man on mission, and he's on the higher ground with SMG. Unable to get that initial push. It is difficult for them to make this a slow
10
play that
seconds
works.
left.
But Eeyore's bringing it down, and he'll get taken down by JD Faker instead. NC Slasher though, Showstopper unleashed, and he does get a kill onto the Sova. Foul though with the
remaining.
shutdown, but Third King is there to try and clean on up, and Asterisk survives the volley. Boom, on the board again.
I mean, that just wasn't, I think, a very in-sync execute from SMG. There was a bit of delay from the Paranoia and from the time that the smokes went out from the recon. I think they could have done it a lot cleaner
10 seconds left.
than they did during that round right there. But NC Slasher, got to give it to him. Getting kill on that op, and then, of course, using the Showstopper to seal the deal.
And not only that, they saved the operator after winning out that round. But that's the thing for Team SMG, especially if Zespu cannot get away from those tripwires just like that. Good fortification set up by Boom. And SMG right now going to be having their lead cut down to 1. So Llerena playing into the middle so far, SMG back to that slow pace. They have to be careful, because if they get held back together again, it's going to be another round that they're going to have to be scurried away, either back to save or scurry forward just to die.
Just playing defaults at this point in time. Perhaps waiting to see if Lexi gets a pick, but no. He gets picked off by NC Slasher on that op.
Yeah, good pick off there. But look at this. Zespu has decided to challenge the operator with his own. This round going to be a pretty big one for both sides. Whoever loses this might be losing out on the op so far. Wouldn't be surprised to see either side save if need be, but SMG, they will still try to go for it. Here on Haven, 4v5 isn't the biggest, I'd say, disappointment, and it wouldn't be the biggest problem for the attacking side. They can still will it to a site because of the choices that Boom has to defend, and the smokes are coming, and it's time for SMG to set up.
Looks like they're going to be planning over there onto default.
Spike planted.
Spike has been planted as they go exit onto a long for that post plant.
Bit far away though. It's not completely near the boxes. Instead, it is more in the open, giving SMG a bit more space to breathe, a bit more angles to look at. But also, Boom can do the same thing. So Dark Cover does get in the way. Updraft right now. Almost got the shot onto Eeyore, who does drop down instead. But there we go with the one-way Antics Paranoia though, connecting onto his own teammate. Asterisk will be looking to take point instead because of that. But Egoist, of course, bring it down. Foul also on the board. And here comes the Third King, but Zespu will wrap it up alongside JD Faker. The crossfire was just so good by SMG. And they just know where to plant these spikes down to bloom into a round win.
Yeah, I was actually kind of thinking maybe it was a little bit too deep in, but it's actually just right for the idea that they had when they all exited onto A long. A couple of them were in A short. Crossfire, pretty good setup, really clean round for SMG there, except of course for Lexi being taken down onto the mid lane. But then of course, there was a very expensive round for Boom Esports as well, as he mentioned earlier. So now they're going to be on the Buckies.
Yeah, and hey, Bucky's on Boom.
Not a bad
They
thing.
both start with, not a bad thing. I think sometimes it's even the best thing. This might be the big boom that we're looking for. And oh, NC Slasher! He has taken fall down. Aster is also taking advantage of the chaos. And it's now 3v3, but Eeyore taking points, taking lessons from Aster is there. Even catching out the Sova on the other side. But the operator will still have that
Spike
smoky
planted.
barrel after that kill. Spike though planted, and it's Sheriff and Bucky versus Operator versus Vandal. This is where you're looking to go into a bit of a thrift shop situation, Bim. Sometimes good deals are just right in front of you. And if Boom can play this right, they might be able to just make it happen. But no, this is what Exquisite Taste is all about. This is where the cost of credits do come on. And SMG will take that round.
I mean, you get what you pay for, it seems, but I'm pretty sure Boom wasn't really disappointed with the outcome of that. I mean, they were able to take down 3 on that eco, again, thanks to the powerful Bucky that we all know and love.
I think after this tournament, maybe the love
I'm
might fade away.
going straight up to the range and going to be practicing the hell out of
alright.
Bucky.
Oh, you know
That's
how
what
I
I'm
do
gonna
it? I'll teach you how I actually do it. So you use the not the one where they show up one by one, right? You use the one where they all show up at the same time and just move around and you try to gauge how far it is. But anyway, I'd say maybe Boom, they've done that also. They really hit some practice with that kind of gun. SMG though, in the meantime, they're hitting these sites so very effectively. That's really one of the biggest things I've seen from them. When they have the Operator, it's also more of that distance that they can cover, and they're an overwhelming presence because of it. But NC Slasher, he is willing to challenge. We've seen his pedigree on that gun. And for now, SMG, there's the peaks again. Eeyore, we've seen this before from him. We've seen it punished in the last round. Will it happen again?
He's thinking about it.
He wants to go for it.
There he goes.
Deja vu. And Blaze, so close to that near sight. That was almost Lexi walking into the range of the sky.
Almost. Just checked the opposite corner, seems, for Lexi, as they're making their way onto C long with the spike, just taking a little bit of space over here on grass.
NC Slash though, all the space he needs to line up that shot, and Ego is gonna go down. So both Cyphers apparently blinded in this round, and they are gonna be both down and out. Empress though has been popped, and you gotta respect the Empress with another contender to that crown. Fall though. Crowd step onto the side, but Blaze, just perfect positioning yet again by the window, getting 3. NC Slasher also preventing the rampage of Lexi, and boom, make that a pretty clean hold.
Blaze Predator, it's just, you know, he was at the right time, at the right place, at the right time right there. Actually kind of confused as to how he was able to get a really quick 3K right there. But a really good read from him, I guess.
Yeah, by the window. He just stationed it up, because remember when he said, I'm not going to shoot the Llerena, I'm not going to expose my position? Patience has been rewarded, and we were talking about patience from Team SMG. Seems like Boom also having that instinct and that virtue in them itself. Crazy 8s though for Team Boom. I see that 3 of their players are at the 8 kill mark. It seems like they are making a team effort to try and defend. 6-4 though is the scoreline, and Boom is trying to equalize on this half. Lexi though, pellet a few shots here and there and everywhere. NC Slasher back in action, and Egoist. And they even see that one coming. Apparently he did, because 5 HP left on that raise. Still though, there's the survival, and with that, you can get some band-aids from the sky if need be.
Like JD Faker and Lexi be crawling their way onto B site right here. Zespio be trying to get a pick with those blades, does not get any.
Time's back on the way though, as here we go with Team SMG controlling the middle of the map, but the Seekers are coming, and they're getting confirmation that SMG is just right here. Guiding Light's gonna be also into play. Fall, getting his eyes back to season at the corner, but Zespio on the board already. You're also getting 2 so far, and there's the cleanup right now from Team Boom. It does feel like when SMG decide to go to B, that is just gonna be the last place they'll be in. So SMG losing out again. Team Boom 1 away from equalizing. We are seeing another close game in the books.
Yeah, I think they should definitely stay away from the B side. They haven't succeeded so far, and Boom Esports just so clean on the retake right there. And the Dern King on that dismiss was just perfect timing, evading the shots from JD Faker as soon as he got his hands on that Vandal. Quite unfortunate for JD Faker and co. Boom Esports poised to make this a tie game, but Zespio back on that Operator. Is he going to be able to challenge NC Slasher? Is he going to be able to take him down this time around?
But we see it. I don't think we've really seen them actually duel each other. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to have that fight. The thing is, though, the raise is by C. We have mid doors there for Zespio instead. And the hunt is here right now, trying to get the catch. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, but fall! He only has the rifle, and he still gets a tap on the NC Slasher. Anyway, a while ago, the Rays getting out of harm's way with 5 HP. This time, not going to be lucky enough to survive, but someone is creeping closer. That's Asterisk. Seems like Boom, though. Don't want to overcommit onto that one, and it's 5v4 with SMG having that advantage.
Asterisk now going for a more safe position here, as is Blaze. Gonna be in there in the garage. And interesting how Boom is just, again, waiting for SMG, playing the patient game, waiting for signs of commitment, and then going to go for the retake move. Looks like Asterisk is going to be on operator duty, though.
Yeah, he got the up, and Fall is just challenging him right now. He said, I took down the guy who had that gun before. You hit me? And apparently the answer is no, unfortunately, for Asterisk. He's trying to hold that long angle, but the blinds are coming, and paranoia meets paranoia as Lexi finds Blaze instead. Close to the logs, so Asterisk trying to hold and catch out the Omen on the other side, but Egoist will take advantage of the sacrifice of his teammates, and SMG now planting on C.
Spike planted.
Yeah, looking pretty good for them, as they do have 4-2 man advantage. As the Burn Gang tries to wall bang there on the backside. Doesn't really get a lot.
He's put in the effort, and I commend it.
Bit of a nuisance.
A little too thick on that side, I'd say. But then again, still gonna be trying to do that damage. And the Durn King now on the board. Eagles will go down to give him the chance to dismiss on away. But patience is a virtue that JD Faker is waiting on. It's all about the attention right now. Lexi is just doing it again. And a triple kill for our Llerena for Team SMG. This time, he wins out the fights, and SMG will end the half with the lead.
Yeah, very strong first half from SMG. Let's see if they can do a better job onto defense. Looks like Boom been really struggling, you know, despite the efforts of NC Slasher and Eeyore. It's still really, it's been SMG's game for most of it.
Yeah, that's one thing that Team SMG was able to avoid many of the Cypher fortifications in that last half. When they did, though, Eeyore really just cleaned up house. NC Slasher, in the meantime, getting a bit less value with that operator compared to Zespew. Like, he was able to get some kills, sure, but especially in that last round, just getting shut down there by Fall, really hurting his chances to have that duel. I'm sorry, Mr. Vim, you know, the duel that was promised just wasn't there. Maybe we'll get it this half,
Maybe we'll
though.
see it, this half. We might.
Come on, I want to see it because these two guys have really whipped out those ops to a good degree. Like, the only one that I can remember playing the op was X10 in the last semifinal also. In this case now, it is going to be Team SMG on defensive. Boom. Going to be on the attack. And what do you think? What can Boom do to try and even up the odds? Of course, Pistol might be the momentum that they will need.
Yeah, if they take the first couple of rounds, you know, it evens out the slate right here. And then, of course, you can expect Zespew to be on that up very quickly. And they just have to make a concerted effort to swarm that operator and again pinpoint where he's going to be. Granted, they do have an Omen, so that might be a bit of a challenge, knowing full well they only have 2 smokes at their disposal. So, you know, it might be a pretty big challenge for Boom Esports here.
Yeah, but Boom Esports, I think they can actually even go quicker than SMG. Even though they don't have that jet, these guiding lights will just confirm if someone's there, and not only that, flash them to oblivion if need be. So if they can follow those hawks and follow those wings, it just might be their paths to victory. In this case, though, Lexi holding on to a long. No one gonna be meeting him here so far. It's gonna be all about the short angle instead, but Lexi holding the line, but this time he's gonna get swarmed a little too much, and Boom will shut him down. The Third King on the board, Spike can get planted. And I do believe that there was a little bit of the Devar there for a Third King, so he's gonna be pretty much topped up, almost to full armor. But Eeyore now caught out by Egoist and SMG trying to play this retake.
I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here. This is the exact same take we saw in the first round. But, oh my gosh.
Shot. He was just going away, and that was the present to remember. Zespew, though, he does find the Omen at the latter half of that one, and as the Devar dissipates, it will be a Third King, making sure that the life of the Jet has been snuffed out. 7-6, Boom. One away from tying it up, and it wouldn't be surprising to see them do it here on the second round of the second half.
This is what we wanted to see from them, and they're going to be able to dictate the pace of the game if they take this second round as well. It remains to be seen, though, if SMG will be going for those buckies. Looks like they're not. Still be sticking to those pistols, going on the full save to secure the third round in the second half here.
They want to tie it up, so Spectres are the way to go. And now onto A-Long, trying to get that confirmation that someone is there. Apparently, Boom says it's pretty safe to move closer and closer to the side. SMG, in the meantime, it's pretty much the same kind of scenario as before. They have 3 classics, though, a Frenzy and a Sheriff. Lexi feeling confident still in his shots. So immediately, Blaze with the Trailblazer. Trying to figure out what's going on down there. Has seen the duelist, and now Darren King would wrap up on against JD Faker instead. Big pinch against both Zespew and Lexi right now. They are trapped down below, and someone's waiting on the other side. It's going to be a bit of an entrance fee to play onto A-Long if ever. Apparently, it's Zespew hitting that attendant on the head, and Ear will go down. A Darren King, though, with the ding and catching out Lexi, and Blaze wrapping it up in the flank.
Yep, couldn't say this round's going to end any other way than we expected it to, as Alpha Fall and Egoist are going to be both up in heaven there.
Yeah, it's just 2 guys waiting by the tower. They're chilling. You know, it's always nice to be with your bro and just look around the sights, enjoy things together. Thing is, though, they have the classics, so it just might be a pack to walk into that spike as soon as possible. But, you know, I was thinking about the thing I just said a while ago about having attendance. What if there are doors in this game that you could open with credits? Like, the money you have as SMG will fall there and Boom will tie it up. But think about it. What if there are doors maybe into the next map that if you spend credits that you have, then you can open it up and make it a bit easier perhaps for your push? But then again, you're sacrificing money for your gun, so because Valorant has so many different unique things, right? We got bind teleporters. Come on, we have Haven with 3 sides, so it does feel like there's gonna be a bit of that variety. Maybe that'll be something in the future.
Added layer of dimension, perhaps.
Maybe.
Interesting.
A lot of dimension play. Interesting. But this is the bonus here for Team Boom. SMG gonna have the guns and take it away. How will SMG respond here, Boom, against Boom?
Seems like they're just gonna have to play out their gun advantage here. You gotta rotate really quickly, as of course Boom is planning to go for the swarm right here.
Spike down.
SMG, though, they've gotten 2, but Boom getting so much value in the C-Tick. And they found their way through to the site, and really the power of the sky enabling that in the first place. All about those flashes in open radiuses. And in this case now, the spike has been planted. SMG playing onto C-Long. They're making a bit of a Congo line, but they have to be careful. But Darren King gets this lineup. It's going to be so easy for them. Past the smoke, though. JD Faker has already peeked. Thanks to the Leers here from Lexi. Blockading that vision. The eye just watching out for them. And yes, the lineup was there for Darren King, but it's not enough as Zespew has already scattered on the way and is up to the task to wrap this one up for SMG.
Really good smokes there to allow the rest of his teammates to enter the site, despite Darren King looking for that lineup onto C-Long. But the thing is here, you're absolutely right about Boom being able to go just as fast, if not faster, than SMG, despite not having a jet, because Blaze on that on those guiding lights just really paves the way, opens up the site in no time at all.
Yeah, it's just so easy to get that confirmation. The only thing that makes the guiding light different from something like the recon bolt, right, is it doesn't tell you how many people have been spotted. So with that kind of information in hand, Boom just decide they just go for it. They're confident anyway in their firefights, and right now they're keeping at it because SMG, even though they won at the last round, it was very costly for them. And this time, it's Boom with the arsenal, and they're looking to hunt down Team SMG.
It's like again, bit of a slower pace as of the moment, as the spike will be over here at lobby. The hands of Boom Asterisk. Zespew will be coming down off his perch and will not be able to find any information just yet here.
Yeah, in this case though, SMG already rotating A site, but since Boom is prepared in the slow side of things, they do have the spike in the middle instead. So a myriad of options right now for Team Boom. It's like going to a department store and you just don't know what to buy by this point. What do I actually get, my loved ones? Maybe I should buy this buy one take one candle at the counter. But in this case,
all the rage right now.
It is. It's very nice for your room. It makes it quite a scent, in all honesty. And you can relax, you can wake up. Scents are very, very important. But unfortunately, you can't use your nose in this game. Instead, you have to use your eyes. And the Darren King witnessing Zespew whip out those blades, and he will shut him down. Boom, though, with the advantage already. They're getting the takedowns courtesy the Omen, the Cypher, and that Sky. And that's all she wrote for that round. We have a tie game again here.
just really, really fast executes. This is the story of this game. Fast executes from SMG during the previous half, and now just as fast with Blaze's guiding lights right there, as we can see right here. It's absolute blitz style gameplay, stark contrast from the previous games. But now it's all tied up, and economic advantage in favor of Boom Esports.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's blitz versus blitz, it might be the attacking side having that momentum to try and run away with it, especially as Boom now has that gun advantage. Team SMG, they decide, okay, it's full eco. That's going to be the show. They don't really have much to offer in this round. They only have the classics. They have the Hunter's Fury, sure, but since they unleashed the Blade Storm a while ago, so Zespew not really going to have the hero plays that he should like, but he never count out the classics. Odds, though, are heavily in favor of Boom right now. And not only that, A side is completely clear, so it might be even easier for Team Boom to take this round.
Slowly but surely making their way onto A side here. Just again, SMG just taking their time trying to gain information. They might just go for exits here.
Yeah, and I really feel like the next round is going to be such a big refiner. If Boom can run away with this game after this round, then it might just be them taking the whole thing. But a great shutdown there from Lexi, and really the numbers piling on. But the Third King watching over that gun, getting 2 so far, dismissing on away with only 13 HP. And the thing is, Boom, they don't want to die with rifles in hand. JD Faker though, Shock Bolt is coming, doesn't get a connection. No, the dart does not hit, but Lexi though on the board, getting that Vandal in hand. Eeyore in the meantime still fighting back, and eventually he does get a takedown. But the Llerena is on a rampage. He wants to go for another kill. He's only at 33 HP, doesn't have any orbs to use this time. In this case now, it's all about the noise being useful here for our Cypher. Reload though, and immediately we'll see Lexi push, but Eeyore gets the clip back in time, and Boom will take it, but not as easy as you'd expect.
That was a pretty okay eco around. Lexi was able to manage to get a couple kills here and there, but still, Boom Esports starting to build momentum here. Again, if SMG is not able to turn it around in this one, it's going to be a huge problem for there. But what do we have here? Zespew on that operator. Let's see how much of an impact he's going to have in this next round.
Yeah, and if SMG does get this, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we actually get this game to go to overtime. But if Team Boom can actually take this one, it's going to be not only momentum, but also really the arsenal in favor of them time and time again. The credit score right now for Team SMG, really not something anyone would like to take the account at by this point. Boom, in the meantime, they are prepared. They have the rifles in hand, but Zespew,
look at that pixel.
Wow, that pixel, unfortunately, a little too on the low side, and NC Slash are going to survive. The regrowths will heal him back up, and apparently whatever chunk that was gone from the raise, it just gets healed back up by the sky.
Yeah, also one thing to note that the sky's overgrowth right there is just, you know, it has a lot more value than the heal from Sage.
Yeah,
because you can fully sustain it.
Yeah, and one more thing, it's for the team, but unfortunately,
AOE.
If you use it that way, you still basically lose the same amount you would have done in the first place. So Seekers though, gonna be in the play right now for Blaze, and I really love how he plays it out because he does use it for cover alongside getting that intel. Hunter's Fury though is calling fall inside the smoke, using that reconnaissance to get a free takedown. SMG, they are prepared. Ego is also getting a kill there. And that's 2 in a row for the Cypher. Zespew now shows up, and here we have it again. The tie continues.
So far, momentum seems to be on the uptick for SMG. Looks like Boom Esports, not time for them to switch things up. Maybe sort of kick into high gear for a little bit here.
Yeah. In this case, though, look at that. Fall. Just spraying it down and getting the takedown.
That was like a lucky shot or what.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's probably just communication by that point, but we've really seen some on-point sprays here from these teams. They know really where to shoot against the opposition. They know some of those default positions that you would like to contest in. In that case now, that was just SMG making it work. So Team Boom is going to be actually bringing in the fireworks as they're already straight into B site. The quickest take possible on a map like this. The guidelines are there, the Leers are there, but Ego is still holding strong in behind. Ego is now going to get to. Seems like he's going to be struggling his Ego a little bit more, but unfortunately for him, as the white hat does dissipate and the Neural Theft is unleashed, it's Blaze getting the takedown. 3v3 for now, but look at that flank. It's Lexi watching out by the window. Eeyore Oh no, did something happen to Eeyore as Blaze right now catches out Zespew there. JD Faker will shut down the Cypher, and SMG, they might be able to take advantage of this as they are going to be seeing Team Boom on the links instead. Crossfire though being tried to set up, but Lexi holding the line so far. That is going to be the Sky and the Omen going down. Raid boss mode though from Lexi, and SMG will take the advantage.
It'll be pretty hard to take down a raid boss like that, but it seems like we had the same idea for Boom Esports, and they kicked it into high gear, tried to go for a really fast execute. But SMG, on the other hand, seems like Egoist did anticipate that, and he was able to hold on to the site until the rest of his team rotated. So really good read from SMG right there, and keeping things sustained for now. And this is going to be a bit of a rough situation for Boom if they lose this next one, I believe.
Yeah, and SMG so reliable with that Llerena. Really has just been quite a performance here from Lexi in the semifinal. He's really stepped it up a little bit more. Many say for Team SMG, of course, that's the biggest one to watch out for has to be the Jet player Zespew. But Lexi, he's on that second duelist for a good reason. And sometimes, and in this case, really all the time right now in the semifinal number 2, he's just showing on up and taking command of this game. For now, though, it's Boom waiting slowly but surely to try and find the target. JD Faker, though, says hello from the other side and uses that Aldron right now to peekaboo and peek at the opposition. Boom, though, they will respect that and wait a little bit more. The time is ticking, and Boom, they don't want to be put in a situation where they'll have to rush themselves onto the sites.
Yep, just slowly waiting outside over there in grass while the spike is slowly heading its way onto C-Long, but Zespew is going to be on the watch here.
Preparations for SMG, they are completed, and this might be the perfect chance to unleash this up. There is still one guiding light though in the hands of the Sky, and it might be the play to go. Paranoia though does get unleashed, but a dash on the way is a little too much in the face of Team Boom, and Ear will get that kill. Egoist though in the meantime with 33 HP and a Dream. He got hit by the splash damage, and Asterisk will wrap it up. JD Faker though making it rotate some shock balls onto the default, and fall now with the angle instead. JD Faker now cleans up NC Slasher, but Asterisk there in behind to take down the opponent. And the Omen clutches it out though. He's gotten 3. He's looking for the lineup, and yes, he does get it there. He sprays it down. He gets the takedown, and beautifully done by Asterisk to make it a tied game again.
Really great clutch there from Asterisk. Again, such an assisted player on the side of Boom Esports. Definitely, I'd say, the backbone of his team thus far. But JD Faker, it was looking pretty dicey for Boom Esports as soon as those the volley of shock darts started raining down. So close. And
gotta say, Vim, that was just like a bit of a mirror image what we saw from Asterisk. He sprayed one down, made it go his recall onto the lower side, and then he quickly reset it and did the exact same spray in pretty much the same position. The control there from Asterisk really one to take note of, and we've been seeing him on the Bucky, and he knows the ranges, but when he's on the rifle, it feels like he's just such a smooth operator with that gun. Operator, though, still in the hands of SMG, though, and it's 10-10. We're getting closer and closer to potential overtime if it does happen.
Got Trail Seekers out on mid. Seems like they're not going to be getting through mid. It's going to be Eeyore breaking through Garage there.
Egoist! He got a kill with a tripwire!
What?
Blaze! Yeah! I don't see that happen too often.
This is the first time I've seen that in the tournament, I think.
Oh my. Just low HP, unfortunately, for the Sky. But Zespew and JD Faker, they know the angles immediately. And they also get those kills. Now, NC Slasher with only 10 HP. And JD Faker sprays down smoke just in case and hits the head of the Raze there. But it's now all up to Dern King. The Empress hasn't popped, and there's the first kill. Unfortunately for him, Lexi is just going to be sticking it. And Team SMG also sealed the deal with the off shot. It's now SMG with the advantage.
Imagine getting a tripwire kill. Pretty cool. But I don't know. It was just looking pretty good for Boom Esports during the start of that round. It all came crumbling down as soon as SMG started to respond.
And that was the thing. There's a stark difference between JD Faker right now versus Blaze on that Sova. Even though Blaze is displaying the Sky right now, we've seen Blaze in the past 2 maps. He whips out the shock darts when they need to, and he knows how to bounce them onto the spike. But in that case, we just saw the classic Sova volley from the other side onto the default, and it seems like it was just Boom not learning their lesson. SMG taking advantage to get one more pick off after that, or alongside that rather. It was the op shot getting some value. Boom right now, they're just looking pretty broken in these guns. There's that hero Vandal to try and make something work. Of course, you have Asterisk on his signature Bucky alongside Eeyore, a Frenzy, and a Classic. Not the best firepower here for the attacking side.
Yeah, they definitely do not want to play for overtime, so it seems like, you know, they're going to be putting all their eggs in this basket for this round. So let's see how this plays out. Can't count them out just yet, you know, because, again, Asterisk and Eeyore on that Bucky. But looks like A is not going to be very heavily defended. Egoist is there, though, as well as Lexi.
Yeah, and I like the fortifications here. The setup is pretty strong here for Team SMG. But Ego is also offended on the way. Lexi right now gets a little bit of help, and now he does get rid of Bensy Slasher. 2 in a row for the Llerena so far. Ego is also from above, and Nasser is trying to play into the hell. Has the Paranoid being primed. Unfortunately for him, no one good peeking there from the other side. High ground now taken by 2. And when we see the drop down, yes we do. Zespew gets in the face of Blaze. Ego is also shutting down Asterisk. And SMG gonna be on match point. They're 1 away from moving to the grand finals, Vim.
Here we go. SMG is doing it. I mean, they were having a rough time at some points in the second half, I believe, as it started out, but they just reeled it back in. And then, of course, with surgical precision, they are now in the lead on match point.
And just the clutch situations there, able to bring it back from the brink, giving them the advantage on the economy, and now giving them the advantage as they are on match point. Look at how they just swarm Asterisk. Pretty much everyone
so
shooting
clean
against the woman. So clean, such good teamwork. And unfortunately for Adern King, he went for that hero rifle a while ago, but since he used the Empress in the last round, right before that, he couldn't really become the raid boss that you would like to see. But here we go, Boom, gonna have the rifle still, and SMG, they have the op in hand. Zespew has been the rallying call here for Team SMG. This operator is pretty much their standard this time. They are going to be peeking by the double doors, trying to check things out by the mid doors area of the attacking side. Will we see a challenge here from Boom? Not too foolish though from Asterisk. He will survive for now. And SMG, you're really putting such a damper on Boom's offense.
And it's going to be all or nothing from Boom Esports. You can see how careful they're moving across the map right now, really making sure they're making use of that clock. And at any moment now, perhaps, as the smoke dissipates, they will make their way onto A side. Lexi going to be opening it up, though.
Yeah, good start there from Lexi, but Adern King now going to be making sure that this door isn't going to get closed on A side. And here comes Team Boom looking to set things up. Thing is, though, the Blaze Storm is going to be available here for Zespew, and we'll see if he can actually make something happen with that. Shotlets, though, are coming. Bounces are a little too close. Yeah, a little too short on that side. But in that case, high ground now taken by the op.
Post plant, Zespew going to be on that Blade Storm. Perhaps he's going to go tailwind onto the site. Yes, he does. Is he going to be able to find a kill? Nope.
Boom. They just make it so clean there. SMG, they were poised to take that win immediately. They were poised to execute on the A side. But Boom, 1 step ahead of them. They were in the right positions, and immediately they got the 3 running on in. They had a bit of time before Zespew was going to be a factor, and they shut him down at very last moments.
Yeah, it could very well go into overtime here. But SMG, they have 1 more shot if they play the cards right. They can definitely make it work. Perhaps if Zespew would be able to catch them off guard with that operator and get an early pick. Looks like that's what he wants to do here. They're going to be doubling up on A-Long. Let's see if he's successful right here.
Yeah, but Boom, they are no stranger to close games. SMG, in the meantime, they've handled overtimes before, but they don't want to be stuck in that same pattern yet again. That game number 1 in the quarterfinals had to be so taxing to them, and they don't want to get a repeat of that experience. So if they can do this now, they can wrap this up, then they are moving on to the grand finals. But Zespew, he has to move on away, because here comes Team Boom.
Really good in anticipation to smoke off A-Long just like that, but Lexi going to be taking a forward position, will get traded out by Eeyore, though.
Yeah, Beautiful shutdown onto Lexi. This is the second time it's happened. It's just a 1-4-1. And a map like Haven, it's SMG now at the disadvantage without that extra firepower. Not only that, Lexi has been such a linchpin of this defense. In this case now, it seems like the weeds have been cut on away. And boom, they've been looking to grow themselves onto A side. SB though, trying to go for the shots from the smoke. Can't hit them. JD Figure, no, in the meantime, by that left side with the graffiti. But it's Asurai getting the trade anyway. Team Boom, they have the opportunity to put the spike down. And SMG have to rotate there.
Asurai though with a sliver of HP left. Not much you can do an operator from this angle in a tower right here, as the post plant is in full swing. It all depends if they can kill someone over there onto the hard right.
Oh, fall, and Ego is taking advantage to stop the paranoia, but NC Slasher will shut him down immediately. Showstopper in the face, couldn't hit it, and it's now Zespew versus Asurai in the 1v1 slate. Can Team SMG get the clutch here? Will we see the captain just shine on bright again?
Smoke.
Asurai still with the TP, but Zespew will get it! And the anticipation will turn into celebration as SMG. Can they actually beat the clock and beat Boom? Yes, they do, and they will move on to the grand finals. X10 versus SMG for tomorrow as Boom is eliminated. And SMG, they have showed us the impossible is possible as they have made it to the grand finals after everything has been said and done.
I mean, such an amazing Cinderella story here. What a narrative for SMG. Such an incredible team, so skilled, and against different types of teams, showcased how consistent their playstyle is, and definitely well deserved to go on to the grand finals. But of course, it was an incredible series. Boom Esports really gave them a run for their money.
Absolutely. Boom Esports, no stranger to close games. In that case, SMG just able to take advantage in that second half and keep at it again and again and again. Winning out those clutch moments, just able to read the opposition at the right times and shutting down the ultimates there from Team Boom. And when the going gets tough, Zespew, of course, the spotlight has been on him this whole time. And he gets even tougher. He anticipates that movement. He's just able to get that kill. And Team SMG is able to take the win, Bim.
Yeah, it just goes to show why we keep talking about Zespew. It's just when it matters, when it comes down to him clutching those rounds, he actually does pull it off. But I got to commend again Lexi for being such a great performer for today. Throughout the past 3 games that we had, Lexi just an absolute strong performer for SMG, as is Asurai, the backbone for the team of Boom Esports.
Yeah, Boom Esports, they put up such a good fight. Unfortunately, they could not keep up with Team SMG. Closest of margins, though, as we expected. And funny enough, Bim, if you look at the bracket, it's like 2-0 at the top half, 2-1 at the bottom half. The patterns are there, but of course, they'll be broken down by our panel in just a bit. But we're going to be signing off for tonight on the casting side. Daks and Bim, I'm going to be saying thank you for that amazing semifinal run. And we'll throw you guys to our panel.
Yes, thank you very much, guys, for taking us through that final match. And what a final match it was, guys. 13-11. I got my prediction right. I'm more than happy with that. SMG continue their fairy tale run all the way to the grand final. Of course, though, they are going to be up against it against X10. But for now, Asurai, it's all celebrations.
All celebrations definitely for SMG. They did such a fantastic job holding on. If I was in a game against Boom, I probably would just crumble to the pressure that they set on this Haven map. But SMG adjusting and making a lot of risks, but a lot of them also paying off.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I am just floored by how good that series was here. I mean, we almost got to overtime. I thought we were going to go the extra mile here. I thought we were going to go to another overtime, maybe a three overtime series. But it just goes to show that, overtime or not, SMG, they have the endurance. They can play this long series and still perform to the very end. I can't believe with how it closed out. It comes down to a very, very close 1v1, and at the very end of it all, it was none other than Zespew to clutch this round and bring them to the grand finals. The team must be absolutely elated for this.
It's heartbreak, though, for Boom Esports, of course, guys, as well. I mean, they were 1 round away, 1v1 away as well, from sending it to overtime, where really from that point onwards, anything could have happened. Both teams certainly would have being deserved winners to go on to the grand final. But of course, alas, there can only be one. SMG, too good in the end, 13-11. And the MVP again, for pretty much every time, has been Lexi.
Yeah, I just gotta say, Lexi had a few weird rounds where he was set all alone by SMG, but I guess that puts it to the point where SMG just trusted Lexi to hold a site by his lonesome, and being Llerena, if he can get a kill, he can dismiss, get away, and reposition, which he did try to do on the final couple of rounds before SMG won, but it just goes to show the pressure that he can create. Boom had to go for risky plays, and they were able to open up the sites, but SMG, all they had to do was pick themselves up a little bit, take a deep breath, go for that retake, and they retake so well, especially on that last round that Zesbu clutch.
Yeah, holy moly. The two Reynas at the very end being the MVPs for their team, and they were tit for tat, 21 kills on the both of them at the very end of it. This goes to show that you can never really count out every single member of both of these teams here, just performing to the very finish line. And I think really, if you look at the overall score, it just tells a beautiful picture about how it all unfolded. Both of these teams that were neck to neck up until the very end. Nothing could separate these teams but one couple of seconds for that final clutch.
Asurai, how does Boom Esports walk away from this result? Are they a mess? Are they seriously disappointed? Or considering how close they actually got to the grand final, maybe they're not too disheartened?
I have no idea. I mean, probably if we get them on like an interview or something, we could definitely ask them that. I don't want to ask them that right now because definitely they are going to be taking this loss. This is something that every team right now in Southeast Asia wants to get into, which is Valorant Masters, the first of its kind here in our particular region. And of course, the opportunity to claim points, earning your place in Valorant Champions. That is such a big blow, but there's always going to be a second shot, and Boom definitely has solidified their place as one of the best teams here and a delight to watch. A Dern King, the tale of the two kings for Boom. I don't think the tale has ended, but it definitely has shifted to a point where I think at least they didn't want it to happen. It wasn't supposed to be SMG to win. It was supposed to be Boom, but we'll take those,
Yeah, I agree. SMG, like you said, Zenox, absolute Cinderella story here. No one really expected them to play as well as they did with as little as preparation as they had. They came in yesterday, they talked. We had a chat with them in one of the interviews, and they're like, oh my God, we were too busy sulking already, and suddenly we get the call. And then now they're performing like this against a team like Boom Esports. It's nothing short of a miracle. And honestly, them being in the grand finals just shows that they have what it takes. They have that caliber, not just as a team, but individual players as well that can go with the best in the region with very little preparation at that.
Yeah. Let's go speak to one of their players as well. JD Faker from Team SMG, who must be so ecstatic. Firstly, congratulations, man. You're on to the grand final tomorrow. But I have to ask, how were the nerves in that final round?
Wow, that was truly nerve-wracking. I'm not sure what to say. Just had good teammates to clutch it out. The last round, personally, for me, I closed my eyes. Once I died, I reported what I had to, and I closed my eyes. Swear to God, when I heard them screaming, nice, I'm like, oh yes, thank goodness, because that was truly a nerve-wracking series. Well played to Boom. They took us all the way. It was a good game for both of us, and I think we are the more fortunate ones to edge them over this time.
So my question for me is, since you've kind of got your rematch against Boom here and you were able to win, right? And going tomorrow, you're going to be facing X10. Do you think that at least this particular game from Boom is something that you can use for tomorrow, up against such a strong team for Thailand with X10?
Yeah, for this match, I think what we got out of it was to get a better mindset of the game, because as you can tell, the series was really, really close, and it was down to the mental gaming. For me, myself, I had a bad first two games. I thought I couldn't recover, but this is where we shine as a team because we support each other, and I think what is gonna help us with X10 is having this good mentality for tomorrow. That's gonna be the most important if we were to win.
And speaking of tomorrow, you've got a big game ahead of you. You're going up against X10, a team that you've played against before. What does this rematch mean to you, and what does it mean for you to win that match?
Well, the rematch is what we're waiting for because, like I said, X10 is the one that ruined our streak. We were like on an 11-win streak throughout all the competitions, and X10 just took us down. So the rematch for us is so important because firstly, we came all the way from the open qualifiers in Challenger 3. We were knocked out in Challenger 2. We came back to Challenger 3 from the open, and then now we qualify, and now we are in the Masters finals. So it means so much to us if we could actually take the win.
Certainly would mean a lot as well to not just you guys, but your fans. Have you got any shout outs before we let you go?
Yeah, I just want to thank you so much for the fans and all our sponsors for supporting us. I hope we give you guys a good show to watch because, wow, that was too intense, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. You know how SMG plays, and we like more screen time. So here you go, guys, all the way to the end.
Well, you got more screen time tomorrow in the grand final. Best of luck, mate.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Well, the Cinderella story continues, as he said, from open qualifiers to Masters Grand Final. They are, though, of course, going to be going up against the Goliaths X10. And I think that's almost the saddest part is X10 is still going to go in as heavy favorites despite this Cinderella run, Asurai. It's almost unprecedented, but surely X10 is going to stop this run.
I feel like X10 really have a big enough advantage. They have such heavy hitters here, and SMG, like JD Faker said, right? He felt like he was shaky at the start of the two games and started to at least pick himself back up a third. Going into a best of 5, it's all about who can set the first game to your pockets, who can at least keep them lasting more, and it's all about a game of perseverance. And I feel like if SMG can set the pace, if Lexi can also go up high with what he did in that previous series, there's a legitimate shot for SMG to, have that grudge match and win it against X10.
If we go to and we are going to a best of 5 tomorrow, and if we go to game number 5, and I feel like there's a very good chance of doing that, a war of attrition is what we'll definitely see. And both of these teams definitely show that they do have that endurance to make it, keep that performance up across all 5 games. And I would not be surprised. One thing I do want to mention, though, is that if there's any team, I think, out of all the 8 teams who can take out X10, it's got to be Team SMG. You look at the performances, not just recently, but previously in other tournaments, SMG have been known to take it to a team like X10. So tomorrow's definitely going to be one heck of a fight.
Yeah, just also before we close off here, we'll go over some final thoughts because it's been a wild semifinals day, guys. Of course, tomorrow's games are going to be on down below so you can see the times for ICT and SUT. But I just want to go around one final time to close out today. Final thoughts, Asurai, before we close off the show.
We just watched ourselves some really, really great Valorant, and it's an evolution. We're seeing, and again, adaptation from the teams per round, not just like after an entire game, and we're seeing them just do so well, whether it's per team or by players. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just thinking SMG, they're going to bring the fire tomorrow. I'm already calling it. SMG are looking hot. They can keep this up, and X10 better be ready for it.
Well, that's going to be the semifinals wrapped up here for Valorant Masters Southeast Asia. As I mentioned before, you can tune in again tomorrow. It's going to be the same starting time, about 5 p.m. SGT. We hope to see you guys there for what's going to be an amazing grand final, X10 versus the Cinderella story of SMG.